One day, a simple guy was drawn into an unusual world of martial arts in the Wild West. More than 1,000 years have passed since the Central Plains were united into a single whole. This period of time turned out to be more than enough for the empire ruled by despots with superpowers to become rotten to the core. As a result, heroes appeared in this world who courageously resisted tyranny. But according to the ancient laws of the universe, a holy place is never empty. Many were eager to overthrow the tyrants so that they could rule the empire themselves. The peasants at that time entered into a state of legalized slavery from which there was no escape. And now, when people have come to terms with their unfair fate, accepting the fact that they will live in hell for eternity, an entire continent was found that could be reached by sailing across the ocean on a large ship, a fertile land with vast plains and forests, mountains and rivers, which were replaced by harsh deserts, which were cut through by deep canyons of ancient rivers. These were vast lands of opportunity, free from tyranny, a place where you could escape from everything. Peasant slaves, underground martial artists, descendants of the old aristocracy, criminals, and other scum flocked to the continent of freedom. People from all walks of life and from all corners of the country crossed the ocean to explore new lands. But despite the vast lands that could have accommodated everyone, people took up what they do best: kill each other. All this led to wars and clashes using martial arts. The spark of this chaos ignited the life of a new kingdom. The embers of the new kingdom were not easy to extinguish even by the force of the imperial troops, the tired traveler read from the bloody book. He thought that everything that was described there had happened so long ago. He did not agree with the author. His faith was to lie on the couch, eat well, and read novels, and not fight for ideals. In this world, the Han dynasty had lasted twice as long thanks to its special martial arts, and the traveler did not understand why tyranny should be romanticized. He threw the book down and walked on, walking between broken carts of dead bodies and contented crows. There was no luggage or horses in place, which meant it was the work of bandits. The traveler quickly assessed the situation. The lone wolf looked at the various trash with disappointment. The bandits had taken everything of value. He found some baby things in the box and realized that there were children there too. The child will either be sold or raised to be a bandit. That's the nature of this lousy world. The traveler put on his hat and called his faithful hoofed friend. He mounted his horse and looked thoughtfully into the distance, wondering where to go next. This picture became familiar to these places. Death breathed the same air as freedom. The deserted city was covered in dust, and people hid and stayed at home because of the heat. One of the buildings was noisy. All the idlers had gathered there, drinking tea and playing games of chance. People came there to listen to gossip and have a bite to eat. The saloon had long since become a public place. Everyone was worried about the bandits who raised their heads and committed robberies without fear of the alliance, which greatly interfered with trade, which was already sluggish. Visitors, townspeople, visiting workers, or travelers were indignant at this state of affairs. There were robbers everywhere, but there were also plenty of thieves and swindlers, said one of the visitors, and glanced sideways at the neighboring table where they were playing. His friend warned him to speak more quietly as he could be heard, but his interlocutor waved him off, saying that he was not afraid of anything, to which the friend remarked that if he was not afraid at all, then it would be better to tell him everything to his face. At that moment, another stranger entered the saloon, wearing a straw hat and a leather jacket. All the visitors immediately looked askance at him. Strangers were not liked in these places. The traveler was not distinguished by a good character or manners, and frowning, he asked the innkeeper if there was room. He replied that he could sit wherever he wanted and they would accept him. The innkeeper placed a bottle of tea in front of him and asked him not to pay attention to the sidelong glances. The locals are wary of strangers because they are not a common sight here in this wilderness, and there has been unrest recently, the innkeeper explained. The short exchange of pleasantries ended, and the innkeeper asked the guest what he wanted, and he replied that he would take something that could be prepared quickly. The innkeeper nodded understandingly. The traveler was clearly hungry, so he promised to quickly prepare some noodles for him. Before he left, the guest asked him who else besides him had come to this place. There was a commotion at the gaming table. One of the gamblers had just accused another of cheating. The innkeeper pointed at their table, sighing heavily. They were making noise all the time. Meanwhile, the losing blockhead got angry and banged his fist on the table, insisting on his own. But his opponent scratched his ear indifferently and denied his guilt with his whole appearance. He arrogantly asked the loser why he blamed others when he simply didn't know how to play. The simpleton said that it couldn't be any other way since he had been losing all day, but the cheater stuck to his guns and everyone except the simpleton won a little. The visiting guest grinned. He recognized the card sharper and stood up to approach him. The loser, the blockhead, was indignant and demanded his own, but the cheater declared that without evidence, it was all empty chatter. The sharper asked the blockhead why he was accusing someone without evidence, because this was the height of madness. The blockhead grabbed the cheater roughly by the shoulder and said that he had tried to be gentler. The sharper offered to go out, and the blockhead said that this was exactly what he wanted, since he had been underestimated all this time. He was already preparing for a fight with the blockhead when the swindler was captured, and the voice that greeted him made him shudder. Billy turned around nervously and told the guest that he was busy, but apparently did not immediately recognize him. That's why the guest squeezed his shoulder harder and, smiling, noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then the sharper realized who exactly had grabbed him. He screamed in horror. Creed Thompson. The klutz from the gambling company began to grumble that the guest could talk to the cheater later, but now it was his turn. To which Creed sternly rebuffed him. He did not want to deal with him and advised him to shut up. Billy trembled like a hare. He called Creed brother and began to mumble, asking where he had been and what he was doing in such a wilderness. Creed noticed that 2 months had passed and asked how Billy had been doing all this time. The sharper replied that he was doing well and asked the same question. Creed said he was doing great and noted that Billy and his gang were also thriving, no matter how you looked at them. Billy curled up into a ball and was very surprised that Creed had found his friends, who nodded, saying that the cheater was the last one on the list. Billy began to nervously justify himself, stating that he told his comrades not to cheat the martial artist at dominoes, knowing how it would end. But he still fooled him, Creed noted, and grinned crookedly. Billy made a reckless move to escape, but at that very moment Creed slammed his face into the table. All the visitors flinched from this blow. The guest was clearly not an ordinary person, and Bill began to justify himself by saying that he had done nothing. He even had the audacity to accuse Creed of not getting up from the table until he had lost everything to the last coin. Billy swore that if Creed had left the table in the middle of a game, they wouldn't have lured him back. To which Creed thoughtfully noted that all these words did not change the fact that Billy was a crook and a thief, as well as a card sharper. Creed asked him, pressing him hard against the table where the money was, and his eyes flashed mercilessly. Billy stated that he had already spent them to deal with the fighting alliance. Creed lost his temper and pressed Bill harder against the table. He was furious that the cheater had spent money to remove himself from the wanted list. Billy whined again and made excuses that if he hadn't done this, he wouldn't have been able to even come to the tavern to eat because there was an alliance branch there. Creed grabbed him by the chest and pulled him up to face him, angry when he realized that the cheater had spent his money. But Bill said that Creed could use what the cheat had just won. There was a decent amount of money on the table. Creed looked at the table with the ringing coin, but this did not please the other blockheads who had lost everything. Without thinking twice, Creed decided that even a black sheep could get its share of wool and headed towards the table. The blockhead told the stranger to stop because he considered the money he had lost dishonestly to be his own. Creed glared. It wasn't his problem. They could collect their debts from the cheat later, he told the blockhead, and turned away. But the blockhead could not stand such impudence and rushed towards the stranger, shouting loudly. Which was a huge mistake because Creed grabbed his hand without even turning around. He gave him a backhand and he fell face down on the floor, as always happens to fools who are not content with losing everything. However, the blockhead had friends who rushed to stand up for him and rushed at Creed. Creed easily dodged the blow and grabbed one of the dummies by the throat, and he grabbed the second fool by the collar of his clothes so quickly that he didn't have time to do anything. Then he pulled them both towards him so that their heads collided like rams, and a bell-like ringing of empty heads rang out. Even Billy winced in pain. He didn't want to repeat the fate of these fools. As Creed walked straight towards him, he whined again and asked him not to hit him. Creed was dissatisfied with the paltry sum he found on the table, but the cheater had nothing else to take. The klutz interrupted their sweet conversation. He rose from the floor holding his broken nose in his hand and told Creed that he would regret this. Creed apologized. He had lost much more to the cheater than the small change that lay on the table, but the fool did not listen and ran away. Creed was surprised and asked what was wrong with this freak, to which Billy replied that his name was Gene. The name meant nothing to Creed, and he continued to shake the sharper out of his debts, asking what he was going to do. The master offered him 2 chairs. The first one he repays him with all his debts. The second one Creed breaks his dantian, without which a person cannot live. Billy turned pale and asked what good it would do to dissipate what little energy he had. But when no amount of pitying cries had any effect on Creed, the sharper admitted that he had something valuable in his pocket. He gave him a jade ring which he took out of a secret pocket. Billy bought it in New Sichuan. It was real jade, so with the right buyer it could fetch a good price. Billy asked if it was enough to pay, now looking very upset. Creed smiled contentedly. The thing was real. He patted the weakling on the shoulder, saying that this would be enough. When they were surrounded by a whole crowd of people, among whom was the innkeeper, Creed asked him indifferently where the bowl of noodles he had been promised was. The innkeeper came to his senses and brought him food, which the wanderer began to eat with relish, to which Billy noted that now was not the best time for such a thing. He told Creed that it would be better for them to get out of there quickly. He'd gotten into big trouble in the past and then dealt with it, but this time he was in danger, Billy warned him. But the tramp on the highway didn't listen to the card sharper at all. He calmly finished his noodles and washed them down with tea. And only then did he suggest continuing their recent conversation. The dummy that Billy beat looked like a simpleton, but no one bothered him here because he had a brother who was a martial arts master. Creed replied indifferently that he also practiced martial arts, which said nothing about a person's strength. Billy threw up his hands. Everyone knew Creed's skill. From the Amzu Valley, everyone said that his sword was an ornament, until he pulled it out. The wanderer grew tired of the hints and demanded that Billy speak directly and not beat around the bush, to which the sharper said that the problem was with this brother. The real problem is that this big guy from the Cadaver clan of the Chaos sect, Billy reported with pressure. Creed was surprised because Billy had previously told him that there were alliance units here since the Chaos sect was located here. Billy smelled the scent of profit when Creed showed interest and demanded a couple of silver coins from him as payment for the information. The wanderer immediately showed him his means of payment and smiled sweetly. Billy quickly changed his mind and decided to give a gift, saying that nothing was needed. He cleared his throat and complained about the lone wolf's bad temper and informed him that these scumbags were not from the outer sect. Perhaps the leader of the sect and the leader of the military alliance have close ties, so while the sect sits quietly, they are not touched. Creed chuckled and noted that Billy had an exceptional ability to find problems on the fifth meridian. The wanderer sighed with displeasure. The alliance worked very poorly in this wilderness, which is why all sorts of idiots were causing chaos. Billy smugly declared that the locals thought the same way, and that was why they opened their mouths so easily, even at him. However, Billy had problems with this, he answered the stranger, catching a couple of sidelong glances from the other guests. He said they had a bad reputation among the locals, and the lone wolf began to eat his second bowl of noodles. People were really unhappy that a fight could start now because of a visiting stranger. People also avoided the people of the alliance, considering them scoundrels. The worried innkeeper returned the money to the wanderer for the noodles in the room. He didn't want any trouble, as it would be more expensive to repair the furniture later, and he politely asked them to leave their simple establishment, which, unfortunately for Creed, was the only one in this backwater. Billy, smiling, suggested that they leave. If they encountered Cadaver's men, they would not leave alive and unharmed, he told Creed. But he, as if nothing had happened, continued to fill his stomach without saying anything. After finishing his meal, Creed confidently told them that everything would be fine, and made it clear that he had no intention of leaving. Billy turned pale. The Cadaver clan numbered 24 people to deal with them. They needed connections with the Imperial Army, he said. It was no time for pride, Billy told him, and he decided to leave himself since the lone wolf wanted to stay. To which Creed calmly replied that he should have left earlier instead of wagging his tongue, and that it was too late now. The thug who entered ducked down to avoid hitting his head and agreed with their words. It was too late to run. His younger brother came with him with a bandaged nose and showed him his offenders. The dummy pointed his finger at them and said that they were the ones who robbed him, deceived him, and broke his nose. The thug was surprised that his ward had also been robbed. The blockhead corrected himself that he was not the only one robbed, only a small part of what was stolen belonged to him. The big guy waved the non-entity away and went to investigate. He immediately realized that they were not locals. The innkeeper approached the brute and asked him not to break the tables too much. One look was enough for the bull to quickly gallop away, shaking his body. Skinny Billy wanted to run away, leaving everything to Creed, but he ordered him to sit down, threatening to put him to sleep on the spot. Billy quickly plopped back down into his chair, surprised to say that he hadn't intended to go anywhere. Their table was surrounded by a crowd of bandits with clubs, their faces unburdened by intelligence. Bugai approached them himself and politely introduced himself, saying that he was the main decision-maker in this village on all issues. The place was quiet, so he spent most of his time idle. The big guy, whose name the tramp didn't even try to remember, told them. The bully bared his teeth and declared angrily that he had a job today. Billy jumped up first and began to say that there had been an unfortunate misunderstanding. He began to spout utter nonsense that he had heard about the bull for a long time, that he was a righteous man, and wanted to meet him at least once when he arrived in the city. In a trembling voice, Skinny Billy declared that it could even be called fate. Then, seeing the local authorities' uncomprehending look, he introduced Creed but by a different name, saying that he was from the Jan clan and had recently arrived in the city. But the big guy just pointed his finger at Billy and said one word: crook. He even called Creed a hooligan and shouted loudly that they were swindlers who took money by deception and silenced people's discontent with their fists. As a follower of virtue, he could not turn a blind eye to this, and so he said that he would accompany them to the military alliance. Having created a plausible pretext, the bull advised them not to twitch, otherwise it would be worse for them. The wanderer chuckled, noting condescendingly that at least they weren't being threatened with violence right on the spot. Bugai, pointing his finger at himself, declared that he was a righteous man from the world of swordsmen and would never kill in broad daylight in an inn. But he could not ignore what they did to his brother, and he threatened the wanderer that for this he would not leave the city with his limbs intact. With a terrible face, the bandit promised to break their arms and legs if they did not agree to go with him. Creed sighed. It was always like that with fools. If they see that a person is calm in the face of threats, they don't think that he has something, strength or power. "What if this man is from the Imperial Army?" Creed asked the brute, and he shuddered when he heard this. He immediately asked Creed if he served in the Imperial Army. Creed answered no, but the big guy had already managed to bow below the waist and ask for forgiveness for not knowing about it right away. Creed laughed and repeated that he did not belong to the Imperial Army, which made the brute look like a laughingstock. He slammed his hand loudly on the table, angry at such a joke. But at that very second, the wanderer soared like a squirrel above the table and swung his leg. With all his might, he sent the brute flying with a kick straight to the head. The furniture that the bully had hit crashed into and his teeth fell out. Unfortunately for him, the next dentist would not appear for another 200 years. Creed chuckled and asked them if there was no one other than the Imperial Army who could deal with him. The gang of dummies was not embarrassed even after their leader flew off to sleep, and they decided to go into battle. The lone wolf easily dodged their awkward, clumsy movements. In front of him was an ordinary gang of local bandits who would not take any effort to deal with. Creed handed out hospital directions to them with both hands and added with his feet. The wanderer fluttered like a butterfly, stung like a mongoose, and scattered all the dummies. He hit the next person who ran up to him in the chest with his elbow. He cut down another one with his foot, like grass in a field, and sent it to dreamland. The rest stood frozen in indecision. They were afraid, and no longer wanted this visiting devil to approach them. But another man entered and ordered them to stop fighting, and his tone brooked no argument. The badge of the person entering said that he was a man of the Alliance, and he immediately noticed that the wanderer did not look confused and asked him if he knew who was in front of him. The head of the Combat Alliance Department in this city, Creed guessed. The officer nodded. Everything was so, and came closer to the wanderer. He was dressed in a leather jacket and a skirt. The sheriff told him that he had just received a complaint that Creed had attacked local townspeople. The clueless gambler exclaimed from behind the sheriff that this was not just an attack. Creed immediately realized who the real informer was, who not only called his brother to a showdown, but also called the authorities. The little dummy began to complain that now his brother's teeth were knocked out, and he would not be able to eat normally. The sheriff asked Creed if this was true, and he replied that it was self-defense. The sheriff doubted such words, and Creed said that how could it be otherwise? After all, this was a 9-on-1 fight, and with weapons in hand. After all, the wanderer stood unharmed, to which the master threw up his hands. What could he do if the opponents turned out to be weaklings? The sheriff chuckled when he heard these words, and Creed added that no one died. The blockhead continued to be indignant, asking why the stranger had not yet been arrested since his brother was lying unconscious. "And they even broke his nose!" the blockhead shouted, as if anyone cared after everything that had happened. The sheriff actually gave the order for the arrest to his subordinates. The arrogant fool laughed, rejoicing at his success. He was sure that the Alliance had come for the wanderer. But 2 guards' blades pressed cold steel against his throat, completely unexpectedly for him. The blockhead turned rudely to the sheriff and asked what he was up to which the sheriff replied that the whole gang, including the leader, was lying down and counting his teeth. So what reason did he have to tolerate him? Of the entire gang, only the toothless brute was capable of any martial arts, and since he was left alone, the sheriff himself could deal with him. His men would handle the rest, the sheriff said calmly. He was happy with this arrangement. The blockhead began to threaten that when his brother woke up, he would take revenge on everyone. The sheriff snapped his fingers, calling the men, and said that when the big guy woke up, the only thing he would see was the iron walls of the prison. The soldiers began to load the sleeping people, and the sheriff began to think about what to do with the strangers. He asked the wanderer how it happened that the master easily dealt with the brute, who was very good at fighting, and he asked where he had studied martial arts. Creed did not answer right away. First, he took out the wallet from his pocket, because of which all the showdown had started, and paid the innkeeper for the mess and the food. So without saying anything, he left the saloon, under the watchful gaze of the local sheriff. On the road out of town, Skinny Billy barely caught up with him and asked him to wait. Billy remarked with a flourish on how Creed had handled all the problems so well, but still pretended to be driven out of town. Billy asked him why the sheriff was acting like that, and the tramp replied that it was because the Alliance was coming for the criminal. Billy asked him if he thought the townspeople would gossip about the sheriff behind his back. He told the lone wolf that he heard there was an Alliance battle group near the city, and he told a strange story about what a bad person the leader of the Alliance is. Billy said that in any case, there were no people with healthy psyches among the Alliance. They were all like that sheriff, and it was clear to Billy that there were no smart people serving there. He then got to the point after his chatter and suggested that Creed work together. They found themselves at a crossroads. The tramp asked Billy where he was going, and he replied that he wanted to go together, to which Creed abruptly cut off all hopes of cooperation, declaring that he would stay away from the slippery bastard. He also expressed the hope that they would never cross paths again, and warned that he would break the swindler's leg if he followed him. Billy began to mumble nervously and asked to wait and listen to him, but Creed did not listen and galloped away. The swindler couldn't figure out where such an arrogant master was from, but he knew for sure that he wasn't from the Omzu Valley, and he decided at all costs to find out everything about the mysterious master. But he himself had to go somewhere, because the sun would soon set and he had been driven out of the city. A lone wolf set up camp when it got dark and warmed himself by the fire, drinking from a flask. But he didn't like the contents, so he spat it out. But his horse was just in time for it, and he fell over on his side to blow bubbles. Creed grimaced and promised to sell this horse someday. He remembered the sheriff's question about where he had learned martial arts, and I thought about how I learned martial arts by reading stories about them, just like one student from the training tower. Then he had a normal life in a civilization with laws and a flush tank in the toilet. He was returning home after training, looking at his phone screen out of habit. When I briefly noticed how one girl walked out on a red light right in front of a speeding car, it was a reincarnation truck. The guy was shot down, but the stupid girl survived. Now the hero received the right to endless cheats. That's how he ended up in this strange world of the author's sick fantasy, remembered Creed, and fell fast asleep. The next day he was breathing heavily after his hike through the desert and promised himself never to play dominoes again. The next town was a long way off. Even his faithful horse resisted and began to stamp his hoof because he did not want to go anywhere, even when he was spurred on the sides. But at that moment, Creed also felt it, the metallic smell of blood, and a very strong one at that, as if more than one person had died. Among the pile of bodies there was another wounded man who asked for mercy. He begged the bandit in front of him and promised to give everything back with a trembling voice. But the ugly one-eyed bandit began to sneer that they had already taken everything. Despite all his pitiful pleas, the robber simply cut off his head. The bandit advised him to say everything at once next time because he was impatient. He told his hangers-on that they were done here as they had just stopped rummaging through the goods. The leader gave the order to collect everything and leave this place immediately. The dummies boasted that there were many useful things in this cargo, and now they wouldn't have to think about supplies. One of them pointed his finger and told the leader that they had not cleaned everything out yet. He turned around and saw a lone rider watching them from the side. Creed shuddered. He realized that he had been noticed and it was time to run away from unnecessary problems. He decided that he would not interfere and let the bandits go their own way. The robbers began to hurriedly saddle their horses to set off in pursuit. And then the lone wolf realized that they wouldn't let him go just like that, and he sighed heavily. He adjusted his straw cowboy hat. A fight was inevitable. Instead of running away, he began to descend the hill straight towards them, but the bandits were only more pleased about this. One of them shouted that he would make the traveler beg for death, a phrase from the set of lines for Robbers, Volume 1. At that very moment, Creed rushed through their line and cut off several heads with one blow. The other dummies only became more excited and did not even try to run and save their lives. Everyone thought that someone else would die in this battle and there was nothing to fear. But Creed once again demonstrated excellent skills as a horseman and swordsman, quickly exterminating all the bandits who were nearby. Only then did the rest of them realize that he was the master, and that they were all finished. A couple of fools quickly turned around and galloped towards their leader like ducklings towards a duck. The one-eyed leader stepped forward and told them that they were pathetic weaklings. The blockheads told him that they couldn't handle this master and they needed his help. But the leader decided that it was better to finish off his accomplices so that they wouldn't stab him in the back. The bulging-eyed robber began to beg for mercy instead of turning his horse and running. But before he could do anything, the leader's cleaver split his skull open, and he died without pain. When the leader took out his cleaver, a tramp rode up to him. Now there was no longer any reason to hide. The robber asked him who he was. Since he didn't look like a member of the Alliance, the tramp introduced himself as an ordinary citizen who was passing by. The robber immediately understood everything, both that he was decent and that he was missing, but it was not clear why he did not ride on. The lone wolf lost his temper at such a stupid question. They themselves decided to kill themselves against him. How could he go on? The freak realized that he had made a fool of himself and justified himself by saying that killing people was just their job, nothing personal. So this is the kind of work that this is, Creed realized. He was dealing with a professional. The robber replied that it was not him but life, because 100 years had passed since they began to develop the continent. "And who else but these upstarts seized control of everything," said the bandit, "a fighting alliance supported by the Empire. The old clans, the previous dynasty, and the old merchants, they were the ones who took all the cream," complained the robber, "who spared neither women nor men. After all, these people tormented everyone who tried to find freedom in the new land. They filled their pockets," complained the robber who never worked a day. And he justified himself by saying that he was the same as the aristocratic official, simply doing his job and lining his pockets. The wanderer answered him that this was complete nonsense and dismounted from his horse, holding his sword in his hand. In fact, the robber was a deranged killer who was obsessed with blood. Creed reminded the bandit of his question, who mistook him for a member of the Alliance as soon as he saw him, and this meant, Creed realized, that a reward had been set for this robber. The killer laughed evilly, amused by this dialogue on the edge of knives. There was a price on his head, and it would increase when everyone found out what he had done, the bandit said, and used his inner strength. He asked the wanderer how much his head was worth, and the master promised to find the answer. They stood at the ready, as is customary in the Wild West, prepared for a sword duel. Each swung his weapon and passed by his opponent. But Creed was faster, and blood gushed from the wounds on the bandit's body. He fell to the ground without arms or legs, a chopped-up piece of meat. One of the wounded merchandise guards raised his hand to give the protagonist a quest, and Creed was surprised that he hadn't died yet. The wanderer thought that he couldn't leave the wounded man now and examined him. His vital organs were not affected, but the merchant had lost a lot of blood. And this meant that he didn't have long left. The lone wolf consoled him. The man let out a heavy sigh and thanked his savior for his honesty. And of course he couldn't help but give out the quest. Creed immediately recognized these lines, the last will of a dying man, this unbearable pressure on the conscience. The merchant pointed his finger and said that his son was under the carriage. He hid it in the midst of the battle when no one saw and protected it to the last. The man hoped that the random traveler had already dealt with the bandits and that his offspring was not in any danger. The son is 7 years old. He is timid but smart. He will not get under his feet. The man quickly settled his offspring, but the wanderer asked him where the boy's mother was. It turned out that the mother died in childbirth. Everyone in the wife's family blamed the boy, and so the father abandoned everything and left with his son for the new world. But now he himself was dying, the man said, and Creed regretted that he could not skip this manipulative quest. The man said that there was a village 3 days away where the only relative on his mother's side lived who would take in the boy. This man had studied martial arts, so he could be trusted, the man said, and again asked to accept the quest. Luckily, Creed had leveled up his medicine skill because he didn't like dealing with children and decided to save the man so that he could take him himself. While the merchant was trying to figure out what Creed meant, he had already pressed the right points. The wounds on the man's body closed, and he was very surprised that this could be done with bare hands. Creed warned that the effect was temporary. He asked the merchant if they had any medicine, bandages, etc. in their luggage, and he wondered if the Marima masters used such techniques. This technique is like an illusion. Only experienced masters can perform it by finding the source of blood. In addition, learning this skill takes a long time. This technique is called a blood map. The wanderer learned about it from a master with whom he played cards. To stop the bleeding, you need to put your energy into your fingers. Of course, people in serious condition cannot be saved by this easy skill. The merchantman asked the wanderer how he could repay him. He was lucky that the reward for the quest arrived so quickly, the master thought. But there was nothing to think about here, and he showed the old man with a gesture how they could settle everything. The man was a little taken aback by such directness, but promised to give everything back. His son needed him, so he asked the wanderer to help him get to the carriage. Leaning on his savior, the man called out to his son. He became worried and leaned right over to the carriage, began to knock on it, saying that it was all over. Then the merchant's most valuable treasure appeared from the secret box. The boy hugged his father so tightly that he almost gave up his soul to God. The boy asked what was the matter, and his father said that he was wounded, but fortunately he would live. The merchant hugged his son tightly to calm him down and show him that he was okay, and stopped responding. Then the boy screamed. Creed, who was calmly collecting various useful things in chests at that time, reassured the boy that his father had simply passed out. He told him that his father had lost too much blood and was therefore weak. The boy looked at the warrior in fear and asked him who he was. Creed Thompson, the master, introduced himself briefly without saying who he was or where he was from. The boy had never heard the name before and was slightly disappointed that his adventure was not going according to plan when the master tossed him a bottle. The wanderer ordered the 7-year-old boy to bandage his father's wounds himself and apply healing ointment. It was time for them to leave here. The master promised that he would find a horse for them and went to look for one. The boy did not really understand where they would gallop next. Creed patted his horse, which also wanted to get away from this field of death as quickly as possible. He searched the pockets of the dead leader and pulled out a nameplate with a simple name, which was a little disappointing. But Creed realized that since the bandit captain was here, the rest of the gang was nearby too. He wondered if the authorities would accept the nameplate as evidence. After all, it could be stolen. The master helped the merchant and his son mount the horse and told them it was time to set off, but he saw their heavy gaze. He asked the merchant what was the matter. There were no biometric passports in their world. Otherwise, they could have done without this barbarity. They left the dead to be eaten by scavengers, since they didn't have the strength to bury them anyway. The father hugged his son tighter, happy that they had managed to survive and hoped to reach the settlement alive. Creed wasn't worried. Nature would take its course. Very quickly, scavengers would carry off the bones, the sand would take the rest. He didn't know if the souls of these warriors would be able to fly to the sky or become ghosts, or if they would find a second life without the help of a truck. Or maybe the truck only transported him across the river Styx. Creed wanted to forget all the sorrows and sufferings of life. In the evening, they settled down for the night and lit a fire to warm the wounded man. He was worse than during the day, and his wounds could open at any moment. If he didn't hurry and give the merchant proper treatment, he would have to look after the boy, Creed worried. He then asked the merchant if there was a village on the way to their main destination, and the man told him that there was one. A small settlement on the shore of Lake Namjaho. The merchant often visited there. Even in a small village there could be a doctor, the wanderer thought, and asked how long it would take to get there. The merchant figured that if they hurried, they would arrive there tomorrow at noon if they still had time. Creed decided that he would get there much faster alone and find the cure himself. The merchant apologized for the trouble, but the master told him that he was not doing it for him, and looked at his bloody burden. The detective examined the bodies and told his comrades that the time of death had come yesterday afternoon. All the murdered bandits died at about the same time, the captain concluded, since the bodies were lying next to each other. The detectives realized that they were facing the gang they were pursuing. They were obviously killed during another robbery attempt, since all the goods were still in place. The detectives were disappointed. Their target turned out to be weaker than they thought, because someone was found who exterminated the bandits before them. But another person said that not all the gangs were destroyed because they were divided into 3 groups and united again before the main attack. But still, the detectives were glad that the number of bandits had decreased. It was not in their interests to fight the whole pack. They remembered that they needed to pay the informants. This time, their data was useful. But one of the subordinates had heard nothing about this and tapped his hat in surprise. One of the detectives learned from informants that the traitors did not offer resistance and that someone else killed the bandits. The detectives continued to show miracles of insight because the merchants lay dead right next to the bandits. Since there are no other bodies, it is logical to assume that it was a lone wolf or a group of very strong fighters. The travelers walked together the next day. The merchant said that at first during the night he thought that Creed's horse was dead. They didn't know that there are horses that sleep lying down with their tongues hanging out. Creed glanced sideways at the talkative boy, surprised by his ability to adapt. Just yesterday he was afraid of him, and now he was chattering happily. The boy remembered that he had a grandfather who also practiced martial arts, but he died more than 5 years ago. But the 7-year-old son remembered very well that his grandfather was a great warrior. Creed meanwhile glanced at the merchant. His face had already turned gray. If he didn't get treatment today, he would feed the animals. Horsemen appeared on the horizon, and the lone wolf cursed under his breath, thinking that bandits had caught up with them. He turned his horse to ride towards them, but the bandits caught up with them earlier than expected. The merchant told Creed that the village was still far away and asked what they would do. But the horsemen were approaching quickly. They could not escape. The merchant asked in fear if they were bandits, but Creed replied that they did not look like them. Just in case, he told the merchant to go to the village and find a doctor, and he himself promised to deal with the pursuers. The merchant began to mumble that it was dangerous to go alone against so many people, but the master answered him that they were not in a position to worry about him now. He told them that if they were bandits, they wanted revenge, and would pursue them to the very end. After all, if the merchant died, Creed wouldn't get his money, so he told the old man to get moving. The merchant understood everything and said that he would find food, medicine, and shelter and would wait for him in the city. Creed nodded and replied that when he arrived at the settlement he would immediately go to the doctor. He prepared to meet his pursuers, and his eyes lit up with a yellow light. A bald eagle flew over a large group of horsemen. The pursuers, with unkind faces, said that they were following the tracks of the beast that killed their dear brother. And unfortunately for him, those tracks lead to him, the bandits said. The leader of the Red Gang asked him what they should do with him now, as if there were many options. Creed chuckled and told them that they had indeed found their dear brother, who had become valuable experience points for the hero, and threw them his head. The bandits were dumbfounded, because usually it is they who show such cruelty, and not towards them. The gang leader's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, but his subordinate reminded him that the enemy could be dangerous. The leader angrily demanded that his brother's killer be brought alive and ordered his companions to catch up with him and cut him down. The deputy commander gave everyone the order to catch the killer alive at any cost in order to avenge the death of the captain and his comrades. The squad of detectives raced on the trail of the gang that appeared before them and immediately realized who they were pursuing. They performed miracles of investigation and realized that the body with the severed head belonged to the captain of the bandits. The investigation showed that all the bandits died quickly without resistance. The subordinate suggested to his boss that she go ahead, as it could be dangerous. He warned her that someone had to stay behind to patrol, that she couldn't do anything to them alone. Spurring her horse, the boss told him not to argue and to follow her. She was very keen to find out who had killed the leader of the Red Gang and his subordinates, all of whom were skilled in martial arts. Creed broke through the crowd of horsemen, his sword was faster, and the bandits were completely defenseless. He demonstrated amazing dodging skills while still in the saddle, and he managed to strike the attacking bandit, instantly killing him. They all piled up together with the same result, but such is the fate of all dummies, to become experience points for the hero. Creed parried a powerful, power-charged attack, this time with a skilled warrior riding alongside him. The lone wolf let him slip past, then jumped on the warrior from behind while the physicist went out to have some tea. He delivered multiple blows with a special technique and landed with a somersault. The overconfident bandit believed too much in his martial arts skills and paid for it with his life. Creed rose to his feet and, striking a pompous pose, told the dead bandit that his skill was called a magic circle. Boss, by default, waited for one hero to deal with all his men instead of helping them. He looked with contempt at the dead weaklings who had allowed themselves to be killed. Mediocrity, the bandit told them, and promised to kill the wanderer. Creed felt that this fight was definitely harder than the last one. The bandit noticed that Creed was well-trained and politely warned him not to get distracted during their fight. Creed felt that this bandit was more experienced in fighting than he was and was serious. Creed grinned and took off his hat and told the criminal that he was going to die now anyway. Magic, with it, a person who is a master of martial arts can collect energy several times faster. She became an unbearable temptation for the masters in this world. Since the time of the first Demon King, many people studied magic. The two masters began to move so quickly that blurry copies of themselves appeared in the air. But magic has its downside. Even the Demon King couldn't suppress the madness it caused. Most of the followers who studied magic ended up becoming bloodthirsty demons. Creed deftly dodged all of the criminal's furious attacks, his anger making him predictable. What would an ordinary person do if he received the power to split mountains and divide seas? A person driven mad by blood becomes a monster that even his family and friends cannot recognize. The longer their battle went on, the deeper the bandit's maddened consciousness went. Until he completely lost his human form, Creed had a hard time blocking the bandit's sharp swings. His sword began to crack under the bandit's blows, and he became stronger and stronger. On this continent, Creed had never met a real swordsman before. Even though he had a hard time, he was confident that he would win. But at that moment, his sword shattered into pieces as if it were made of crystal. The criminal rejoiced, sensing the imminent end of his victim. But could Creed have become the main character if he didn't have story armor and cheats? He decided to deal with the criminal with his bare hands and, shifting sharply, hit him in the back with his fist. Creed pounded him in the body and followed up with a powerful uppercut to the jaw. And then the bandit realized that he had been hit by the fist of the Imperial Army. He fell to the ground with a shattered jaw and broken ribs. The bandit whispered something, and Creed answered him that he was not in the Imperial Army. He created this move himself. On the threshold of death, the criminal realized that he had become a demon. Creed looked at him without any pity and said that there was nothing surprising about it. 2 detectives arrived at the scene of yet another massacre. The sight was so horrific that it made the law enforcement officers, who had seen it all, feel sick. In the middle of the battlefield stood a tramp and greedily drank water. The girl captain immediately realized that he was the master they were looking for. She approached him and asked if he had killed all those bandits. The girl dismounted from her horse and, ignoring the warnings of her subordinate, approached the master. She showed him her documents and said that she was a member of the patrol squad, and she asked him who he was. The wanderer looked tiredly at the girl, and after a minute of silence, he said his name. The patrolman checked the pulse of the lying bandit, and an examination showed that the patient was fast asleep. He began to take the dead bandit's clothes off and examine him. Then Creed asked what they were doing. And the guards said that they were looking for notes on magical martial arts, and that was why they went looking for the bandits. The girl found what she was looking for and threw the notebook to her assistant, ordering him to burn it immediately. One of the detectives began to look for gunpowder in his pockets in order to destroy an important document. He remembered that he had forgotten to introduce himself and gave his boring name to Creed, informing him that he had done their job. Creed had heard that there were many demons in the New World. Apparently, he had just stumbled upon one of them. The female detective asked him if he had killed the third leader whose body they had found, and Creed nodded in response. They named another name of the bandit they were looking for. His body should be here. After examining the bodies, they found another one from their list. The boss ordered her subordinate to search everything because they could be followed. Creed realized that they were from a patrol squad, and since that was the case, he was entitled to a reward for destroying the gang. The boss was surprised, as if she was hearing about money for the first time. He didn't even know where the nearest alliance site was, and he couldn't show up in town with a dozen heads, otherwise he would look like a criminal. The boss smiled. She could satisfy this request. She had enough authority, and she promised that he would be rewarded for everything. However, she only had bonds with her, and in order to cash them, he needed to find a trade association or go to the Imperial City. Creed thought about it. Overall, bonds were a good means of payment, and he decided that it was better to take the securities now. Sooner or later, he would be able to exchange them. The assistant, with a boring face and name, was surprised that they let the master go like that without examining him. He was worried that the wanderer might be injured, but she replied that this master's fighting skills were stronger than any magic. Then the assistant was even more surprised. The girl sat in the saddle and began to grumble that it was time for her to work and not talk. She looked at him menacingly, sitting on her horse, and said that the bandit's internal organs had been crushed. This led the detectives to suspect that Creed was an Imperial soldier, something they wanted to find out while they were solving another case. The subordinate begged. He wanted to rest, but the boss said that she knew where the Red Gang's hideout was. The bandits killed all the adults in the village and kidnapped the children to sell them, which means they are keeping them in a shelter, and the headmistress decided to save them. She didn't know why. That man decided to kill the entire Red Gang, but she was sure that this was definitely not their last meeting, and with these thoughts, the detective spurred her horse. Late in the evening, Creed arrived at the village, where he was already met by the rescued boy. He smiled when he saw the old man and his son in a good mood. Before heading to the next village, he went to see a doctor to bandage his wounds from the battle. He needed a break to fully recover. In the evening, Creed sprawled out on his bed, but sleep wouldn't come. He didn't have any extra time, so tomorrow he had to set off on his journey. The next day was a beautiful clear day, and he arrived at the village of Cheongsangok. As promised, he accompanied the old merchant and his son to the boy's closest relatives. The place looked good, lots of shops and goods, and they were barely in the suburbs. The old merchant laughed and said that his relative was not an ordinary person. At one house, they were met by a girl named Hana, and the merchant's son waved to her. She did not expect them to arrive so early. She happily received them and noticed that they had also brought a guest. The merchant helped his son off his horse, and they entered the inn. Hana thanked Creed for saving her nephew and handed him a purse with ringing coins. He thanked her politely but did not refuse the money and drew attention to her hands. The merchant also thanked Creed once again and offered to stay with them and rest. He agreed, but said that he would first visit the forge. Hana agreed to show him everything and decided to take him there herself. The three of them went together. The merchant's son sat astride the wanderer's horse, and Hana told him to hold on tight so as not to fall. The boy immediately stated that he was the very picture of caution and looked pleased. Everything he had experienced had not had much of an effect on him. Then he asked Creed where he learned martial arts since he was so strong. The wanderer answered evasively that different people, in a place where there are many masters ready to teach for money even if a person has few skills. The boy was surprised because he thought that for this he needed to enroll in a martial arts school. This is the tradition of the New World. Most schools are connected to the Imperial Army. You first need to join it to learn martial arts. The reason the master is considered recognized is because he came from such a school, Creed said. Hana led him to the right place. Of all the blacksmiths in the city, this one was the best. Creed glanced at the sign. No matter how long he looked at it, it still looked strange. Then he chose a suitable weapon, paid for it with his bonds, and even came out on top. In addition, I bought myself a new straw hat to replace the one I lost. Hana offered him a drink and promised good tea, but the master politely declined her offer. It was time for him to go. The boy was upset by this news and offered the master to stay and teach him martial arts. Creed told him that he was into mixed martial arts and it was very difficult to learn, and his aunt could teach him just as well. The boy was very surprised, and Hana laughed in confusion and asked how he understood. Having thanked them for the information, he said goodbye to them, and he galloped out of the city at full gallop, telling the boy not to lose heart. The boy burst into tears, and his aunt stroked his head consolingly. The atmosphere in the gaming house was so tense that even his gaming opponent suggested that he stop. They told Creed that he was simply not cut out for gambling, that he was too bad at it, or that he was unlucky too often. The wanderer, who again could not resist gambling, forgot the rule that the casino is always in the black and banged his fists on the table. The players consoled him, saying that he would be luckier next time, and asked for more tea. Creed was defeated. He checked their sleeves and watched the game closely, but still lost. Having squandered everything he had earned fighting to the death with bandits, he realized that the problem was in him. Players noticed he had a sword and assumed he was Muram's man and advised him not to play anymore because he would simply be stabbed to death one day. But Creed had no reason to fear this, so he brushed off their warnings. He thanked them for the game and said goodbye in a reserved manner, since there was nothing else to do. The gamblers invited him to visit them again when he had some money, but the wanderer remained silent. He lost control again, succumbing to excitement, and then everything was like a fog. An instrument began to play in the hall, and he heard a beautiful melody. Playing the fragile pipa was calming and well-suited as a consolation for a loss. A strange dust appeared around, and Creed wondered what it was. The music put him in a poetic mood, and he immediately imagined the sea. He would have continued sitting there, listening to the music, but 3 people entered the gambling house. They approached the girl who was playing the pipa and asked her if she was a night tiger. The girl asked what they wanted, and the man shouted the name of his clan and master and suggested that she guess for herself why they had come for her. But the girl politely turned them away, saying that even Confucius didn't care about their riddles. When they started shouting at her, she said that she was just a musician and would not take responsibility for anything. But the man shouted so loudly that everyone began to listen to them, and he told her that she had deceived Confucius for her own selfish purposes. They even had witnesses, the troublemakers shouted, and Creed sighed with regret because he had not enjoyed good music for a long time. But they ruined everything with their stupid squabbles and incomprehensible demands. Moreover, gossips loudly accused her of stealing family jewels. The girl was indignant. They were not giving her any peace, and she asked what kind of jewelry they were talking about. She suggested that they get to the bottom of Confucius himself, but this only made the men even more angry. Then they went from cursing to threats and said that they could talk to her with swords. The girl did not understand why they were so upset about some child, but the man objected that the boy was 16 years old, to which the girl remarked that if the boy's parents were truly worried, they would not have sent such worthless people after her. They should have brought the head of the clan personally, she stunned the dummies. The idiots began to make a fuss and slander her for no reason. They finally lost their temper and drew their swords to quickly end everything. But as soon as one of the pursuers swung his sword, the girl showed that she was a master of martial arts and flew up over the table. She found herself above them and slightly behind, out of range of their attack. The first pursuer died before she even landed on her desk. The girl turned to them and said that this scoundrel came himself. It was not her fault. He left her no choice. The visitors immediately became alarmed. No one wanted to get into trouble and began shouting for the mayor to be called. The owner of the establishment grabbed his head and lamented that they had once again staged a massacre in his place. He was afraid that the invaders wanted his money and they had already given everything away this month. So he told his son that they had better leave. The lone wolf did not go anywhere and enjoyed the beautiful spectacle no less than playing the instrument. The girl was good in battle, but she also had no problems with her appearance. Creed admired her fast and precise movements. Such skilled beauties were rare to meet here. The two remaining swordsmen slashed at the same time, but the girl again eluded them with a leap upward. She used a special movement technique that the Wanderer had learned. This technique was also quite rare. Without a doubt, the warrior realized that this girl was one of the best masters in the New World. The dummies did not calm down. Even after seeing the difference in abilities, they were consumed by a thirst for revenge. The beauty made 2 strokes with her blade, and the fighters froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. At this point, the fight was over. They fell dead at her feet. The girl took a breath and told the dummies to blame only their Confucius. Creed stood up from his seat and applauded her as if he had just watched a wonderful performance. The beauty looked at him intently and asked what he wanted, and then she picked up her straw hat from the floor and cleaned her clothes. The innkeeper appeared and was horrified that there was no intact furniture left in the establishment. The son answered his father that the main thing was that they remained alive after the massacre, and that was the only thing that made him happy. The girl apologized for those soldiers and offered her help. In order not to get into more trouble with the strong master, the innkeeper modestly noted that in their business this was a common occurrence and nothing was needed. The girl musician nevertheless admitted her guilt. If it weren't for her, this wouldn't have happened. She offered them money to cover the damage to the furniture and the frightened guests. Creed noted her good manners and the presence of a conscience, which was a rare occurrence in these parts. But whoever stood behind those swordsmen will definitely take on the survivors, even if they had nothing to do with it. And the girl had better leave if she doesn't want to get into trouble, thought the lone wolf. He rode out onto the path and walked through the forest. The air was fresh. It smelled of pine trees. Birds were chirping. Creed was grieving over the loss of money, and now he was thinking in anguish about how to get it back. He had to constantly endure hardships to earn his living, and he thought that he was a very pitiful person. The lone wolf heard a noise ahead. Someone stopped the musician's girl and asked her to surrender peacefully. But the beauty refused, and indignantly asked what she was guilty of this time. The warrior adjusted his sword on his belt and told her that the heir had tried to hang himself without even leaving a will, and all because of the scoundrels. But fortunately he survived. Although he still hasn't come to his senses, said the warrior, and demanded that she somehow explain herself. Creed heard her indignant cries. The girl did not consider herself guilty of the fact that the teenager wanted to hang himself, but the warrior said that there were witnesses to their intimacy. Even if the guy embellished, the warrior still knew about her involvement in this. And he added that since she was confident in her innocence, it would not be difficult for her to prove it in Shandong, but she was against it. She rejected his offer to go there on charges where she would immediately be found guilty and killed. The warrior noted that she shouldn't worry about it. He was losing patience. But the girl was also tired of listening to him and told him to stop lying because she was not stupid. The warrior in front of the girl looked like a real master. He was different from those blockheads who came for her earlier, a real successor of traditional arts. Her fighting ability was good, but not enough to compete with him. The lone wolf assessed the girl's level. If the girl had been more convincing, this would not have happened, he realized, and stood up to leave. But then he saw his war horse, who was snorting angrily and pawing his hooves. The horse clearly wanted to intervene and help the beautiful maiden, and Creed tried his best to restrain the wild stallion because they could be noticed. He breathed a sigh of relief when he thought he had managed to calm the wild animal. Since his friend insisted it was necessary to intervene, and Creed jumped off the cliff like a comic book superhero. He hit the ground hard and landed in a superhero style. The warrior who was following the girl turned to him and asked him who he was and why he had come. Creed, as usual, introduced himself with his full name and added, "Nice to meet you." The girl recognized the wanderer who applauded her performance and was surprised that he had appeared there. The warrior assessed the effectiveness of the jump. It was quite a dangerous undertaking, given the height of the cliff. He politely warned the stranger that even if he knew the girl, he should not interfere in their important matter. Creed ignored his words, saying that they were talking too much, and asked directly what was the matter. The warrior answered with restraint that the criminal was currently being caught. The girl was indignant. Just now, the warrior called her the accused and convinced her that she had nothing to worry about. She realized that she would be branded a criminal anyway. Creed asked if he intended to take her away, even if the girl claimed to be innocent. The warrior grabbed his sword and warned that this matter did not concern the wanderer, and if he interfered, he would end up on the list for elimination. Creed responded in kind. He grabbed his sword. He thought he was getting into too much trouble. But he could not allow anyone to take justice into their own hands against an innocent person, although he could not know this for sure. The warrior disappointedly called the tramp a fool. He did not expect to meet a man playing for honor here. He froze with his hand on the hilt of his sword, but was in no hurry to draw it from its sheath. The most stunned was the girl, who did not understand what had suddenly started and why two men were going to fight over her. Both warriors looked like strong opponents, and she realized that she shouldn't even interfere. The warrior felt a suffocating thirst for blood. It clouded his vision with a red veil. His mind became clouded, and he saw his own lightning-fast death. The warrior shuddered and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If they collided now, his days would be numbered. The swordsman could not understand what kind of master appeared before him and where he came from, but he appreciated his strength. Creed noticed that the warrior had not yet drawn his sword, which meant he had already guessed the outcome of this battle. He should have developed the skill of foresight after many years of training, the lone wolf supposed. The warrior repeated his name again, removed his hand from his sword, and asked the wanderer where he came from to possess such impressive skills. The girl's mouth dropped open in amazement when her pursuer admitted defeat, even without a fight. Creed did not remove his hand from his sword and reminded that he was from the Thompson family, which should be clear from his last name. The pursuer assumed that he came from the Imperial Army, but Creed denied it. Not all masters come from there. But such an answer led the warrior into even greater confusion, if not the army. Then where could such a strong master come from? He admitted defeat, but warned that he was not abandoning his intentions, introduced himself as John Watts, and stated that he had great influence. The girl was amazed that her pursuer would be let go just like that, but Creed was not going to do anything. Creed mentally thanked the martial arts of ancient shogi as he watched the rider leave. They give the ability to sense a real threat at the slightest touch of a sword, and also teach how to retreat in time without losing dignity. The warrior also appreciated Creed's skills and thought that he was different from other masters. The girl ran up to the wanderer, who already thought that he would be kissed, or something else. He sheepishly told her that it was simple and she didn't need to thank him. But instead the girl told him that he had to kill her pursuer. She stated that her enemies would not stop, and now he too would be in danger. He had to kill the warrior and escape from here. Creed even felt saddened by such a thirst for death. It was not at all nice, he thought, as if the girl belonged to a Murim. He took his horse by the bridle and told her that killing John did not guarantee that she would stop being persecuted. The girl insisted that this would give her a head start, to which Creed, taken aback by such impudence, noted that she was expressing her gratitude very rudely. The girl's face quickly changed, and she bowed to him politely, saying that this incident had made her nervous and she had forgotten her manners. She also hastened to assure him that, although she was from the capital, she did not support the emperor, and it was not because she had a good life that she was now wandering in this wilderness. Creed nodded. This was not the rescue he had expected from the maiden, and she asked him where he was going. The lone wolf answered her that he had to go about his business just like she did. Then the girl reminded him that John would be chasing him too, to which the master said that they would definitely go after her first, and he would get a head start. The indignant girl shouted at him, asking why he helped her. Then even Creed's horse snorted from such impudence. The lone wolf looked at her and asked her point blank if she really needed a reason to help a person in trouble. This time, it was the girl's turn to be dumbfounded. She didn't think that there were people who could think like that. The girl quickly realized that the usual plot involving saving the girl in the field would not work. John was too strong, and therefore the savior could not be let go. The girl ran after him and asked him not to leave her. They could trust each other, and together they would not be afraid of John's clan. Creed did not stop until the magic words in solving any problems were spoken. She promised to pay in full. Then he stopped to listen to her, and the girl assured him that she had enough savings to hire him. She also confidently suggested that he probably lacked skills and promised to help him if he helped her escape. Creed laughed and asked the girl if she really thought he was not capable of learning it himself. The girl stood her ground, claiming that being a student at the Imperial School was very difficult and required discipline and loyalty. In addition, the renunciation of all past arts that you may know, she said, and Creed realized that the girl had been in the army. He then asked her if passing on knowledge to the army was not another war crime, but the girl said that within the framework of a military feat, it was forgivable. If a master has reached the top, he is allowed to take students and pass on knowledge. Creed recalled the ancient rule. The girl stared at him intently while he thought, hoping that the offer would interest the wanderer. He said that he had no loyalty to the emperor, since he could be a disciple, but the girl assured him that she knew a master who would not refuse. Even the horse did not take her word for it that there was a master who owed her, but the girl indignantly declared that she was not lying. The wanderer again plunged into calculations. The elderly imperial masters took a lot for their knowledge and skills. If someone famous accepts him as a student, people will stop asking awkward questions about his martial arts. At this point, Creed asked her where to look for the master, and the girl said that it was 2 days' journey through rivers and valleys where they would cover their tracks. Creed told her not to forget her promise and accepted her conditions. The girl was very happy. She assured him that there would be no deception and asked him to wait there until she found a new horse, since hers had died. "We need to follow her and attack at the right moment," John said, reading the scroll. He ordered his men to do nothing until they knew what else their victims were capable of. John looked thoughtfully into the distance, wondering if the man was part of the gang or their target. They sat by the fire. The wanderer was worried that they had relaxed, but the girl confidently declared that they would not be found today because they had crossed the river. The girl acted carelessly and was sure that if she told the Alliance or the Empire, John and the others would have problems. Creed couldn't judge this and asked her what about the witnesses, remembering the words of the 3 idiots. The girl was indignant. There was no one else except Confucius's bride. She was very jealous of the girl towards the guy, although she only earned money by playing an instrument. The girl angrily clenched her fist. The teenager's fiancé had definitely made her into a woman of easy virtue with her slander, and because of this, she was accused. Creed realized that he should be more careful with his questions, since he had touched a raw nerve with his employer. The girl asked him if he regretted helping her, since they would soon run into John, but the wanderer assured her that he would not have interfered if he had not wanted to. She smiled sweetly, calling him a unique person, but such people do not live long, which caused indignation in Creed. The jokes ended when Creed sensed a threat coming from the forest. Several people approached them at once, not hiding their intentions. He told the girl that she was right. John really didn't waste any time and found them quickly. Several warriors in black robes stood in front of them, and the girl told them that they would complain to the Alliance. She also threatened that the capital's governor would find out about their actions, but such threats were unlikely to deter their pursuers. She took out her sword and acted boldly and confidently because she knew Creed would cover her if anything happened. Only 10 people. The lone wolf quickly counted them, but he did not see the leader. This made him think John was clearly up to something, since he was practically throwing his people to the slaughter. The pursuers rushed at them in a crowd from different sides. The girl musician was still trying to engage in some kind of dialogue with them. But finally she realized that these people don't care whether she's alive or dead. Creed smiled and suggested that the girl repeat the performance she had put on in the restaurant last time. She was stunned by these words and could not find anything to say, but the killers had already jumped on them. They were equal in speed, and the girl was able to deftly dodge the blows of her pursuers. Throwing daggers flashed in her hand, and she threw them deftly, hitting several masked warriors at once. The killers split up, and some of them attacked the wanderer. The lone wolf used the fire and attacked his opponents, bypassing the flames that blocked their view. He slid like a ghost between them, not allowing himself to be hit. Out of the corner of his eye, he managed to keep an eye on the girl he was guarding. Right now, they were getting too close to her. Creed quickly changed direction and closed the distance between them in one lunge. Creed first dealt with the one who jumped on the girl from behind. She was surprised to find him next to her, although he had just been fighting somewhere else. The difference in abilities became obvious from one such throw, so the killers froze. She thanked him for saving her, and Creed warned the killers that they should think again because the odds were not in their favor. The pursuers were breathing heavily. Creed noticed that their swords were not sharpened, and their actions were too hesitant for killing. But then he did not understand for what purpose they attacked them and what game John was starting. The lone wolf suggested that they take the wounded and leave, and as a sign of sincerity, he put his sword back into its sheath. The girl was indignant again. Because these people came to kill them, apparently she was thirsty for blood again. The wanderer urged them on, saying that if they hurried, they would have time to save their wounded friends. The masked men decided to accept his offer and took their wounded friends. The girl watched indignantly. She was very unhappy with what was happening. The lone wolf told her that there would be no more sleep and that they must move immediately, but she asked him why he did so. Creed began calling his faithful horse, which made the girl lose her temper. He repeated again that they had better hurry because they did not know when they would be attacked. And the impudent girl grumbled that this was so because he was letting everyone go. By morning, they reached the village. Creed did not want to go through the city, but the girl insisted on using the mail and calling for help. She stated that it was because of him that their situation was exposed, so now he must protect her on the city streets from real bandits. The lone wolf sighed heavily and wondered why he always came across such problematic quest characters. The two of them rode on horseback and slowly reached a small village. The girl found an informant who told her where the post office was, gave him a couple of pennies, and patted him on the head. Creed noted her excellent ability to handle children, and the girl said that she had younger brothers. All four were innocent and kind, she said sadly. If that situation had been better, they would have grown up to be men, she said, and the lone wolf saw the sadness in her eyes. The girl's face seemed to turn to stone as she tried to lock away the overwhelming feelings. Creed guessed that the girl was in this town for the first time, although she had previously said that she had already been here. He did not understand why she lied. She did not allow him to continue his questions and called him to follow her to the post station. The postman asked where the letter needed to be delivered, found out their location, and set a fee, then asked them what to deliver. The girl asked to write that she was going for help. Then the old man asked her name, and she introduced herself for the first time, Julia Ron. She paid the required amount, and the old man wrote everything down, and they saw the doves flutter into the sky. At the market, Julia was able to buy herself a horse. She knew a lot about animals. Creed looked after the area. He did not notice any pursuit and informed her about it. They did not understand why the pursuers would not take advantage of this opportunity to catch up with them while the travelers were in the village. Creed joked that her old friend John was not as simple as he seemed. Julia got angry at this and said that they were not friends. Creed also wanted to understand why John was willing to drag her to court with such accusations. They stopped for the night in a small cave, Julia thinking that John might have given up, realizing how strong her companion was. She was optimistic that people would meet her tomorrow morning and all the hardships would be behind her. The lone wolf chewed the dried meat indifferently and said that he would be glad of that too. She reminded him that he would soon learn about the Empire's martial arts, but Creed took the news half-heartedly, simply agreeing with her. Julia noted mentally that her companion was completely calm and asked him why he had not joined the alliance. With his abilities, he would easily rise high in rank, no matter which faction he chose, to which the lone wolf stated that he did not want to be tied to one place, like a real vagabond. Julia saw his calm like the surface of a lake in the morning and sat closer to him. She slyly stated that he was helping her because she was beautiful. The lone wolf was embarrassed, but honestly admitted that this was indeed one of the reasons. The girl was surprised that there was another reason, as if this was not enough, and remembered about martial arts as a reward. Creed replied that he was doing it simply for his own protection. He didn't know how to explain it and couldn't show it to anyone, he said thoughtfully. But in his head, it was as if there lived an observer who was looking through his eyes from his head. This observer could do nothing but look at everything with a sad look. Every time the lone wolf met someone, he felt that intense gaze. A look that seemed to be eating him up from the inside, telling him that he had to help these people. Even though the observer says nothing, the lone wolf still hears his voice, which reminds him of what he was taught. "The observer is just as weak a person, he can't do anything," said the lone wolf. So at times Creed forgets about this silent friend. He knew that if he stopped thinking about this observer, sooner or later he would lose his influence. The observer will simply disappear and get lost in this cruel world. But at the same time, Creed could not allow this, because these were his eyes, the eyes of conscience. If the observer disappears, his past will also end and he will no longer be able to return it. "That's why he helps her," Creed said. It all sounded very strange, but very romantic, Julia thought. "Those eyes are looking straight at her now," the lone wolf added in a sad voice. He fell silent, and they looked straight into each other's eyes for more than 3 seconds. Julia told him that he really was a strange person. "But this oddity does not cause rejection," she added. "After all, they are only blurred shadows on the walls of the cave. Imaginary images of people who imagine themselves to be something they are not," she thought, and took the first step. Creed's horse did not approve of what they were doing in the cold cave to keep warm. The next morning, the lone wolf woke up late, which was unusual for him after the night. His whole body ached with fatigue. Nearby on his clothes, he saw a note that Julia had left. She thanked him for all these days and insistently asked him not to follow her anymore as it was dangerous. Creed jumped out of the cave and shouted that they had a problem, whistling to call his battle buddy. But the horse disappeared along with the night fairy who visited him today. And then the wanderer realized that he was not the only lone wolf who yearned for a woman's affection. Because of the damn stallion, he had to catch up with Julia on foot. And the martial arts master had no trouble doing this. He flew over the rocks like a bird. Not a bad opportunity to practice his hovering martial arts, Creed thought. Of course, they had a drawback. They quickly exhausted the one who used them, so even experienced craftsmen were in no hurry to use them. Creed already regretted that he was not reborn in this world as an ordinary cloud. He was following in fresh footsteps. It seems that Julia walked all night. Creed was angry with her for taking his horse and letting her horse go. The horse was young, obedient, smart, and Creed didn't want to buy a new friend for the next 10 years. A powerful blow whistled past him, and only at the last second did Creed manage to dodge. The whip whistled again, tearing the tree behind him into splinters. The lone wolf raised his head and saw the master waving a whip. He reeled in his weapon with his inner strength and told Creed that he didn't expect to see it so quickly. The lone wolf grabbed the sword and asked the master who he was. Judging by his clothes, the master was not a bandit. He could have been John's subordinate who was pursuing them. Julia came out of the bushes and coldly told them to stop because that was not their goal. Julia didn't understand how Creed caught up with her so quickly. She had taken his horse and told him not to follow her. The girl was indignant. Julia told the master that in front of him was the man she had spoken of earlier and who had helped her deal with John. The master looked at Julia with suspicion and asked why this man was still alive. Julia said that John's surveillance was a problem, but after the skirmish in the woods, neither he nor his men showed up. She thought about using Creed to distract John's attention from herself, assuming he was waiting for them to separate, which she did. The master was outraged that Julia simply did not kill Creed, but she assured him that the lone wolf knew nothing about her or about their plans. The master answered her that in that case she should have brought him herself so that they could kill him. He scolded Julia for her judgments leading them nowhere and said that when they returned, the clan would punish her. The master asked Creed if it was true that he had defeated John without taking his sword out of its sheath. Of course, his technique had its flaws, but the master acknowledged his strength. Julia also told her master that Creed had not been trained in martial arts in the army and was not a member of the clan. The lone wolf said that he was living well without it. The master noted that under other circumstances he would have invited him to the clan. He introduced himself as George Yang, from the Yang clan in Hebei, and he asked if the tramp understood the situation he found himself in, the lone wolf as if struck by lightning. The Yang clan is just as influential as the J clan, but unlike the latter, they are more influential. Creed looked at Julia and realized that she was from the Yang clan, and then it dawned on him that he had fallen out with 2 clans from the list of the most influential on the continent. He assumed that all her promises about the Imperial Army were lies. Julia honestly admitted that she did it because she wanted to survive and use him. She hoped he would die along the way, but the J clan stopped pursuing them. The lone wolf assumed that she was shocked, which was why she ran so fast. He asked her what about the story of young Confucius, and she replied that it was her plan. She seduced the boy into giving her the clan book, and then convinced him to commit suicide to wash away his shame. Then Creed realized that the bride had not lied about Julia, and he promised himself mentally that next time he would check everything to the end. George addressed him by name and told him to take it all as another failure and asked if he understood why he had been told everything. Creed touched his hat. He already understood he was allowed to hear it was because he would soon be a dead man. Another clan warrior appeared from behind, holding a spear in his hands, and sarcastically stated that he thought Creed was a stupid vagabond, but he turned out to be understanding. The lone wolf realized that this was no longer a one-on-one fight. It was now clear where the feeling of threat that was coming from behind was coming from. The red-haired warrior with the spear told him that resistance was useless, that vagabonds like Creed were no match for the might of their clan. Spear in back, whip in front, Creed felt himself between a hammer and anvil. The masters who threatened him boasted of the power of their clan. Creed was surprised that such great masters were fighting in a crowd like ordinary bandits, but the warrior replied that this was not a battle, but an execution. They thanked him for delivering Julia safely and for bringing John to them. Julia looked down and said that she was very sorry, but she warned him about the danger. The warrior with the whip looked at the girl with disdain and told her not to interfere and to stand behind. The lone wolf didn't even look at them. Everything turned out as he thought. He wished he was just a cloud, Creed thought, as the warrior with the spear made his move and rushed towards him. At the same time, the warrior with the whip struck Creed, and he again dodged at the last moment. He took off his hat and spun it with energy so that it flew like a projectile. The warrior with the spear cut the hat. Such a childish trick angered him. Julia stood in place. Even the whip whistled next to her as she had been told. Even though she knew that Creed was strong, she didn't expect that he would be at least as skilled as the masters from her clan. The lone wolf kept a close eye on the villains, not allowing them to get close to him. Having guessed the moment, Creed cut the whip in several places at once, which confused the master. Now that they realized how fast and skilled he was, they wondered who he was. The master with the cut whip became frightened and began to back away, so that Creed would not come close to him. The free end of the whip wrapped around Creed's hand, but he was already within punching distance. He charged his hand with internal energy and struck with an open palm, breaking all of the master's ribs. He flew away, throwing his whip away, and the shockwave tore through his clothes. Taking advantage of his comrade's death, another master attacked Creed from behind, intending to pierce him with a spear. The lone wolf was unable to repel this attack, and the spear pierced his back. But despite this, Creed was able to turn around with the spear in his body, and he struck several quick and powerful blows with his sword, cutting down the vile master. Finally, the lone wolf gave the master a kick, and he flew away. Wounded, he fell to the ground, although he had calculated everything before. Creed is the only one who remains standing on his feet despite being seriously injured. The warrior, without a whip, tried to figure out what kind of technique Creed had used. It was much stronger than what he had seen before. This was not a demonic art, however, he said as Creed tried to pull out the splinter. Such abilities are incomprehensible at his age, the master said heavily, and asked what family he was from. Creed answered him evasively that he came from a family where the elders freely used their imagination. But these words meant nothing to him, so he left this world as an ignoramus. The lone wolf was bleeding. Julia was left alone without her allies. All Julia could say was how amazing he was. All this time she did not interfere, although he defeated 2 experienced masters of her clan before her eyes. Creed looked at the sword in her hands, even though it was wounded, but still asked if she was going to attack. He glared at her. His mood was lousy after all these games. She wasn't sure she could handle it, but she went into battle, and they were already being watched from the mountain. John decided to take his time and wait to see how it all ended. His enemies killed themselves against the unknown master, and they could have finished off the survivors. Creed made one elusive movement and slipped past Julia. It was enough to make her fall to the ground, sighing heavily. She told him that martial artists were amazing. Even with a wounded body, he was still invincible. The lone wolf told her that she would not last long, but he could stop the bleeding with his acupuncture technique. Julia said she knew he was avoiding vital organs. She remembered their conversation last night in the cold cave. He told her about feeling a stare deep inside. She herself experienced something similar when she first began to carry out the clan's tasks. After she made her first kill, it was a man from their clan. Then she saw their eyes, and they were so pure and innocent. The eyes of the children she loved more than anything in the world. And then with her own hands she killed them inside herself. After this, the voice of conscience began to disappear, and her hands became so mired in blood that nothing could wash them off. Julia told him that they were completely different, since she did not protect those eyes of conscience. She realized this when they talked in the cave, and she heard his story. Julia realized that she had died that day along with those children, although her body was breathing. She had not felt alive for a long time. Julia asked him for forgiveness for such a request, and the lone wolf looked at her indifferently. She asked to finish what he started and send him to those children. But there was no need for this anymore. She passed away having lost a lot of blood. John came down with his men and said that this was not the end he had imagined. He was impressed with his skills. Creed didn't give them a chance to interfere. The lone wolf asked him if their clan wanted him dead, and John replied that although their master had tried to commit suicide, he had survived. Thanks to Creed, he was able to report to his superiors about Julia's plans and also about the fact that he had intervened in this matter against his will. Lone Wolf asked John what this changed, and he replied that the original plan was different. He was going to kill everyone who was in any way connected to this woman. He was always there to help Creed and repay him for the information. John noticed his severe through-and-through wound and offered his help. But at that moment, their ranks were pushed apart by a snorting traitor horse. Creed couldn't help but growl at him. The damn horse had let him down. He asked the walking stallion where he had been and how he could have left him in the cave. And he warned that if this happened again, he would sell it to farmers for sausage. But then Creed felt that he was getting worse and assumed that the spear with which he was wounded was poisoned. John confirmed his suspicions. The Yong clan was famous for its dirty tricks and again offered his help. The lone wolf suggested that they examine Julia's instrument. What they were looking for was there. John looked at the musical instrument that was leaning against the tree. One of his subordinates was surprised that John was letting Creed go since he was now wounded and could be easily eliminated. But John ordered to leave him. He did not want to become an enemy of Creed. Besides, he appreciated his service because he saved the records for them. He looked thoughtfully after the wounded rider to see if he would make it through. The detective girl read the denunciation. The man's name is Creed Thompson, a skilled master at the level of the Alliance warriors. The girl was clearly unhappy. She requested special permission to hire a spy, but all she got was a pitiful amount of information. To which the spy threw up his hands. What were they waiting for? Creed was an ordinary inhabitant of the Celestial Empire and was not a member of any famous clan. He is one of many such masters who roam the wastelands. He made the list because he has received the award several times. Another detective stated that the man could not have appeared out of nowhere, and there must be a village where he came from, and from there, one could find out the clan. The spy told them that if they wanted to find information, they should contact a spy on the continent, but here Creed was just a tramp. But the detective insisted that it was necessary to find out whether this master had any secret connections with another clan. All the spy could confirm to them was that Creed had not used the thunderstrike technique, even though the bandit's body was intact on the outside and dead on the inside. The army's thunderstrike was different from the one Creed used. These strikes are similar in that they destroy all organs inside the victim. But the real thunderstrike is even more brutal than what Creed used, after which all the blood is knocked out of the body. The female detective suggested that Creed simply used the thunderstrike technique in order to develop his technique. Then the spy repeated to them once again that the thunderstrike required all the energy of the master, therefore only a few could use it. Due to its power, it is classified as a first-rank martial art. The spy understood why they suspected the boy was a member of the Imperial Army. But it couldn't be assumed just because he was young and walked alone. The guy could just be gifted, plus he collects bounties on criminals. It's a great luck that he helps them, the spy said. The girl replied that she just wanted to make sure and asked if he had learned anything about the human trafficking case. The man placed the scrolls with the reports in front of them and said that he had learned everything about the 6 kidnapped children and their kidnappers. The detectives were satisfied with what he provided. This information did not need to be verified. She praised him for a job well done and said she would contact him later. The girl apologized for having already wasted too much of his time, and it was time for them to move on. Billy took off his hat, surprised at how famous he had become in such a short time. Of course, he didn't tell them everything. Billy pulled a note out of his sleeve. To be fair, it was worth saying that he didn't have anything useful for them. Creed Thompson, the second son of the Thompson family, is known for demonstrating excellent martial arts skills from a young age. His father, a merchant, wanted his son to become a member of the Imperial Army. But then misunderstandings arose with the family. After this, Creed left his home and reached a new continent. He had many teachers, but no one outstanding. Billy was angry that the report did not specify why the feud within the family began. He himself could hardly believe that Creed was able to kill 36 bandits. This was an incredible amount of power for the Imperial Army and the Alliance. Billy wondered if any of these organizations knew about the Wanderer yet, and perhaps they had caught a big fish. A girl in Indian clothes washed herself in the river and enjoyed the fresh water. When I saw streaks of blood in the water, I jumped up to find the source. The lines led to a man lying unconscious on the bank upstream. Creed was overcome with memories from his past life, where he was walking with his mother. They were at an amusement park, and he saw huge balls there. Mom stood in front of him and smiled. It was all so long ago in a past life. But he forever remembered her warm smile, the most precious person. Creed opened his eyes. He was lying in a hut, and someone nearby was discussing his appearance, calling him handsome. The wounds on his body were smeared with ointment. Someone indignantly declared that appearance was not the main thing. These people had clearly been keeping an eye on him all this time. Creed stood up, his head ringing like a bell. He felt very weak, but he recognized the language these people spoke. He asked them to bring him water, saying it in their language, albeit with an accent. People were very surprised by this. In the hut stood a man and the girl who found him. They were both happy about this, which meant it would be easier to communicate with the stranger. Creed told them that he knew a couple of phrases, but could not speak the language of the mountain tribes. The girl was surprised by this. She had never met people from another continent who spoke her language before, and she realized that Creed had heard their entire conversation and understood everything as well. The girl was very embarrassed because she had said a lot about his attractive appearance. The embarrassed girl ran out of the hut, and the man asked her where she was running. The girl shouted that she was going to get water. The man laughed. The blue wolf wanted to seem decisive and brave, but she was easily embarrassed. Creed praised him for knowing his native language and felt his wound, to which the man remarked that their lands had been connected for 100 years, and it would be stupid not to know the native language of the colonists. The ointment on his body looked like dirt, but had a specific smell, Creed felt. Without proper treatment, he would have died with such a wound, so Creed thanked them for saving him. They introduced themselves to each other. The man's name was Red Wind. He was greatly surprised when Blue Wolf led him to the body she had found. But judging by what he had seen over the past 2 days, he was confident that Creed would get back on his feet without their help. Because I noticed that he had unusual regenerative abilities. He had a body characteristic of a martial artist, so Red Wind immediately asked him if someone was following him. But then the question arose as to why Creed was lying wounded on the rocks, and where the wound came from. Redwind apologized for his insistence. He had to make sure the stranger was not dangerous. He had sworn to protect his clan. Creed understood what this tribal warrior was getting at. He felt his spirit, and he assured the warrior that the people who had pursued and wounded him were already dead, so they had nothing to worry about. This tribe came to these lands before other peoples, Creed thought as he left the wigwam. The people looked strong and happy, a picture very different from the one he had read about in his past life. He saw the she-wolf feeding his horse and approached her to thank her for the food. He looked askance at his horse, named Servalat, who was happily accepting the treat. The girl asked if the stallion had a name because he was quite smart, and did not immediately let her near him. Creed said that this beast was more cunning than smart, and his name was Horse. The she-wolf was surprised by this name, but she liked it. Creed explained that it was easier to remember that way without any confusion. But he said that this name did not suit him because the horse was a real sly one, and the she-wolf asked him what he meant. And Creed explained that it was the original owner. The girl asked what it meant, but Creed didn't know how to convey the story from his past life. While they were chatting, Redwind approached them and noticed that Creed was already managing without outside help. He said that Creed is doing everything right and needs to move more to recover faster, and he added that the time had come their leader wanted to meet with Creed. It was the oldest man in the tribe, the one who spoke to the soul, who insisted on healing Creed, Redwind said. The young warrior had no choice but to agree. The Redwind pointed with his hand and asked to follow him. He looked sternly at Blue Wolf and told her to wait where she was. The chief wanted to see only the stranger. The girl pretended that she didn't really want it, but it was all written on her face. Creed made a respectful gesture, expressing gratitude for his salvation. The girl was embarrassed by such sincerity and told him to just tell her a couple of stories about his homeland. The Redwind led him to a lonely wigwam, small in size. Creed walked inside and immediately saw a brazier. Everything was covered in smoke from various herbs. An old woman with fiery eyes sat in front of him and looked at him like an owl. She complimented him on his pronunciation when they exchanged greetings and asked Creed where he learned their language. He said that he studied in the largest city built by the emperor, where one could hire a person who taught languages. At first, the old woman assumed that he was working for someone from the Central Plains, but then she saw that he was a desert and rock dweller. She noticed his southern accent, and Creed realized that these people were careful about their background. The old woman said that she was blind in one eye and the oldest in the village. She began to tell him how old and wise she was and how everyone was surprised by it. And she assured him that it was because her ancestors were looking after her, although many might think that demonic arts were involved. For this, the old woman ordered her ancestors to take revenge on these slanderers and break all their legs. She started talking nonsense about respect. Then she completely broke down, and Creed no longer knew where to escape from this. Creed asked why the old woman insisted on treating him, and she responded by asking whether she shouldn't have. She said that she always feels whether there is a demon's heart in a person's body, but there was none in his body. So it was wise to help him since he was in trouble. Otherwise, he would become a ghost and torment them at night. Creed sighed with the hope that the old woman had no other reasons. Otherwise, he could have stumbled upon a quest out of the blue. And he also interested her, said the old woman, and opened her second eye with the Sharingan. He saw a red light and heard a question that left him confused about whether he was enjoying his second life, she said. Creed inhaled the thick smoke and said that, like everywhere else in the world, there was nothing to enjoy here. The old woman took the wooden bowl and told him that this did not look like demonic power. She had heard that such things happen, not by the will of people. She didn't think she would encounter this, and Creed realized that was why she was interested in him. The old woman replied that anyone in her place would have shown interest in the fact that a person lives a second time. He had no idea how surprised she was when she saw his face, which looked like a real demon's. Creed found her eye and what she saw far more interesting than his case and asked if she really saw people's souls. The old woman answered evasively that she would lose her power if she told about it, but this question was not so important. She asked him if it was true that the capital's inhabitants protected their knowledge of combat at the cost of their lives, but Creed reassured her that everything was decided with hard cash. She laughed and wanted to know if he was teaching martial arts for money. Creed replied that he would be happy to train them, but it would be too burdensome. He had too many different skills without any system. But the old woman calmed him down, saying that she just needed him to fight her. Creed was pondering her words, sitting away from everyone when Red Wind approached and asked how the meeting went. Then Creed told him that the old woman wanted him to teach her different techniques, and asked what had happened in their tribe. The Red Wind smiled and praised him for his intelligence. Normally, they wouldn't tell a stranger about something like that. One day, they sent a young warrior to a village at the foot of the mountains. He returned with several people from the central district and insisted on selling their land. But their people had lived in this valley for hundreds of years. How could they sell the land where their ancestors lay? How could they give up their home for strangers to live in? Their young warrior had lived below for too long. He had told them strange things, threatened that this was their last chance. Red Wind wanted to kill the young fool, and the people of the plains, having heard their refusal, left with nothing. That's what they thought then. But no one gave up on their plans just like that. Just recently, these people returned with weapons in their hands. They said they had already bought the land and needed to leave as soon as possible. They even showed documents indicating that Swift Raven had received rights to the lands and 500 coins. Sold the entire tribe and ran away, Red Wind said, while Creed watched their quiet, peaceful life. He realized that they had simply been deceived and betrayed, and that the young fool had been brainwashed. For the entire tribe, this land means more than just the legacy of their ancestors. They believe that they took it from nature and therefore keep it safe. Creed stood up and asked the tribal warrior if he remembered who had put the seal at the end of the document. Red Wind thought for a moment and replied that it was a trade union. He had heard that it was an organization that protected the rights of merchants. Creed told him that such dirty trading was in fact not approved by either the trade union, alliance, or empire. He suggested that the man was in collusion with the members of the union to deceive the people of the tribe. The most sensible thing to do would be to send someone to the Murim Alliance, Creed suggested. Red Wind said that they had already done it. The alliance leader seemed not bad, but one could not be sure about him either. One bribe could give the attackers enough time to simply kill all the members of the tribe. Creed asked what was the reason for such greed. At first glance, these lands did not represent anything valuable. Red Wind said that it was possible because of just a gold mine in their valley. Creed wondered what else could be going on here if it was definitely all because of the mine. The time for oil had not yet come and the methods had already been worked out. The story is as old as the world, he thought. If you have something valuable, the civilized world will come to you. Tomorrow, Creed will already be able to move his hand. So he told Red Wind to gather everyone to protect their gold mine. The next day, Creed assessed the appearance of warriors capable of fighting. The tribe was not large, only 10 warriors. The Blue Wolf also came. Although she was a woman and should have remained in the rear, Creed was surprised. Red Wind assured the stranger that their warriors could each take on at least 4. And still win. Creed knew it was impossible no matter how brave he was. There were too few of them. One of the warriors, nicknamed the Furious Bear, offered to demonstrate their skills and dispel his doubts, and at the same time test the teacher. Creed scratched the back of his head. The warrior in front of him was indeed huge, but he had already regained his strength to teach them a lesson. He agreed to fight and warned the bear not to get hurt. All the warriors immediately laughed, saying that the she-wolf had brought a funny corpse. Blue Wolf became worried. Although she heard that the stranger was recovering well, she did not think that he was ready for battle. But it was too late, and they had already started. Bear tried to catch the stranger, but Creed jumped up and kicked him in the back, from which he flew far ahead, almost burying himself in the ground. The bear stared at him in surprise. Without thinking twice, he tried to attack the stranger again, but he moved like a puma, deftly dodging the blows. Creed felt his endurance was at its limit and suggested to Bear that they end their fight there. But Bear stated that he had not yet fought at full strength. He released his spiritual power, and despite Red Wind's cries not to do this, he rushed towards the stranger. They immediately matched each other in speed, Creed taking the heavy blows, covering himself with his hands. He could barely fight back, but the Furious Bear lived up to his name and kept pressing with his power. Creed realized that they weren't lying. These warriors were indeed strong, but not in comparison to him. Dodging the blow, he drove his elbow into the bear's ribs. It flew back 10 meters and rolled like a sausage across the sand. Red Wind examined the body of the beaten fighter and told the stranger that he had beaten him up badly. At the moment of impact, Creed felt that the bear's body was protected by a special power, something he had never seen before, and asked the wind where it came from. He replied that the bear uses an extremely rare gift, the power of spirits, which greatly surprised Creed. Red Wind said that they are not the only ones who can use mystical powers on the continent, but in Chunhu, Creed had never seen anyone use such power. Red Wind explained that not all tribes and clans could take possession of it. The Blue Wolf explained to the stranger that to gain this power, he needed to meet the spirits and open his heart to them. Then they would give him power. Red Wind yelled at her to keep her mouth shut, but Wolf stood her ground. If you don't let them, they can't be met. The wind grabbed the girl, not understanding how she could tell everything, but she said that he himself was going to give everything away. The wind replied that he simply wanted to tell her about the existence of this force, and then the girl realized that she was mistaken. Creed realized that he had heard a secret that only a member of the tribe could know. He gathered everyone again after the bear was taken away to continue preparations. Red Wind, meanwhile, asked Blue Wolf if this stranger would be of any use to them. She confidently answered him that she knew this for sure. They couldn't cope without a stranger. Creed was discussing the tactics of their battle while standing on the cliff with Wind. Martial artists were too dangerous and it was impossible to engage in close combat with them. They will have to lure them into the forest using the trees as cover. Red Wind understood his thoughts and said that they would block their strong attacks. Creed agreed. The warriors of the tribe would have enough of their spirit power to resist the masters, and he himself thought that it would be easier to ensure the safety of people if he knew the real level of the enemy. Red Wind also reported that while they were training, 2 warriors were watching the lowland. They are also setting up traps throughout the forest at his request, he added. Creed was pleased with this. If all the preparations were not enough, they would have no choice but to put their lives on the line. He hoped that in this case luck would be at least a little on their side. Afterwards, he went to look at the weapons that the tribe owned. They had quite a rich arsenal. The she-wolf was surprised to see Creed, and he explained that he had come to check if everything was okay. The she-wolf kept an eye on the place, although she looked like the youngest of them. The girl was indignant because she was underestimated because of her youth, and declared that she was the fastest in the entire tribe. She also boasted that she could shoot a bow and could hit a squirrel in the eye. Then she turned away shyly. Everyone underestimates her when they see her for the first time. She asked him if he was not interested at all and took the bow and arrows. The stranger did not ask her at all about the power of the spirits, although other tribes really wanted to know this secret. And so Creed realized that the she-wolf really wanted to be asked about this, so he asked what would make her happy. The girl smiled childishly and said that it was a secret, and added, "But, as children do, when the time comes, the spirits themselves will come to him. When this happens, you need to open your heart, and after this ritual he will be considered a real warrior." Creed didn't understand anything about what it meant to open the heart. But the girl became even more embarrassed, not knowing how to explain this phenomenon. He smiled, seeing her confusion she had suggested asking, and now she didn't know the answers, he thought, and I tried to understand on my own what was meant. So he realized that these people had not yet found the right answer, Creed decided, looking at how the confused she-wolf was trying to find the answer. Then he interrupted her reasoning and suggested that she check something. And he asked for her hand, just looking into her eyes, which could be interpreted in many different ways. The girl agreed and held out hers, Creed reassured her, saying that it wouldn't take long. He immediately felt a special energy in her and immediately understood what was going on. He could clearly feel her blood vessels around her heart. He felt her chi center in his heart and how she breathed through it. The girl asked what he saw. But taking her hand away, he surprised her by saying that he did not understand anything, and then the she-wolf began to demand an explanation. He warned her that if the martial artist wanted to grab her hand, she should not let him do it. Creed explained that although such a skill is rare, it allows one to suppress an enemy's technique by feeling the pulse. The girl nodded and said that she would never let anyone grab her wrist again. "Except him," she said, giving in to her feelings for a moment. Then realizing what she had just said, Blue Wolf ran away again, embarrassed. Thanks to Blue Wolf, Creed understood where the tribe got its strength from, but for him, it was impossible. He has already created his Kai Center, put all his energy into it, and if he opens it again, it will dissipate. There might be a way to instantly extract the chi from the blood, but the question was what he would gain from it. After some time, they trained hard outside the village. Creed found a whole wigwam with treasures where they kept everything valuable. He supervised the creation of traps in the forest. The warriors were skilled at this. The Blue Wolf kept her distance between them and practiced archery. 4 days later, a large group of people began to climb up the mountains towards them. Blue Wolf and her uncle Red Wind were on guard duty and immediately realized who was coming towards them. There were even more enemies than they had originally thought, and the wind told her to hurry. They had to report to Creed and the others that the enemies had arrived. At the head of the entire army rode an unkind man with a mustache and a fashionable blue robe. The conspirators rode through the forest without fear. The mustachioed man was nervous because his accomplice had killed the head of the trade union with which they were in collusion. This matter did not pose any threat to them, the killer assured, but the mustachioed man said that he had to leave some of his fighters and take only the swordsmen. But his partner told him to forget about If they wanted to achieve their goal, they had to make sacrifices. Usagi agreed. Now they could take over the gold mine, although his partner warned that they might have to work a little for this. The killer smiled and added that the mine was just an excuse to drive out the local residents. Usagi was upset by such words, but did not say anything out loud. He spent almost all his savings to gather an army of 30 people. Now all they had left was to rely on the information they had extracted from one poor guy. The killer said there was nothing to worry about. The prisoner's information was reliable. He paid for it with blood. A pitiful sight. He had the spirit of a beast. Everything was going according to their plan, and the master who was waiting for good news at home will be glad to hear about it. Usagi agreed, but he himself thought that they still hadn't told him the whole plan and were keeping him in the dark, which he didn't like. Usagi said that in any case he hoped that the settlers would simply be afraid of them and leave these lands, and he himself would return to his army. They stopped and began shouting at the same time that a trap had been spotted ahead, which was well hidden right in the middle of the road. The mustachioed man became nervous, assuming that this was the work of local residents, and the killer agreed with him. A warrior approached them, and the mustachioed man immediately saw that his clothes were different. The mustachioed man began to shout at him that if he was here by accident, then he had better leave. But he was interrupted. The stranger declared that he was definitely not here by accident. Creed told them that their fraudulent contracts were unfair to this people and would result in punishment from the Alliance. They will definitely be put in Murim prison for the rest of their days. The mustachioed man was indignant. For a strange passerby, the man in front of him was too bold. The killer examined the alien and told the mustachioed man in a confident voice that he was not dangerous, but that the savages from the mountain had simply hired one man. All the warriors in the detachment began to revile the stranger, accuse him of greed, and be insolent that he alone could not do anything to them. Creed suggested that they resolve everything peacefully, mine gold together, and divide the spoils fairly. He claimed that they would earn their living and there would be enough gold for everyone. To which the mustachioed man in the colorful robe began to shout that they would never share gold with unwashed savages. His stream of threats did not subside for a very long time, promising to kill everyone in the tribe and burn their houses if they did not leave now. The nasty mustachioed man stated that there were many children in the tribe, so there would be no problems with the revival. At this point, an arrow whistled and eloquently pierced his body, saying more than 1,000 words. Panic immediately arose among the soldiers. They shouted ambush. Their master was wounded, and they would have been rushing around for a long time like a chicken without a head. The dying mustachioed man extended his hand to his partner, whom he called Black Snake, and asked him to save him. He wanted his ally to use his martial arts to save him right now. To which the gray-faced killer replied, smiling, that he had no need to do that. The moral is simple. Choose your allies wisely. At this point, the mustachioed man in the robe fell to the ground and fell into an eternal sleep. Creed appreciated this farewell and called it touching. He wanted to shed a tear, but it dried up. Blue Wolf did her best. Redwind praised his niece. He couldn't stand the words of that scoundrel any longer, especially when it came to children. The girl confidently said that the leader of the robbers was dead and now his people were in a panic. The fighters hid behind rocks and trees from possible shelling and were indignant. Their employer was dead. There was no point in fighting, and they still hadn't received anything. The Black Serpent shouted to them that, according to their dead employer, at the end of the road there was a village full of gold waiting for them. The warriors could not leave empty-handed and began to shout that they needed to avenge their dead master. Their fighting spirit immediately rose to the heights, and Creed realized that this warrior was a good man, watching from the sidelines and sending the dummies forward. Creed didn't understand why he had to go that far when he smelled a strange, pungent odor. He shouted to the tribe's warriors that the enemy had released poisonous gas. The gas spread quickly, and the tribe's warriors began to feel worse. Creed realized it was too late, and they had already breathed in enough, but he had a way to help. He suddenly released the power from himself as if he had taken a powerful breath. A powerful shockwave spread around, reaching even the Black Serpent. He was surprised that a simple guy deep in the forest had the skill of a lion's roar. Only Shaolin disciples could know about this skill, thought the snake, and only those who were as strong-willed as the monks could take advantage of it. The killer was surprised. He turned to his men and noticed that nothing was happening. The poison had been neutralized. Moreover, there was no pain in the body after this skill, and the snake realized that the guy lacked strength. Black Serpent asked his opponent how sound could neutralize the poison's effect. He wanted to know where in the world this strange guy studied. If Creed used the skill at full power, everyone's eardrums would burst, but the strength of the voice can be controlled. The blue wolf felt worse and dropped to one knee. The uncle asked how she was. She replied that she was fine and wanted to know what had just happened. Red Wind wasn't sure, but he told her that first there was smoke that drove them out of their minds, and then they heard a scream that brought them back to reality. Blue Wolf said that it was definitely Creed. It couldn't have happened without him. The Black Serpent angrily reminded the warriors that the money had been paid, and from that moment on, they were obliged to follow his orders. He promised to add more if they dealt with the natives. But the warriors began to resist. They did not recognize his leadership and suspected that something was wrong with the locals. Black Snake reminded them again that they had already agreed to this job. They came here to kill and rob, so the serpent told them to stop playing cowards. He called them scared girls, and the swordsmen became very angry. They began to resent the fact that the serpent was not their leader, and they were not obliged to obey him. But the most boisterous swordsman who spoke the most fell down dead. The brave swordsmen who were recruited through the advertisement were horrified to see their dead comrade. Creed immediately recognized the hidden technique used to kill the man. The Black Snake told everyone to shut up and said that they couldn't just leave, they would either come back with gold or dead. He promised them that all the jewels and women would belong to them. The snake said that he would deal with the strange upstart, and the warriors should deal with the rest of the savages. The dummies immediately became inspired and began to shout that they would leave no one alive and would take what was theirs. Creed listened silently to the cries of the madmen who were so easily convinced. He accepted their choice, but there was no turning back, and Creed seemed to let go of his moral shackles. He slapped himself on the shoulder, a signal to the tribe's warriors who were hiding in the forest. Red Wind said to get ready. They must lure the enemies into the forest thicket according to the plan. He himself went in a different direction and told his niece to follow him. The girl ran after him and mentally wished Creed good luck. The warriors from the lowlands saw that the tribe was retreating and took courage. The Black Serpent immediately realized that the savages were planning something against them, but he did not stop the warriors. Otherwise, they could not be controlled. But on the other hand, the savages had nothing but sticks, and they could do little with swords. The swordsman ran past Creed, and he was left alone with the Black Serpent. The killer smiled and said that he had brought a real killer, and now the natives would have a hard time. But Creed confidently answered him that in his place he would not worry about it. He grabbed the sword and offered the serpent to demonstrate his skills. The black fool simply repeated Creed's words, unable to think of anything better to answer. They clashed in a duel. Blades flashed like lightning. The silhouettes of the warriors blurred in space. Creed confidently made his way towards the Black Serpent and was not inferior to him in speed. The assassin's sneak attacks did not affect Creed at all, and the serpent became confused. He dodged the powerful swing, dashing back and breaking the distance. Creed told him while the serpent was in flight that he was clearly not here for the gold. "Traitor, it's just a cover," Creed said. It became obvious when he didn't save the mustachioed man. The snake landed and, smiling, replied that gold could be mined anywhere, so he obviously had other interests. Then Creed realized that the killer's main target was the local tribe itself. The snake took out his sword and advised Creed not to ask questions. He would soon die anyway. Since the sneak attacks didn't work, the assassin drew his sword and they dueled again. The snake grinned. His opponent should have already felt the darkness and cold that this blade exuded. Hidden attacks, poison, and demonic martial arts on top of that, Creed asked him where he got all this from. They fought furiously. No one wanted to give in to the other. Meanwhile, the swordsmen fought with the natives, who skillfully used the environment, throwing stones at the enemies. The furious bear broke enemies with his bare hands. His strength was enough for everyone. But there were too many opponents, and he was attacked from behind. Luckily, the blue wolf was covering the bear, and she shot the enemy in the heart with an arrow. Taking up a position in a tall tree, she conducted sniper fire. The swordsmen from the plains did not know how to defend themselves from arrows, and the trees obstructed their view. They did not even know where the shots were coming from. Red Wind told everyone to hold on a little longer, and they did as Creed told them. The Black Snake told his opponent that he had mastered a new martial art. This art was true and developed far beyond the empire, said the serpent, and grinned. Creed began to retreat while he analyzed his opponent. It was better to stay away. The tree that Creed passed fell, cut in several places. The enemy had used up impressive internal energy. Although he looked exhausted, he behaved like a true leader, thought the snake. The snake showed miracles of deduction. He discarded creeds belonging to the army, the great clan, and settled on a secret division of the alliance. Creed realized that these scoundrels were definitely planning something, and this was not a simple raid on the natives. He answered the snake that he was just a passerby, and he winced at these words. The snake promised to cut off his hand so that he would become more accommodating. They exchanged a few more blows, and the serpent said that he would have invited him into the cult if he had not been involved with the alliance. Creed fought back, The fight was difficult for him because of his wound, and the enemy's internal energy was putting a lot of pressure on him. He realized that if he did nothing, he would be at a disadvantage. He needed to give it his all. The snake jumped back onto the tree and stuck to it like a spider. He felt that the enemy's gaze had changed. His eyes flashed with malice. It was time to figure out which of them was better. The snake waited for the enemy to swing and slid down towards him. The enemy opened up, and the serpent noticed this gap. He quickly approached Creed, but he dodged with one movement of his body and asked the enemy where he was rushing to at such a crucial moment. Creed's blade split into 3 parts, and the serpent did not know which attack to block or all at once. The snake was puzzled as to how the blade could split into 3 parts, but it was too late to dodge. He fell to his knees and began to ask who was in front of him, although he should have found out much earlier. Creed, as usual, introduced himself, apparently because everyone he told his name to died and couldn't remember it. The hard battle was over. The warriors of the tribe were victorious and were helping the wounded. They bandaged their wounds. There were many casualties. Luckily, everyone remained alive, Red Wind thought, watching the warriors. But he didn't notice his niece nearby and asked where she was. They told him that they had seen Blue Wolf go off to look for Creed, and his uncle was outraged that she hadn't told him anything. Red Wind hurried everyone. Even though they were tired, they needed to get out before dark. Creed began to search the pockets of the dead man. Loot after a fight is an ancient rule of fantasy worlds. He found only a wallet and an envelope, but nothing that would indicate the identity of the serpent. The leather envelope was well hidden, and a letter was found inside. The she-wolf who was nearby asked what was there, but Creed could not read it, saying that the letter contained only incomprehensible signs. He showed her a thing with scribbles that had ominous black waves coming from it. The girl stepped back and told him to put that thing away from her. The girl was surprised how he could not feel this energy because the leaf was completely saturated with evil. She told him that she was shaking. It was a bad sign and warned him not to think of taking that thing into the settlement. Creed didn't understand what was wrong with her. He had never seen her so scared and decided to show this leaf to the chief. In the evening, he came to the chief's wigwam, where the old woman was profuse in her gratitude. Creed told her that first she needed to finish and report everything to the head of the alliance and get permission for this land and self-defense. The old woman said that now everything would be fine and life in the village would return to a calm course. Creed showed her the strange sign he found in Snake's pocket and told her about the wolf's reaction and asked what it was. He told her while the old woman was looking at the seals that the mine was just a cover for an attack. He said it was just a pretext to drive the tribe out of the valley. The chief said that the talisman had demonic signs, evil itself, and he had already guessed why the robbers had come. She said that a spirit used to live in these lands, and it was this spirit that was able to open the hearts of the warriors and give them strength. He is a part of nature, and all of them. This spirit is their ancient ancestor, and all of them are his descendants. He taught them wisdom, showed them how to find happiness and be devoted to each other. And they cannot leave this valley because this spirit still wanders among them. The old woman heard stories about why in neighboring lands it is customary to call spirits an eternal burden. These spirits force people to catch and open their stomachs. This is necessary in order to acquire skills in the so-called martial arts. Creed never understood why those people attacked them, even though he listened to the old woman's story. The purpose of the talisman is to bring the spirit down to earth and harm it. It is a demonic force that can hurt, so the she-wolf noticed it. In the evening, the whole tribe threw a party around the fire and celebrated Victory Day. Creed burned the terrible talismans and looked thoughtfully into the fire. The child approached him and asked if he was leaving, and Creed replied that his work there was done. The child with shining eyes realized that Creed would continue to wander like the wind in the field. Creed didn't quite understand why a child, who had not even appeared next to him, was pestering him. He laughed and said that Creed had a funny expression on his face. But Creed was still confused about who this guy was and why he spoke so strangely. The boys thanked him for not letting his children die and for burning the terrible demonic signs. Creed said that if he hadn't burned those things, the villagers would have avoided him. The boy told him that none of them would have liked those things. The one who created them was very lonely. And then the boy extended his hands to him and said that he would give him a reward for completing the quest. Creed saw a blue pearl and asked what it was. The boy replied that at first he was going to open his heart, but then decided that he needed it more. He told the wanderer to swallow the pearl when he was ready. Creed thoughtfully asked what would happen when he swallowed this thing, but the boy had already disappeared. Lone Wolf realized that he was speaking to a spirit and accepted its gift. On that note, he left their settlement, Blue Wolf running last, indignant that Creed had not said goodbye to them. She wanted to see him one last time and watch the lone wolf go. She mentally thanked him for everything and told him to take care of himself. Alliance investigators have once again taken on a difficult case. The head of the trade union told them that unfair contracts with the locals were common in these places. The investigators carefully studied the documents, while the head of the union was nervous because they had learned a lot. He wanted to lie low for a while, but unfortunately he ran into an inspection. Of the 30 swordsmen, they were the only ones who survived, he said, pointing to the prisoners. The head of the trade union said that although the residents suffered, they got better and defended their lands. The female investigator looked at him sternly and asked if he was sure that he knew nothing about this agreement. The slippery chief became nervous. He had no right to make a mistake. The only one to blame for everything was the Black Snake, who killed his friend and attacked the village. Because the leader was sure that there was no evidence of his guilt, he began to justify himself, saying that he would have definitely protected the tribe if he had known about the attack. At this point, the investigators released him, saying that they would take the soldiers with them and that the Traders Association should prepare compensation for the tribesmen. They also ordered him to draw up a document confirming the ownership, and the slippery merchant, hitting his chest, assured them that he would do everything. The girl's partner was surprised that they were just letting go of a bribe taker on whom they had found incriminating evidence. He was worried that if they let him go, the bandits might come again, and then ordinary people would suffer. The girl assured him that this slippery merchant would be checked and punished by people with more authority than they had. Among the dead was one who could not be identified. It was the man who fought with Creed. Her assistant examined the body and said that the unidentified person had mastered magic. The girl suggested that it might be an organization called the Tang Gate. Her partner said that it was impossible, since it had been 100 years since the emperor had destroyed the Tang Gate. But the girl objected that if someone had escaped, it would have been here. They could hide on a new continent, but the partner didn't believe it. It seemed crazy to him that someone had revived a crazy family. The female investigator said that the murdered man could have been a crazy fanatic and she would report everything herself. She looked thoughtfully as the prisoners were loaded into stagecoaches and the bodies of the dead were loaded into others. And again, the mysterious master was one step ahead of them, the investigator thought. Creed writhed and screamed, crawling along the bottom of the cave where he had crawled to check whether he was in the Matrix or in reality. The spirit of the valley gave him a blue pill, which turned out to contain concentrated energy. But there was also a strong poison in it. And if the toxins were not removed, the crystal's power would not turn internal and spread throughout the body. And in that case, Creed risked weakening by half, losing half his strength. A huge force burst out from his chest and spread all around. He had to protect the energy and not let it leave the body just like that. After all the executions, Creed assumed the lotus position and sat in meditation. The crystal had lost enough power, but now he could control it, its energy frozen inside like ice. After a long time, Creed got out of the cave and told Horse that they needed to get to a normal place to spend the night. He promised to feed him something tasty when they got there and jumped into the saddle. But suddenly I felt an extraordinary lightness in my body. At night he reached the village. The boy innkeeper met him, offered him dinner, strong tea, and a warm room. He recommended him a good room for ordinary guests because there was no difference between them anyway. Creed smiled tensely. The boy had been groveling in front of him for too long to get his penny. Creed agreed to a room and dinner and asked what kind of tea they had. The boy admitted that the cheapest was black tea in bags. For such honesty, Creed rewarded the boy with a couple of coins which he threw to him. The tavern was quiet. The woman put a tray of food in front of him and asked if he would be there until the morning. She made the same offer of regular and special rooms that the boy had made, but she recommended the special one where it was quieter. Creed told her that he wanted a regular room and the cheapest tea. The girl extended her hand and said that in their area there was a prepayment law. Creed began to eat. The food was not bad. When the boy came, said that he had already unsaddled the horse and asked if he had decided on a room. He replied that he had already decided, and the guy wished him a good rest. The woman suggested that the boy also rest a little. The boy didn't calm down and said that first he needed to finish cleaning. The innkeeper brought him tea, the cheapest one, and placed it in front of him. He told her that she had a wonderful son, but she replied that he was not her son. The innkeeper declared that she was too young to be the mother of a grown boy who was her elder sister's son. The boy's parents died, so since then she has been taking care of him herself because there is no one else. Creed asked how they died, and the girl said she couldn't tell a stranger. She left him, telling him where his room was. The lone wolf poured himself some tea and wondered if there was anyone in these lands without a dark past. He liked the tea. The next day, the tavern was quite busy and many people had gathered there. The boy barely had time to deliver orders for food and tea. The innkeeper glanced at the gaming table her new guest was sitting there. He sat alone for quite a long time, but finally decided to join the game. He was unlucky again, and the local swindlers did not hide their glee. They chatted calmly about the local pointless news. They were talking about a guy who had been running his ranch for 12 years and he had little time left and he got scared when he saw his ranch burning. They continued to spout meaningless nonsense that meant nothing. And the lone wolf lost his temper and yelled at them, telling them to focus on the game. The card sharper stared at Creed, surprised that he wasn't listening to them at all. When another visitor entered the tavern and loudly greeted Creed, the lone wolf glanced at him and immediately recognized the swindler Billy. He spread his arms and said that he recognized his friend from behind, and he asked them not to pay attention to him since he was just passing through. Creed grabbed his head, not understanding why he was so lucky and where this swindler came from. Billy walked up to the table and asked him where such a gloomy face came from. Had he really been undressed again? Afterwards, they went outside and Creed asked him why he was following him, as if there was a reward for him. Billy replied that he needed someone he could trust and smiled as if such people existed. He suggested that Creed work together. He had a bigger job, for which he hired 3 more people, all proven people. Creed looked at him skeptically and asked why he needed all this. Billy looked closely at Creed. He was assigned to check his identity. Because of his strange martial arts, they suspected him of having ties to the army. Billy began to enthusiastically convince him that they needed a reliable master and that this was better than taking on 3 more losers. But the lone wolf was in no hurry to agree right away. You never know what this cheater had planned. So he asked to tell him everything first, to which Billy stated that he would only tell if Creed agreed first. Billy had to endure this and said that their target was a transport stagecoach full of gold and silver. They wanted Johnson Gray of the association's personal carriage, Billy said. But Creed had not heard anything about this man. Billy tried to explain by saying that he was from some famous organization. This man, as the head of the association, had a huge fortune, and most of the ranches and mines that he owned were located on this side of the continent. Creed realized that the people of these lands had suffered greatly. Billy said that was true. There was another bad man who was running everything and had recently taken over the pastures to become a monopolist. Dozens of people lost their homes because of him and his gang. Some died in fires. Creed realized he had heard this from the players at the table. The head of the Marima Alliance in these parts was the first to go over to this scoundrel's side, and Johnson supports him from the association. Creed asked if Billy wanted him to eliminate these bad people. Billy said that there was nothing wrong with that, especially since Creed had already broken Western laws more than once, and if they deprived Johnson of money, they would have a chance. The merchant struggle ends where the money ends. The maddened Johnson will make a mistake that they will take advantage of. Billy explained to him quite well that there was business and money involved, and someone had to punish the scoundrels. Creed thought about it, and then Billy asked him if he didn't want to make some money and do something worthwhile. On top of that, Billy promised him that by annoying the evil merchant, he would earn a good reputation. Creed remembered that at their first meeting, Billy looked like a ragamuffin who was only interested in money and tea and chatter. And now, he looked more dangerous than a criminal, Creed thought. But he said that there was a problem in their case. Could he trust them? Billy threw up his hands in response. In a matter like this, there are never anyone you can fully trust, none of them. But in the end, Creed agreed he needed money and wanted to eliminate the parasites so that the locals would not suffer. But in the end, he will have to trust a scammer, which he really didn't want to do. Billy continued to bait him, promising a lot of money, and the lone wolf replied that there is no such thing as too much money. The swindler agreed with him and resolutely suggested doing it together. Creed grinned. It sounded cheerful, and he, giving into excitement, shook the cheater's hand. At this, Billy congratulated him and thanked him for his consent. Along the way, the swindler instructed Creed that the stagecoach would leave tomorrow. His men had already gone ahead to prepare an ambush, and they would begin tomorrow morning. Creed saw 3 people waiting for them at the agreed place and asked them to tell about them. Billy introduced them, 2 acrobat brothers and a third, all dummies on one quest. 2 brothers are famous swordsmen, one older, the other younger. The blonde is a master of archery, so they took him with them for support. Billy said that the blonde man carries with him a very expensive bow made, using an ancient secret technology. Billy's accomplices asked who was with him, and he replied that it was their 4th swordsman. The acrobat brothers were outraged that there were already so many of them and there might not be enough loot for everyone. The blonde boy also looked at the new man crookedly. It was hard to accept another stranger. Billy quickly calmed them down, saying that it was his plan, and if there was a problem with it, they could go away, and he didn't care what they thought. The older brother grabbed the swindler by the lapels and said that the very fact that he was forced to wait under the scorching sun was driving him crazy. But Billy quickly showed why he was the one in charge of the squad and put a knife to the bully's throat. The scammer said he understood that it was hard to sit in one place for 2 days in a row, but that it was not worth losing respect for each other. "They're not bandits who are going to rob sheep on the road," Billy asked. He added that this was his plan, information collected by his people, all his connections and abilities. Creed listened as usual. The klutz and swindler Billy scolded him as the son of a strong guy. This was nothing like the guy he knew, like a completely different person. Billy smiled and suggested that Creed introduce himself, since that was the case. Creed became wary. Perhaps this side of the swindler's personality was his true essence. That evening around the fire, they went over the whole plan again. A large carriage drawn by 4 horses and 4 more horsemen to guard them, Billy told them. They calculated that only 7 people would be required to protect the cargo. The plan was for the archer to take out the coachman first, and then they would immediately set up an ambush, Bill said. If they manage to pin them down with gunfire, no one will be able to get out of the wagon. The eldest brother asked Billy if he was sure there would be no masters there, and he was told not to worry. Everything would be fine, 100%. 2 people in the carriage will try to regain control of the carriage. They will not be able to do anything. Only 4 riders will remain outside. Besides, their blonde friend will help them with a far hand and cover them if necessary. They would have to eliminate the 4 riders and one of the 2 who would be in the cart, because the remaining one was an informant, Creed guessed. The informant lost a lot of money and provided them with this information in exchange for his life. He told Billy that after receiving part of the reward, he would pay off his debts and go wherever his eyes lead him, so he had to be left alive. The blonde guy who had been listening silently until then asked what their plan was after they finished work. Everyone became interested in how the money would be divided and forgot about the rule of not dividing the skin of an unkilled leprechaun. After they killed the guards, they would ride south for 1 day, then split the money and each go their separate ways, Billy told them. The owner of the cargo will have other problems, so he won't be able to pursue them for long, and no one will know their names and faces. The brothers smiled, expecting an easy walk, and laughed loudly. Creed thought about it. Everything seemed simple in words, but they had no information at all whether there were any masters among the bodyguards. The next day, covering their faces with masks, they rode out onto the trail where they waited for the stagecoach with the gold. They noticed the carriage, and Billy reminded everyone that they were responsible for their own lives and no one would take risks to save them. The brothers loudly declared that they knew and understood everything, otherwise they would not have agreed. Since everyone was ready, Billy ordered them to go down. But then Creed sensed something and told them to stop. Billy reined in his horse and asked what was the matter. On the rocky mountain, they noticed another group of horsemen. The group didn't look like extra security. They looked more like another gang targeting the same prey. The brothers immediately began to loudly complain because Billy promised them that there would be no one else on the road except them. Billy told him to shut up. He himself did not understand how it happened and what was happening. Creed, who had been watching the target the entire time, told them that the carriage had changed direction. Because of this, all their plans went to waste because the archer could no longer kill the coachman whenever the carriage passed them. Worse still, another gang was persistently pursuing their target, which they could not yet catch up with. Billy told them that they couldn't afford to lose the carriage to another gang. Now, first come, first served. The prize was still too big to pass up, he shouted. He told them not to wait and to hurry, and he rode first, the brothers also joining the pursuit. Thus began a 3-way battle, 2 gangs and a stagecoach full of gold. The bandits from the first group asked Billy who they were and what they wanted. The sharper wanted to know the same thing. The guards on horseback noticed that another gang had come after them and were outraged that the bandits did not respect the authority of the owner. To which Billy said that everyone was just the opposite. They knew him well and respected him very much. To which the guard rider advised him to go on a walking tour through remote areas. Creed took out his sword and sighed heavily. Why doesn't this game have normal quests, he thought. Billy ordered the blonde to open fire and not to waste arrows. He aimed the arrow and took aim. Shooting at full gallop required a lot of skill and self-control. But the blonde did a great job and knocked out the first guard, wounding him in the back. The bandits from the first gang were confused and did not know what to do. Even if they captured the carriage, it would not help them in any way. They realized that the second gang of raiders would deal with them after killing all the guards. At that moment, another shot whistled past. Billy praised the shooter so they could kill all the guards. The dust and the people of the first gang would hide their actions. Creed sensed that something was wrong. The guards should have realized by now that it was pointless to run away with the shooter in the rear. Meanwhile, Strel had killed another guard rider along with his horse. The guards shouted that they urgently needed support or they would die. The carriage hatch opened, and a master in a red robe appeared from there. He was very tall. And then Billy shuddered. He recognized this man. The owner's second son was riding in the carriage. An extremely dangerous bad guy who learned martial arts from a powerful clan. Billy ordered the shooter to take out this bad man first, but it was too late. While the shooter was reaching for a shot, a shell had already been fired at him. He raised his expensive bow and defended himself from a direct hit, but was still wounded. The Acrobat brothers were surprised that the spear could fly so fast. They simply forgot that the shot was flying towards them, which is why the speeds added up. The archer grabbed his wounded hand to stop the bleeding. He lost his bow and could no longer fight. Creed immediately realized that the archer might never be able to use a bow again. Meanwhile, the thug on the roof of the carriage took out another throwing spear. Creed realized what he was up to and shouted at everyone to scatter. The brute threw 2 spears at once, which flew very quickly towards the target. The spear hit the poor guy from the first gang, and he immediately fell off his horse. Billy heard a female voice calling out to the fallen man and was surprised that there was a woman in the gang. Creed also realized that the first gang were not ordinary bandits. The older brothers suggested that Billy retreat. Without an archer, they would not be able to deal with the thrower on the roof and get to the carriage. But Billy called them cowards and said that if they ran away, he would kill them himself. Meanwhile, the carriage slowed down, to which the thrower on the roof laughed. He promised them that they would die before the carriage stopped. Seeing the shooter approaching him with a sword, the brute chose him as his next target. Creed felt threatened. With such a wound, the blonde would not be able to do anything. But this was not part of his plan, so he climbed onto the saddle with his feet. And he pushed off with force to jump straight across to the galloping archer. He used his hovering arts and found himself between the flying spears. Creed knocked them back one by one, sending them flying back. The thug on the roof of the carriage was very surprised to see his own projectile. He barely dodged, but the spear cut through his red robe and pierced the roof of the carriage. He looked at the master who had just used the cheats and got back in the saddle. The brothers were very surprised that Billy brought such an incredible master, but Billy himself had no idea how he had gotten so lucky and stared at Creed in bewilderment. The thug on the roof became alarmed and ordered the guards to immediately seize the dangerous master before he got close to them. Creed slid between them and at full gallop killed them both in the blink of an eye. The brute thrower was even more horrified because his enemy did not use a sword. He felt that this stranger possessed enormous energy. There was nothing to do. Since the enemy was different from the rest, the thug decided to give it his all. He let Creed get closer and threw the spear straight at his side from a close range. Creed used his strength and easily intercepted the spears as if they had no energy. The thug in the red robe went cold. He didn't expect such a turn of events. Creed noted to himself that his inner strength had increased after the pill the spirit had given him. He could now use an absorption stance that allowed him to neutralize the opponent's energy. He put all his strength into the spear he held in his hands and took aim. From the powerful blow, the carriage overturned. People and horses got mixed up with each other. One of the brothers admired Creed unabashedly and his magnificent skill. Billy looked at the object of his observation again. He too was surprised that Creed had destroyed the moving cart with one throw. But he left that for later. First, they had to inspect the cargo, take it, and escape with it. But at that moment, a second group of raiders overtook them and ordered them to move away from the carriage. The girl who rode first told them that the owner of the carriage had appropriated the gold of the inhabitants of this land. She said that this was money from residents of a neighboring village, and that they would not take the money from them. The Acrobat brothers were outraged because she also looked like a bandit, and yet it was their group that stopped the carriage. Creed sighed. Of course, he thought, they stopped, although he did all the work himself. But his suspicions were still strong. This group of raiders did not look like bandits. The girl introduced herself as Sarah and said that she was the daughter of the rancher and the sister of the sick miner, and they disguised themselves to get their money back. She firmly stated that they would have to kill them all if they intended to take the gold for themselves, and all the people took off their masks along with her. Now it became clear who they were and why they held their swords so ineptly, the brothers said. Creed realized that these people were determined. They took off their masks and showed their faces, although they could be arrested. He looked into Sarah's eyes. There was no doubt in them. The brothers asked Billy what he was going to do because they weren't going to kill so many people. Billy said it was all a bluff, and that if he killed a couple, the rest would run away on their own. Creed took off his mask and suggested checking the contents of the carriage first, because they didn't even know how much money was in it, especially since not all the gold belonged to them. He told Sarah that they would take a moderate fee as their share, and again offered to look at the cargo. The eldest of the brothers immediately supported him, saying that Creed was right, and that they needed to see first. The old man next to Sarah nodded, indicating that this was a fair and advantageous offer. Sarah agreed, although she herself understood that they still had no way to stop the man in front of them. But at that moment a rocket whistled past, and there was a bang that scared everyone. They started shouting and asking why there was smoke in the sky. Turning around, they saw that the spear thrower had survived, and it was he who had launched the rocket. The eldest of the brothers let out a disappointed sigh. He was so scared, but nothing happened. The blonde shooter called him a fool. The rocket was a signal for reinforcements, which meant that they would soon be surrounded. The brothers immediately went to Billy with questions, who said nothing about it, but he advised them to quickly find the chest, which they did immediately, Creed watching them thoughtfully. He looked at the only person who knew how to get out of here. There was one unconscious man in the carriage, and Billy said that he was his informant and that he needed to be taken with him. The brothers grumbled, but they pulled the man out, and Billy found the chest. He took out a heavy box that had broken from the fall and looked inside, but immediately let out a cry of pain and disappointment. Turning to everyone, he said that the box was completely empty and he didn't know how to explain it. The eldest of the brothers grabbed him by the collar and began to shake him violently, calling him a liar and a fraud. Sarah looked at Billy in shock. She couldn't believe his words. Creed politely explained to everyone how a transport carriage differs from a regular one. He told them that it had been a trap from the start and sighed heavily. This is not the first time they have robbed these carriages, and their owner is not the kind of person who will just sit and watch as his property is robbed. Creed assumed that the man had set a trap to get rid of all the annoying midges at once. Of course, these were only his guesses based on what he saw, but there was no other reason behind it, Creed warned them. The brothers again attacked Billy, who was very nervous and denied everything, but it was unlikely that he himself wanted to set up his people. Even though Billy looked suspicious, he would have disappeared the moment this all started, Creed thought. The brothers pressed Billy, demanding to know what the plan was now. Since the carriage was empty, there was no money, and reinforcements would soon be on site. Creed disappointedly told them that there was no point in arguing anymore. They needed to get out of here. They could still find out everything from the informant. The blonde said that they had nowhere to go. There was no place to hide in the desert. Creed approached Sarah and told them that she would tell them where to go. Creed was sure that after the robbery of the carriage, Sarah and her people certainly had a place to go and a place to hide. He told her that they now had no choice but to cooperate with them. The girl next to Sarah was indignant. She did not want to take the bandits into the shelter. Sarah quietly admitted that there was a camp nearby that was one of their hideouts. Sarah's sister screamed loudly because she didn't listen to her and gave everything to the bandits. Sarah told them that although they had not seen it up close, the owner's son, who threw the spears, was monstrously strong, and she understood the consequences of what would have happened to them if Creed's group had not been here. Today all people would be dead or left with great losses. The lone wolf didn't try to dissuade her. He did everything for the money. It just so happened that it helped them. Sarah told them not to forget to take the informant and mounted her horse. The head of the union and the owner of all the nearby ranches and mines bent over the body of his son, which had been brought from the desert. He asked his men if the job was so difficult that his son had to die. It was a piece of cake to kill a gang of bandits, said the chief, and turned to his warrior, but he had no excuse. The chief looked at him with bloodshot, red eyes and demanded that he repeat it. He asked the survivor what had happened, and he began to justify himself in a trembling voice, saying that another gang had appeared out of nowhere that they had not heard of. The survivor told the chief how bravely his son had fought, but it was small consolation. The leader grabbed the survivor by the head, and he did not accept his pathetic excuses. Everything could not have happened just because there were more attackers. On top of that, they couldn't even track down the attacking bandits and let them get away, the chief shouted angrily. And he had the nerve to come back alive, he muttered, finally losing his temper. The senior stink reported that the information most likely leaked from within their organization. He said this to distract the master. The head son's bodyguard was riding in the carriage, and his body was not found. It looked like he leaked the information and hired an experienced craftsman for this job. The leader chuckled and let go of the survivor's head. He was terribly angry because they created this plan to catch the rats in one place. But in the end, the plan failed because of a rat that got caught in their trap, the leader said, clutching his head. He promised them that he would punish them later for failing to control their people. But first, they must find and bring him the conspirators, and no matter what the cost, let him kill all the villagers or lock them in the mines. The leader demanded that those who killed his son be brought to him and promised that if they failed, he would tear out their hearts with his own hands. With this, he told them to go and do it and sent them away. In order to be left alone with their son, they stand over him shaking with hatred and promising revenge. He promised his dead son that he would send his killer with him to the afterlife. Billy interrogated an informant tied to a pole who demanded that a deal be carried out. From the very beginning, the informant knew that an experienced craftsman would be riding in the carriage, Billy told him. He must have known about the reinforcements and that the safe was empty, Billy shouted so that everyone could hear him. Billy grabbed him by the throat and said that after this he would not leave alive. The informant began to justify himself by saying that he didn't know about the empty safe. But Billy didn't believe him and demanded his money. Creed realized that this night of interrogation would be long and not very pleasant for the informant. He asked the blonde boy how his wound was and how he felt. The blonde replied that the wound was fine and it was just a scratch. Creed didn't think it was a simple scratch and asked to let him take a look. He leaned closer. The lone wolf told the blonde that he was lucky that the bleeding stopped immediately and the ligaments were not damaged, and he asked in surprise where Creed studied medicine. He helped bandage the wound and said that if they applied ointment, everything would be fine when someone approached them. Sarah heard a familiar name and asked Billy about it. At first she didn't recognize him, but now she was sure the informant was in the place where her friends were burned alive. On the day they were burned, the informant was one of the people who committed this crime. He began to justify himself by saying that he was simply following orders and had no choice. The pathetic worm screamed that they just had to give up the land, but Sarah didn't listen. She jumped up and spun around. She hit the helicopter so hard that she broke the pole to which the informant was tied. She told him that the dead were their hope and it didn't matter whether he was lying or not. These people took Sarah in when her ranch was taken away and she was left to die in the desert. They gave her shelter, food, and water and accepted her as part of the family. The elder brother grumbled that disguising themselves as a chaos sect and hiding in the desert to rob carriages, they could have come up with something better. But Sarah was deeply offended that they had just been compared to a chaos sect. Under such pressure, the elder brother lost all his courage and began to make excuses. Sarah asked him, since he called them a chaos sect, if he understood how they were different from the Murim alliance. From his words, it follows that since people who abuse power represent the law, they can continue to do so, she asked. Why does he think their grandfathers and fathers came to this continent risking life and limb, she said. And the foolish brother scratched his cheek. Sarah replied that it was because her ancestors could not stand helplessness and did not want to be exploited. The older brother, a blockhead, began to make excuses, and Sarah told him to forget it. The essence remained the same. They really did rob the carts. But they did it with one goal, to return what was rightfully theirs, Creed heard and took a sip from his flask. Billy clapped his hands to get attention and said it wasn't important and they couldn't waste time. News should have reached the region's top villain by now, and he'd already sent out his trackers, furious at the death of his son. Billy suggested that they split up, before which Creed approached Sarah and asked her about the child he had met at the tavern. The innkeeper was not his mother, as Creed learned when he asked her about the boy. He was told that she was simply looking after the boy because his parents had died. Sarah listened to him and nodded. His guess was correct. This is the child of those who took Sarah in when she had nowhere to go. A good, determined boy like his parents, she said. She thought Creed wanted to know why they weren't raising the boy themselves, but that wasn't what he was concerned about. But Sarah still replied that she simply could not teach the child of her saviors to rob. She couldn't let the boy get hurt because of her. The lone wolf said he had heard enough and would leave them. Sarah stopped him and handed him her purse as a token of gratitude for saving him today. The money she had collected herself. Obviously, there was some story behind the money, but now was not the time to be picky, Creed decided and accepted her payment. They wished each other to take care of themselves on the way. It was better to go their separate ways now. The older brother was still indignant and was only reassured by the fact that Sarah had given them at least something, but Billy told him to shut up, since the brothers hadn't really done anything. Billy asked the lone wolf where he was going. Creed replied that it was none of his business and that the next time they met he better not talk about work or he would die. Billy smiled slyly and said that Creed would still take the job, because last time he said the same thing but took on the job. He gave a salute with a gesture and promised next time to make Billy an offer he couldn't refuse. The lone wolf found this shameless and ordered his horse to gallop forward. Billy turned to the blonde and asked what he thought after seeing everything with his own eyes, calling him Agent Number 3. He replied that the object of observation was undoubtedly an interesting person and reached for his face. Creed had no connection to the Imperial Army, but he was a strong fighter and very young. At first she thought that he was from the Demon Clan. The blonde was manipulating the body and talking about himself in the feminine gender. Agent Number 3 found no traces of demonic arts, although they know that the Demon Clan has the least side effects. But that wasn't enough to fool her eyes. They could get an opportunity on a new continent, the agent said. 100 years have passed since a new sea route to the continent was discovered. This is enough for a family that came down from the mountains to settle here unnoticed. And in fact, The head of the Marima Alliance could increase his power using the same method. Of course they were so strong, she said. Billy concluded from her words that Creed was simply a novice master with moderate abilities and potential. She couldn't know for sure. Perhaps Creed was a master of a new demonic art that they didn't know about, the secret agent of the Empire said. Billy was amazed at how she controlled her body, muscles, and bones to change her appearance and asked what their next plan was. Creed's martial arts skills alone were enough to put him on the list, but for now she decided to keep an eye on him. She also decided to help him with money through headquarters since the matter with the carriage did not work out. In turn, he will have to continue to monitor Creed and report to her any, even minor, details. Creed rode alone. He calculated that the trackers should have found the carriage, which meant that the road to the village was still safe. The Rangers would never have thought that bandits would be hiding near the village. Creed decided to rest in the tavern today and set out on his journey tomorrow. But when he approached the village, he saw a glow and did not immediately understand why the light was on there in the middle of the night. And then he realized that now the pathfinders of the head of the trade union were taking revenge on the local residents. While they were defenseless, the tavern was burning with fire. The senior warrior shouted at them that they deserved it because they were connected with bandits. This is their punishment for harboring bandits, he accused local residents. The innkeeper shouted that even if bandits steal from the storage facilities, they do not burn people alive. Her nephew remained in the building. He was still just a child, and she shouted at them that he was not human. The boy was left tied up on purpose to be killed as a warning to others. The chief called her words nonsense. They lost not just a person, but the chief's son. So now they had nothing to lose at all. The evil monster told the girl that she should be grateful to him because she was probably tired of looking after the boy. The girl bit her lips out of anger and resentment. She couldn't believe that he could say such a thing. The senior warrior said that this was their chance to end it all, save the boy, and tell them where the bandits were hiding. Otherwise, he promised he would burn the entire village, but at that moment, his people noticed a warrior approaching the village. They did not recognize him, but the rider set at full speed in the direction of the village. Creed approached and saw people in front of burning buildings. He already understood everything. He did not notice the boy among them and guessed that he was in the burning building. The lone wolf repeated the jumping trick he had already used in the desert, and he flew like a rocket into the tavern building, knocking out a window in the process. The merchant soldiers were confused. They didn't understand what it was. They only noticed that someone jumped inside the building. Creed quickly knocked down the door that was in his way. The entire building was already engulfed in fire and smoke. He found the boy tied up in a storage room, unconscious from suffocation. The heat became unbearable, and the roof above him hummed as if it would soon collapse. There was a cracking sound from the beams, and Creed rushed towards the boy before he was knocked down. The soldiers shouted in front of the burning house. They wanted to know who had broken into the house, and they were afraid that the residents had hired a warrior. The old people began to answer that they knew nothing and that they had no money to hire anyone. The senior soldier became angry. He realized that the people were clearly planning something. When a lone wolf burst out of the burning building and landed in front of them with a boy in his arms, Creed walked towards them, his eyes burning with rage and yellow like a wolf's. The boy's aunt rushed towards him, breaking free from the hands of the soldiers who were holding her. She ran to him as Creed laid the boy on the ground. After examining her nephew, she noticed that he was not breathing, and Creed told her to wait. He pressed several points, again using the healing acupuncture cheats. The boy opened his eyes and immediately recognized his aunt, who burst into tears of happiness. She scooped him up in her arms and hugged him tightly so that he couldn't breathe. And she reminded me that she asked not to call her aunt, but to call her sister. The people breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment the chief policeman told everyone to shut up. He pointed his finger at Creed and ordered him to state his name immediately, and Creed introduced himself as he usually did before someone died. One of the merchant's hangers-on recognized the lone wolf and said that he had seen him in the tavern a few days ago. He remembered him because he was a terrible gambler and was actually a wandering assassin. The soldiers asked him if he realized that he had just helped bandits who were robbing their goods. And that's why they wanted to burn the child, to make an example of intimidation out of him, the lone wolf realized. The senior soldier called it mercy, because they would end everything in exchange for the orphan's life. Moreover, he stated that people should be grateful to him, since they will let it all go by using the boy as an example. Creed sighed heavily. The killer spoke so proudly, although he was just trying to burn a child, and now he was making pathetic excuses. He asked the townspeople why such arbitrariness was happening and where the representatives of the Marima Alliance were, to which the main bastard replied that Creed simply did not fully understand the situation. The Alliance member bashfully covered his badge, and the senior soldier smugly said that where the sheep live, the law is silent. And he declared that the only law that exists here is what they impose on everyone. He said they would take Creed into custody for questioning and ordered him to surrender his weapon or they would blow a hole in his body. Creed grabbed the hilt of his sword and challenged them to test themselves, his voice ringing with rage. The head of the Punisher shuddered. Their opponent looked confident, as if he could defeat everyone present here, but there was only one of him. Therefore he ordered to attack the stranger and kill him if he resisted. And then the lone wolf showed them what a samurai fighter is. He took a step, and those who passed by died. It happened so quickly that no one even realized what had happened when they saw their comrades collapse. Someone decided to attack Creed from behind, but he playfully and filigree repelled the attack. And then he killed the attacker in one fell swoop. He no longer had any reason to protect these subhumans. The ignoramuses rushed at him without a plan or preparation, simply to become invaluable experience points. Creed approached him along the path of bodies. The chief of the Punishers shuddered. He had just lost 5. The surviving Punishers trembled with fear before the lone wolf that was slowly approaching them. Mad with fear, the dummy rushed at the master with his toothpick. Creed lunged to the side, slipped past, and pierced his heart. But he couldn't quickly pull out the sword. It got stuck in the dead man's ribs. The chief Punisher realized that this was his chance while the enemy was unarmed, and rushed into the attack. He swung his sword, cutting off the head in one blow. The Punisher smiled and had already managed to celebrate his victory over the reckless stranger who had challenged them. But suddenly he realized that he had cut off the wrong head, and he shrank tightly into the 5th meridian. Creed slid towards him, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and delivered multiple punches to his body. The Punisher fell at his feet and could not believe that he had been killed by an ordinary tramp. Creed returned the sword to its sheath and asked the merchant's surviving lackey, and he demanded that he go to his master and tell him who killed all his subordinates and who would come after him. The dummy was shaking like a hare when Creed asked him if he understood what was said, and he nodded. The lone wolf told him to leave the village immediately, and the dummy ran away, pushing people aside. Then the lone wolf asked all the onlookers what they were waiting for while their village turned to ashes and pointed to the fire. In the morning, the rescued boy asked if he was a knight, one who saves people, punishes evil, and helps the poor. The boy decided this because Creed saved him, killed all the bad guys, and even helped put out the fire all night. He didn't even ask for money for saving him, the boy said, but the lone wolf told him that he was not like that at all. But the boy was already firmly convinced that he was a knight. Instead of answering, Creed asked the boy how to find the base of the main villain. The boy could not believe that Sir Knight would go there himself, but the lone wolf assured him that the point of no return had already been passed. The boy wanted to see the lone wolf kill more bad guys, but his aunt told the brat not to even think about it. She told him to stay in the village and not do anything stupid, and agreed to take Creed to the main villain's lair. Together they left the village and rode across the desert. She asked the lone wolf if he would be okay. The main villain was known for being a martial artist and had about 20 warriors at home. The lone wolf replied that if she didn't figure it out now, they would put a reward on him, and it would be better to fight him now while he had few people. She was surprised that he was going to fight alone. Without reinforcements, she took him for a secret agent of the Empire. Creed gave her a hard look. Again, he was suspected of being involved with them. He asked why she decided so, and the girl replied that he was young, a good master, and worked with Billy. Creed was surprised and asked what Billy had to do with the Imperial Army, and she said that the swindler worked in the palace and was known for it. The girl wasn't sure, but after Billy started working for the Imperial Palace, he established some kind of connection with them. Creed remembered how strange Billy had been acting before, and he understood why. Now that he knew Billy was an Imperial spy, a lot of things fell into place, including his awareness. He asked the girl how she knew everything, and she replied that working in a tavern, you can learn a lot when they arrived in the lands of the main villain. All these ranches belonged to him. He seized them by force from honest people. The lone wolf thanked her for guiding him and told her she could go free, and he added that what she would witness was not for her eyes. She turned to him to thank him for saving her and for saving the boy. And for all that he was going to do to the main villain, the lone wolf smiled and asked for a luxury room next time. He confidently walked into the estate where the boss of this quest lived, surrounded by dummies. He met him with a bored look. He received a report from his subordinate, but did not expect that the stranger himself would come to him. The boss was curious about who killed his son and his subordinates, so he carefully interrogated the brothers who were lying nearby without breathing. And now, when he sees him in person, he immediately understands that Creed is not an ordinary wanderer. The boss caught them last night as they were passing the village and learned that they had ambushed his carriage. Creed couldn't remember their names, but he sympathized with the guys who were just unlucky enough to run into the patrol. The boss stepped on the head of one of them and called them parasites. What he didn't understand was why such a skilled craftsman was walking in such a remote place. Could he really be an Imperial agent? Boss suggested. Creed answered him coldly that it did not matter who he belonged to, because they had to kill each other. Hearing these words, the boss's face lost its indifferent expression. He completely agreed with the young master. He even liked him. The boss told him that under different circumstances they could have become friends and waved his hand, signaling his men. They quickly surrounded him and began to randomly rush at the lone master, a typical fight with dummies, while the boss rests on the sidelines and does not try to prevent the hero from gaining more experience. No traps, hidden shooters, poison gas. They had nothing to surprise an experienced master with. Creed dealt with them with his bare hands, simply cracking them like nuts. Apparently, he decided to take pity on them, so he didn't even take out his sword. The swordsman dummies trembled. They were humiliated by simply kicking them in the stomach. They realized that they were facing a real monster, and some began to run. But this time, the boss decided to intervene and stood in the way of his dummy. He began to make excuses and apologized that they were not his rivals. The boss smiled and said softly that he understood everything and did not blame them. In the end, experience is needed not only by the main hero, but also by the main villain, and he plunged his hand into the dummy. The dummy froze in pain and horror, and the boss smiled terribly. He just needed the help of his loyal people to defeat the hero. Creed drew his sword and prepared to fight the main villain. He assessed the dummies that stood before him. They were no different from those he killed in the village, ordinary cowards. He wondered how different the boss was from them, and only by looking at the madness did he find the answer. Before them stood a real demon who was committing abominations. The lonely master didn't understand why the boss was doing this, but the sight of the dummies made him sick. The boss drank blood and began to laugh terribly like a crazy person. He reveled in the feeling that made his blood run wildly through his veins, something he had never experienced before. All the dummies decided it was time to run away because their boss had gone crazy. He grabbed 2 fugitives at once and did the same thing to them as he had done to the previous one. The boss quickly gobbled up the goodies he received from his loyal friends. Creed thought that it was time to call a priest and perform rituals to exorcise evil spirits. He didn't understand why everyone he had met before had gained demonic arts. The demon boss lit a torch from his hand and apologized for the wait. He hit the stone tiles of the courtyard with all his might, and fragments flew into the air. The madman reveled in his strength, believing that he had become strong even for a master like Creed. He had created the art of fire and blood, and until this day he had never used it. He shared with Creed his Swiss watch-like plan. If the Alliance or the Empire finds out that he has mastered these arts, he will not live, so he did not teach them to his son. The boss said some more incomprehensible nonsense and rushed again at the lone wolf. His hand, which was covered in flames, quickly approached the lone wolf's face. But Creed easily parried his attack with his bare hand. He controlled the entire fight. However, it wasn't easy for him either. The demon's hands were giving off a lot of heat. Creed had never seen anything like that before. He took out his sword to block some of the attacks and not get burned. Waiting for the right moment, when the demon began to strike with a sweeping movement, Creed delivered several blows with his sword. He asked the demon what would happen next after he killed everyone as he fell to his knees, wounded. The Murim Alliance, the lone wolf was sure, would definitely find out about this and sent their trackers after the demon. The demon stated that in that case he would go to the palace himself, since they had given him this art and recognized his abilities, and he would kill the rangers. But to the lone wolf, these words sounded like complete nonsense. Then he realized that the demon was simply delaying his answer. His wounds began to heal right before his eyes. He looked like a real monster and had completely lost his human appearance, the lone wolf thought. The demon told him that with such power he could be given the rank of general, although he himself would not recognize anyone above himself. The bloodthirsty boss thanked Creed for making him a general and charged forward with all his fury again. The lone wolf did not listen to the madman and struck him in the face to stop him. In response, the demon struck many blows with all his might and began to mock the lonely master. Creed only fought back and blocked the fiery attacks with one sword, causing the blade to become extremely hot. The demon's hand flames were dangerous, and he could maintain a fast pace of attacks, and his stamina seemed limitless, Creed mused. This was the most difficult opponent he had ever encountered. With a powerful attack, the demon even began to push back Creed, whose blade could break after heating. The enemy had regeneration, and the lone wolf's sword was losing its durability. Looking at the enemy, he thought about what attack he should use to kill without giving him the opportunity to regenerate. It wasn't something he had any skills for, and Creed found himself lost in his memories. The memory he needed only just now came, but he decided that this should work. The lone wolf calmly took a low stance and began to wait for his furious enemy. He took his movements as a bluff and began to mock his funny poses. The demon promised to turn him into ashes as he deserved and madly rushed at him. Creed gathered his energy into a dense clot and began to spin it. He saw one boy do it with shadow clones, but he didn't need it. The energy swirled between his hands. Having collected this ball, as if threading a needle, Creed directed this energy into the demon. Their energies collided, the inner Creed and the fiery demonic one. The demon laughed. The opponent's blow seemed weak to him. He believed in his body imbued with the technique of fire and blood. But something inexplicable happened. His power seemed to dissipate against Creed's technique, which became like a shield. The demon's energy began to turn into the opposite and tore him apart from the inside. A powerful explosion of internal force threw him back. The demon lost his arms. The lone wolf remained completely unharmed, repelling the enemy's equipment. All this time, he thought that the secret of fire technique was hidden in the unquenchable flame, but it turned out that it can be achieved by directing energy where needed. If you do it illiterately like a demon, you will end up burning your channels. Only ignoramuses and madmen will do such a thing. But thanks to this, Creed was able to learn something new and looked at the demon's body. As usual, the dying man was overcome with curiosity. "What technique did he use to win?" the demon asked. Creed replied that he called it a winding. The demon was clever that it was the power of a thread threaded through a needle, and asked who his teacher was. The lone wolf replied that the technique comes from Tai Chi, so he named the master in this field. It was a legendary teacher. The demon took this as a mockery and told Creed that he did not have to talk if he did not want to, and he warned him that he had better run. The palace would pursue him after learning about the loss of the demonic arts. But Creed realized that something was wrong, and asked what kind of palace it was. And the demon replied that he was talking about the real palace where the emperor lived. Not the clan that seized the throne, but the real and only emperor. And the one who controls the demons, the wanderer heard. Those who were driven out of the palace were tortured and killed for 1,000 years. They gather under his command and increase their strength. This was the palace that the demon speaks of. He was just a subordinate to them, literally nothing compared to the real masters. The demon warned that these masters would hunt him down, and Creed asked if they were the ones spreading demonic arts on the continent. The demon said nothing in response, only coughed, and realized that he was simply being used. As he was dying, he remembered that he had once been a man, he had a wife, and he would soon meet her and his son. Creed felt the whiff of the main quest of this phantasm, and he really didn't want to get involved in everything. Someone behind him told him that he was a stronger master than expected. This was the elder brother. Even after all the beatings from the main villain, he was still alive. But his brother was not so lucky. He had been unconscious since the night and would not have survived anyway. But the elder was glad that his death had already been avenged. Creed advised to go to the city and say his name. There they will help his brother to arrange a decent funeral. Besides this, he told him to find Billy and ask him to restore order in this city. Creed told his brother that he had heard about Billy's connections with the palace, the Alliance, or the Emperor. Any force would bring order here as soon as they heard about everything. The eldest of the brothers asked what about him, and the lone wolf whistled through his fingers. His trusty horse appeared, and Creed replied that he would simply ride on like a true monster hunter with only one sword. Although he was promised a reward, he asked his brother to share it with the villagers and tell Sarah's gang that they could return to normal life. The surviving brother didn't believe that Creed would just leave after everything. He is a real hero who defeated evil single-handedly. He will even be given a medal, and he will collect a lot of glory points. But the lone wolf was not interested in this. He liked to wander wherever he chose. Creed expressed his condolences about his brother and rode off into the sunset. He looked thoughtfully after the great man who had simply decided to be righteous. Agent number 3 looked at the bloody bandage in her hands in the palace. She heard footsteps and quickly hid the bandage before it was seen. The Imperial Army Colonel, codenamed Fierce Tiger, greeted her while holding his head in his hand. He reported to her that the work was done, and her guesses turned out to be correct. Agent 3 asked if anyone had used demonic arts, and Tiger replied that they were just regular bodyguards. Of course, it wasn't just that. He simply destroyed all the followers of their enemy. The girl realized that the colonel of the Imperial Army was strong. He killed 30 dummies and did not receive a single scratch. They captured another scoundrel who was trembling with fear and surrendered as soon as he saw his people being killed. From the very beginning, this man was incompetent, and so he left his family and became a merchant on a new continent. The secret agents looked with disdain at the deceived prisoner who lived a miserable life. It was hard to believe that a man of noble origin would get mixed up with demons, but he could simply be used. He lived in a small town where there was a lot of competition for the position of union leader, but even so, it was a stupid choice. The tiger changed the subject and asked the girl what kind of interesting master she had met, and she shuddered at the unexpected question. The tiger even knew his name, and the girl immediately remembered the one who bandaged her wound. She replied coldly that, other than the fact that the boy was experienced for his age, there was nothing special about him. The colonel didn't believe it, because why else would she have allocated additional funds and assigned an agent to keep an eye on him? She thought about how much the colonel knew and remembered what else that master was capable of. It sounded too suspicious. Obviously something was wrong. The colonel began to suspect her of infidelity, a common occurrence in their profession as secret agents. She could have been harboring people who were a threat to the emperor and the palace, but the girl said it was a misunderstanding. She reminded him that the emperor had given them freedom to operate separately from the army, and they only cooperated when necessary, so the rest was none of his business. She also put the colonel down by not telling him Creed's name, which meant that he had conducted his own investigation and had not informed her. And she asked menacingly what would happen if she decided to make inquiries on this matter. The colonel dropped the formalities and said that she was doing well and admired her attitude to work, and he warned her that she could walk with her head held high as long as she enjoyed the emperor's favor. He left her and told her to get out so that no traces of the imperial army's work would remain. The girl sighed. She had no intention of covering for Creed. The thing was, he was a master, despite the fact that he had no education, and everything would be fine if she simply requested further investigation. She walked between the bodies and did not understand why she suddenly decided to cover him in front of the colonel of the Imperial Army. Agent number 3 dropped the flag and trusted the fire to clean up. The fire never failed her. She passed through the cordon of her people who did not allow onlookers to approach the palace. The girl looked at the sky and wondered where that guy was now. And the lone wolf slept at that time under the desert winds and the light of the moon. He thought about the main quest that he had found in his adventures. In a sense, it was fate. Demons, a real emperor, intrigues, scandals, investigations. He really didn't want to get involved in all this. The lone wolf didn't care about the Imperial Army or the Murim Alliance and decided to stay as far away from the capital as possible. But in the end, he wandered into even greater wilderness. But now in the north, even the horse looked at him with displeasure. They could simply freeze on the road. Luckily, they came across a small town on the way that looked like a great place to relax. And the entertainment here was in keeping with the times. A lone wolf rode past the gallows. The herald read out their sentence so that no one would have any doubts about the justice of the punishment. The people were executed for armed attack. A girl named Sylvia was executed for poisoning her husband. Another scumbag was executed for rape. Creed glanced at their pale faces in passing. The crowd that had gathered on the street despite the cold shouted angrily. Such entertainment was not often seen here. The herald had to shout to overcome the hubbub of the crowd. He called on all protesters to come into the castle later. After witnessing a rather unpleasant sight, he went to a local tavern to warm up. The innkeeper told him briefly what the city was famous for. It was named after the lake where salt was mined, which had a unique taste. Creed was surprised that salt could be so aromatic, and a saucer was placed in front of him to try it. He tried it on his tongue and found nothing unique in the salt, just a little less salty than usual. But the innkeeper assured him that the profits that could be made from this salt were enormous, like turning water into gold. But salt was sold only to the imperial palace, however. In circumvention of the law, people traded it in this city. It was a local secret that everyone knew about. The inhabitants did not fear the emperor's wrath because his powers on the continent were limited and he was not very interested in their town, the innkeeper said. Creed agreed with him mentally as long as they lived peacefully. But one could never know exactly what the emperor would come up with when he wanted to colonize the continent. And if this happens, tens of thousands of soldiers will sail here on ships. The innkeeper asked him if the lone wolf had found work, and he replied that he had not yet when another customer entered. He told the innkeeper that he had just come in to rest a little and would not stay the night. The guest asked if there was anything to eat, and the innkeeper invited him to warm up by the fire. It was cold outside. It was very cold in these parts. For a stranger, he had recently been caught in a snowstorm and barely got out. The innkeeper promised to cook steamed noodles, and Creed looked at the stranger carefully. After eating, the guest thanked the host for the dinner, who smiled and modestly accepted the praise, saying that the weather played its role. The guest wanted to find out some information from the innkeeper, and he asked what exactly. The stranger introduced himself as Paul and said he was looking for someone. He was looking for a girl named Lucy. Although a lot of time had passed and she should have grown up, he was told that she lived in this area. The innkeeper scratched his beard thoughtfully and said that he had never heard such a name in these parts. He asked if there was any more information, and Paul replied that the woman had a daughter, but she was sick and that her husband must be a laborer. In addition, Paul added that they could change their names, to which the innkeeper noted that it would be very difficult to find without names, and suggested that they were relatives. Paul replied that it was his long-lost relative. The innkeeper apologized for not knowing anything, and Creed noted the guest's fat wallet. Paul resigned himself to the fact that without names, he would have to search on his own. The innkeeper told him not to lose hope and assured him that he would definitely find them. The guest was about to leave when Creed suggested that he needed help in his search. It so happened that Creed was looking for a job and Paul could use some help in his search. The tramp grinned and offered to hire him on mutually beneficial terms since he had heard about this quest anyway. Paul realized that he was being offered help, but he looked uncertain. He noted that Creed was also not from these parts, to which the lone wolf said that he arrived in this place before Paul. Paul replied that he appreciated his offer but could not agree. He would have preferred to hire a local resident from this area, apologized, and was about to leave the tavern. Creed told him that despite his appearance, he was excellent at tracking people, and he invited his friend, a monk from the Shaolin monastery, to sit closer and tell him more. Creed assured him that he had no intention of revealing his identity when Paul turned to him looking very concerned. He told the monk that he simply wanted to prove his suitability for the job and get some money, and offered to leave if he did not trust him. Creed also gave him a guarantee that if Paul left, he was not going to tell his secret to anyone. Paul was surprised that a man from a new continent could know that he was a Shaolin monk and demanded an explanation. Creed happily explained that the monk's body was trained to the limit, which is impossible for an ordinary person. All his experience is concentrated in his fists, which means he learned his craft in his homeland, and his clothes are not from these places, Creed explained. His fists were powerful enough to punch rocks with his bare hands, and his palms were chafed from handling weapons. It could have been a spear, Creed suggested, but then changed his mind and said it was a pole, and there weren't many places in the world that taught how to use fists and a pole. And most importantly, said the lone wolf and tapped himself on the head. And he said that the monk had a great bandana on his head. Paul also grabbed his head. He would be surprised that the stranger understood all this while Paul was simply eating. Paul bowed and introduced himself again, confirming the lone wolf's suspicions. He was ashamed to admit as a Zen practitioner that he was looking for a woman due to difficult circumstances and asked for help. Creed also introduced himself and said that he was a wanderer and promised to do everything possible to find this woman. As soon as he started talking about payment, the monk threw a heavy purse of gold into his hand. Paul said that this money now belongs to him, the monk said easily, and he sincerely asked for help in finding this woman. It was obvious that the monk loved her. The lone wolf asked to tell him more about the woman they were looking for, but Paul replied that he didn't know much since 10 years had passed. She had a mole on her cheek near her nose, Paul suddenly remembered, and he lowered his gaze because that woman was always embarrassed by this feature. He found this feature charming because the mole moved when the girl smiled, and therefore he liked her very much. A mole on his left cheek narrowed their search, the lone wolf noticed. One thing Creed knew for sure, Paul's face was not the face of a man who was pining for a family member. He looked like a very skilled fighter, thought Creed. A fighting monk who had come to a new continent to find a married woman with a child. He suggested that Monk Paul had his own reasons for taking such desperate steps. Creed took him to the first tavern and asked for 2 cups of strong tea. He offered one of them to the monk for courage, but he waved his hands uncertainly and said that he had never drunk it. The lone wolf insisted that this was a wonderful opportunity, and the monk replied that he did not understand what tea had to do with finding people. Creed recalled that the woman's husband was a laborer, and they all worked in the local salt mines. They all come to this place to relax after a day's work, and besides, it's easier to ask questions of already drunk workers. And so that they don't get suspicious, you need to smell like tea. Creed came up with a logical chain, but Paul still looked uncertain. Finally he decided, and saying save and protect the Buddha, he downed the tea in one gulp. The tea burned his throat, so the monk started coughing and asked why people drink this nasty stuff. Creed explained that it was not for taste. The lone wolf looked at Paul closely and told him that the monk now looked more like a local, and they could begin their search. They began to go to different establishments and ask workers. The monk looked ill after 4 teas, and Creed suggested that he rest for today and continue the search tomorrow, but Paul refused. One of the visitors loudly put his mug of tea on the table and asked them rudely why they were walking around here asking about such things. The old man asked them why two men were looking for a married woman, and Creed said they were simply misunderstood. He is here because a friend who stayed at home asked for help. His daughter is sick. But it so happened that Creed forgot where she lives. And so he has to ask, the lone wolf said. And Paul admired his resourcefulness in coming up with excuses. The old man said that he had been watching them and noticed their questions, and from their conversations he understood who they were looking for. But Paul was so happy about this news that he could not restrain himself and asked to tell him everything. But instead the old man told them to go away and said that even if they found her, they would not like the result. Even the other visitors turned around at the noise the old man was making. Everyone began to think that some kind of quarrel had taken place there, and they fell silent to listen. But the monk could not be stopped. He began to beg the old man, saying that he had to meet with Sylvia. And then the old man became convinced that it was the monk who was looking for her. But then he said that it didn't change anything and told him to go back to where he came from. The monk became so furious that he even grabbed the old man by the hand, saying that she needed him right now. The workers stood up from their seats and ordered the monk to remove his hands from the respected elder. Paul immediately became embarrassed, not expecting such a reaction, and did not know what to do. The old man pulled his hand away and advised the monk to enjoy his drinks and leave the place before dawn. And he said that it would be better not to get involved in this matter again. But the monk said that he could not leave empty-handed and asked to at least be allowed to see the woman and her child from a distance. Some drunkard rushed at the monk, saying that the elder had ordered them to leave, but Creed easily stopped him with one hand and told him to calm down, but the man became even more furious. Even though Creed told them he didn't want to fight, the fool struck first. Then the lone wolf simply caught him in a painful hold after a couple of blows. He told the fool not to twitch because he didn't even use his powers, but it was enough for everyone to scream, "Fight!" The workers were outraged that someone had made a mess here and ordered the door to be locked. The lone wolf looked at them with disdain. Once again, the quest had led him to fools. Someone at the side of the room noticed Creed's movements and admired them, and his neighbor tried to calm the enthusiastic cries. But the girl could not be stopped. She already understood that in front of her was the very master from the new continent whom she had been looking for so long. Creed lightly punched him, and the worker flew away. Even though they were strong people, they were no match for the masters of combat cheats. But instead of understanding something, these outlaws only became more and more disorganized. The place had instantly turned into chaos, Creed realized, but that was to be expected from strong tea lovers. The monk also became their target and asked the lone wolf for help. But he just looked at him with displeasure and said that he needed to not only dodge, but also hit. To which the monk stated that these were ordinary people and they could be seriously harmed, to which Creed suggested simply spanking them. Another fool believed in himself and, swinging his arm, shouted to make sure he was noticed. The monk dodged again, but even a child would have avoided such a blow from a person with impaired coordination. Luckily for the worker, he was hit not with a fist, but with a palm. The lone wolf, who had already dealt with his share of problems, praised Paul with satisfaction. At this point, Creed told the monk that it was time for them to leave, as a squad of black guards was heading there, but Paul said that they needed to find the elder first. A whistle blew, and a pair of guards quickly approached the inn. Creed assured that he had a way to get back to the old man, but first they needed to leave without being caught by the authorities. They could learn Paul's identity. As Creed and the monk ran away, the girl with the pom-poms on her head ordered Judith, her servant, to follow them. The girl cheerfully declared that, of course, she would follow the unknown master. The authorities surrounded the crowd of workers on the street and ordered everyone to freeze in place, asking who started the fight. Judith asked the lady with concern what she intended to do, and the girl with the pom-poms replied that these were the masters she was looking for. Judith grumbled that all they saw was them fighting with a bunch of workers, and it was stupid to make a decision on that basis. The girl with the pom-poms was indignant because Judith herself told her that a master can be recognized by his gait alone. Judith warned the lady that this could be too dangerous an adventure and suggested returning to the province. After all, the governor was tearing his hair out and had probably emptied all his valerian supplies while looking for her, Judith said. But the girl replied that she left a note that she would go and have fun on the new continent. The pink-haired girl snorted and hid behind a pillar, asking Judith how much longer she would lecture her. It was very important for her to see a real martial artist on a new continent. She wondered what history these two men had in common, one looking like a Shaolin monk, the other like a mercenary from the city. A monk escapes from a monastery, a mercenary helps him. What if they are pursuing the descendants of a clan of demons? the delighted girl wondered. Judith sighed heavily and said that all these stories from books were fiction or worse. She wanted to say that these people were ruthless, but feeling threatened, she instantly covered her mistress with her body. The lone wolf they had been chasing suddenly appeared behind them on the roof. Creed smiled sweetly when he saw that the girls were chasing him and said hello. The lady was delighted with such a greeting, but Judith shouted at her. They began to argue out loud among themselves, and quite loudly, so that Creed had time to think what a problem they were. The lone wolf told them that he noticed them following him from the establishment. He would have left it at that, but he had to ask who they were. The pink-haired girl was delighted that the mysterious master had already understood everything. She quickly replied that she didn't mean to offend anyone and didn't have any bad intentions. Her words sounded very strange considering that it was night outside, but Creed still asked why they were following him. The pink-haired girl introduced her servant and herself. Their names were Judith and Triss. Triss stated that she came to the continent in search of a martial arts master because she plans to collect stories and write a book about it. Even Judith clutched her head at the absurdity of this statement. Triss said she would write a book because stories about the new continent were very popular. She began to list famous fictional characters that were rumored to exist. Warriors, preachers, time travelers, and other stereotypical heroes of cheap novels attracted her attention. She wanted to find real people and turn their stories into beautiful stories. The girl was sure that the book would become a bestseller, then she would become rich, and the master would become famous. Lone Wolf concluded. She follows them after seeing the fight in the tea shop to talk and record their stories. Triss beamed with joy and said that this was exactly how it was. He sighed, realizing that he had been worrying in vain about being followed, and said which tavern he had stopped at. Since the Lone Wolf was busy today, he suggested that they meet tomorrow evening, and the girl was delighted. She agreed and wished him luck in his business, waving goodbye. Monk Paul asked him what the Buddha had done to him, but the Lone Wolf himself was confused. He apologized to the monk for wasting his time on such strange things, but he was understanding. After Paul saw the young girl, he wanted to meet Sylvia even more. He remembered the girl's innocent smile, and he wished that Sylvia could smile too. Creed didn't want to pry into his personal affairs, but he asked anyway. It was already obvious that the woman the monk was looking for was not a simple family member, and Paul agreed that he could no longer deceive him. Before the monk came to the temple, he and Sylvia were in love with each other. He learned that she was in trouble and needed his help. Paul dropped everything and ran away to help her. The monk said regretfully that he did not wish to expose him to danger, and Creed winced. He became nervous when he heard that the temple might have sent pursuers after the monk. Another monk remembered the Buddha and sighed heavily. The place his protege Paul was looking for was not very beautiful. This elder was determined to return everything that Paul had stolen because it was the property of Shaolin, said Monk Alex. Paul told him that he and Sylvia grew up in the same village and had been friends since childhood, although both came from poor families. Even many years later, Paul could not remember anything happier in his life from that time. As they grew older, they fell in love with each other and dreamed of getting married and starting a family, but the happiness did not last long. Because Sylvia's parents arranged her marriage to a rich man from the city, she then begged him to run away with her. But Paul chickened out. He wasn't sure he could make Sylvia happier than the rich guy. And then she married a rich man from the city. Paul blamed himself for weakness and cowardice and even wanted to commit suicide. He would have done so, but a monk passed by and stopped him. Then Paul gave up everything and became a monk to forget about everything. But before leaving for the new continent, Sylvia found out about him and wrote to him. She wrote him the usual letters about life on the continent, about the places she liked, and about the fact that she had given birth to a daughter. Paul found solace in the letters that came from her every few years and was grateful that she lived a good life. The problem was, in the last letter, the handwriting was illegible, and she wrote that she was suffering, and her daughter had been ill for a long time, and there were big problems with her husband. Buddha's teachings call for cutting all ties with the outside world to achieve enlightenment, but after reading this letter, Paul was unable to train. Creed understood why Paul left the temple and was understanding about it. But his departure from the temple alone could not force them to send pursuers to search for him. Paul noted his insight. Of course, that was not why Alex was looking for him. The monk apologized and said that he could not answer this question at the moment. He knew he was being shameless and asked for forgiveness for it, but the treasure was a secret, very valuable, and he could not discuss it. The lone wolf scratched his head. He was getting into trouble again. He should have been more careful when he received a generous reward. The monk apologized again and said that he would go on by himself, but Creed suggested starting right now since the matter was urgent. The lone wolf realized that Sylvia was in trouble and that Paul had pursuers on his tail, meaning they needed to act quickly. He suggested that they meet Paul's first love as soon as possible, give her that treasure, and enjoy her smile. The elder recognized them, and despite his warnings, they decided to get involved in this matter anyway. He asked them how they found this place, and Creed replied that he overheard in a tea shop that he was called Master Soul. And that meant that the elder was a master of making salt furnaces. There were many strong workers, but only a few received recognition, Creed said. After questioning the workers, they quickly learned his location and were easily deceived into saying that they were looking for a teacher. The old man grumbled that the newcomers to their business were too talkative. The monk began to beg him again, saying that Sylvia was his close friend. Even though they had only communicated through letters for several years, she remained a dear friend to him, and so Paul wanted to know where she was. The elder explained to them that he was hiding the details not because he did not trust them. Hearing these words, Creed suspected that something was wrong here. The old man listed the signs: daughter, husband is a worker, and a mole on his cheek. Paul happily confirmed everything. He said that in this city the girl was known under a different name. The monk repeated it several times, saying that he would definitely remember it. For the first time in a long time, he felt joy. The old man told him there was no need to remember, and then Creed hit himself on the forehead. He remembered seeing the execution of this woman when he first arrived in the city. She was executed for poisoning her husband by hanging, the elder told the monk. Creed hastened to intervene. It was clear from Paul's face that he was about to go crazy. The lone wolf said that there was no need to rush to conclusions. It could have been another woman and not the one they were looking for. A glimmer of hope made the monk come to his senses. This could all be a misunderstanding. But then the old man named her husband. He didn't know the full name, but if that wasn't enough, he had other compelling evidence. Sylvia had no relatives or friends since she was a murderer. There was no one to organize her funeral. Her body was still with the undertaker. The old man suggested that they go there and see everything with their own eyes. And they went to the cemetery. He let them know that if everything turned out to be a lie, they could take out all their pain and disappointment on him. They found the body, and the monk lifted the veil, praying to the Buddha that it was not her. But the truth was the truth. No matter how cruel it seemed, the monk wept bitterly. The old man told Paul that Sylvia's husband was a scoundrel and got what he deserved. He was not a simple laborer, but owned a furnace like the elder, and despite his lack of experience, he was able to attract workers by offering generous pay. The scoundrel was known for treating his wife badly and spending his nights in a tea house with dancers. And when he returned home, he showered his wife with curses and beat her. One day, it got to the point that he beat her, tore her clothes, and threw her out of the house, the old man said. And the monk shrank from these words and trembled. Paul asked, "What about the others? Why didn't government officials help her?" The elder replied that the scoundrel had a lot of money, so he managed to escape punishment, and Sylvia endured this for a long time for the sake of her sick daughter. Creed asked what the girl was ill with, but the old man did not know. No one could cure her illness. A strange disease because of which the girl's body became rigid and she slept a lot. Even the doctor from the palace could not cope with it. But then her husband tried to get rid of the sick child. Sylvia risked her life to prevent this. Apparently, at that moment she decided that she would end it with him. It was not difficult for her to poison her husband, especially since he was often drunk and was not very intelligent. The person who gave the police money died, so they were furious and really wanted to track down the killer. Even knowing her story, they sentenced her to death. This group had previously been bona fide members of the Marima Alliance, Creed thought, but apparently he was wrong. The old man replied that these people had been defending the fortress since its foundation, but as the years passed, corruption took its toll. The old man felt the deepest sympathy for his daughter Sylvia, who was left alone in this cruel world. The monk was overcome with anger. He clenched his fists and repeated the name of the Black Dragon Squad that killed his love. The lone wolf accompanied Paul. Even though his work was already done, he asked the monk if everything was okay. He smiled unnaturally and said that everything was fine. He couldn't allow himself to dwell on one thing for too long. Paul found this a relief because thanks to the old man, he would be able to meet Sylvia's daughter. They came to the shelter and realized that they needed this place. Creed did not believe in the monk's sincerity. He behaved strangely since he found out everything. The novice realized that they had come to see Ginny and decided to see them off. He was glad that someone came to see the girl because it had been a week since anyone had visited her. The novice expressed regret that such nightmarish events happen to those who lack strength. The elder informed them that Sylvia's daughter was in a temple outside the city. She had been there ever since the Black Dragon Squad had taken all of her father's property, even though the girl was still alive. The old man agreed that it was absurd, but what could a child confined to a bed do? The temple was simply forced to accept her. Although this place is called a temple, it is actually a shelter for the sick and disadvantaged, so the conditions were not the best. The novice showed them the room and said that Ginny lived there with several other terminally ill people. They approached the bed and saw there a grown-up girl sleeping peacefully. From a distance she looked perfectly normal, the lone wolf thought. It was impossible to tell from the outside what illness this peacefully sleeping girl could be suffering from. The novice called Ginny and tried to wake her up. He told Paul that the girl had been unable to wake up lately and was sleeping more and more. Paul asked for forgiveness in advance and approached the sick woman. He examined her eyes and pulse. The novice became frightened and said that it was impossible to touch the body of a young girl like that. Then Paul took off his bandana and showed that he was also a monk and had a request for his brother. The novice recognized him as a monk from Shaolin itself and asked how he could be of service. Paul told him that the girl's condition was critical and treatment needed to begin right away because no one else could be allowed into that room. The novice asked Paul if he knew what kind of illness the girl had, and the monk replied that it was not an illness, but rather bad heredity. The novice realized that the monk knew his business, and Paul again asked not to let anyone in while he was busy. Paul also asked for the lone wolf's help if he didn't mind. Creed immediately realized that Paul was planning to give her healing agents and use his energy, and he needed him to use defensive martial arts. The monk was surprised. Few people should have known about this method of treatment, and both the Imperial Army and Creed understood everything correctly. He explained to the lone wolf that he couldn't do everything alone and would direct Creed to the right points. The lone wolf thought, the pills, his energy, and Paul's energy, the girl's blood might not be able to withstand this, and he doubted that this was right. Paul asked him if he was familiar with medical practice, and Creed replied that he was a little, and asked in return why the monk thought it would work. Paul explained that this disease is called 9 yin blood. It disrupts the flow of energy, and the girl was born with it. Gradually it will weaken until it dies. The monk found records of this disease when he was studying at the temple. Creed asked if, since there were records, there could be information about the medicine there. The monk took out a box and showed a remedy that could cure this disease. It was called the Great Elixir. Creed was surprised. He had read about this in novels. The pill looked familiar. It had to be made from different herbs. Creed recognized this remedy, and the monk was again surprised by his knowledge. This artifact was created from the ashes of Bodhidharma, and it contains his good deeds throughout his life. Creed slapped his forehead. This remedy was more than just a treasure. Now he understood why Paul was being hunted, but the monk replied that the lives of the living were more valuable than treasures. According to his notes, they should give the pill to the girl and inject their energy into her body to correct the poor blood flow. Creed thought, if the girl really had such a disease, then treating her with medicine from the temple was not so wrong. The monk hurried the lone wolf, but he decided to examine the girl first. He sat down next to her and felt her pulse, Paul watching him closely. Creed felt that the girl's energy was almost exhausted and the state of her body was very fragile. Based on this, she might not be able to withstand the treatment process. Creed told Paul that if they tried to treat her that way, the girl's veins would burst from the pressure. Then the monk said that they would switch, he would protect them, and Creed would have to inject his energy into the girl. The lone wolf was amazed at such trust, because he could eat this treasure and run away with it. The monk replied that if that were the case, Creed would not have been here for a long time. The lone wolf had long since completed his job, but was still here because he was worried about the child's fate, and that's why Paul trusted him. Creed regretted accepting the money, but agreed with Paul and asked him to keep an eye on the place. The monk thanked him, although there was a smile on his face. His eyes were surprisingly lifeless. Creed entered into an inner world and began to feel the power around him. He needed to infuse energy into the child's body and do it very carefully, passing it through the bloodstream. Then he must find the crooked blood vessels and gradually infuse the medicinal energy into these areas. He wondered if Bodhidharma's intention was really to purify energy. If you slowly pour in energy, this will be enough to dissolve the stagnation that has filled the vessels and return them to their normal state. Creed sighed heavily. He had done a difficult job, poured in a lot of energy, and still hadn't gotten hurt himself. However, he managed almost perfectly. Now the girl could live a normal life, like all children. He turned to tell Paul that he had done a good job too. But instead he saw Triss in front of him, who happily asked him if he was finished. She immediately bombarded him with questions, surprised to learn that the lone wolf could also heal. He asked her how she got there, and the girl replied that he was too focused to see her. Creed heard an unfamiliar voice that told him that he had been pouring energy into the girl for 4 whole days. Discouraged, he asked them where the monk was who was supposed to guard him. Another shaved man towered over Creed. He knew he had found the right man when he heard about Paul, and he asked the lone wolf if they had really given him the temple treasure and forced him to pour it into the child's body. Triss explained to him that 3 days ago, after he agreed to help her with her research and didn't show up, she followed his trail and found him here. And then she acted as a security guard. At Paul's request, Creed was very surprised to hear this. Then a second monk came to them and they waited together, Triss said. They wanted to make him leave, but the monk said that he was Alex from the Shaolin Temple and that he was also looking for Paul, calling him a sinner. The monk again asked to confirm his suspicions that the great elixir was used for healing. Creed realized that Alex was the stalker Paul was talking about and got straight to the point. He informed the monk that the great elixir had been completely consumed by the child in front of them. Moreover, the righteous spirit of the medicine not only cured her, but also gave the girl unusual spiritual strength. Even just practicing martial arts, she will quickly become a master. Creed also learned a lot from this experience. About how the representatives of Shaolin gain the ability to destroy the energy of chaos, he himself saw the consequences of energy distortions. The monk asked if Creed realized that the child had just consumed the sacred relic of their temple. And that monk Paul stole her without the consent of the Brotherhood, Alex asked. And Creed nodded. He had a premonition. And yet, the monk told him, he decided to use this shrine. Creed responded sharply that the innocent child should be spared. The monk muttered to himself. He realized that a foreigner not connected with Shaolin had actually done this. Everyone had time to get nervous, but the monk assumed a prayerful pose and asked them for forgiveness for his younger brother. He also admitted that it was not easy to cope with the effects of the great elixir and save the child, which surprised the lone wolf. There is no greater virtue than to intervene and save the life of a child. Regardless of the danger, this virtue will bless him in the future. The monk told them that saving a child was not a crime, and they understood that the monk would not punish Creed. However, right now, he wanted the lone wolf to listen to him and lend him a helping hand. Creed asked what kind of help was needed, and the monk told him what had happened during the 3 days he had been treating the child. His younger brother from the temple abandoned his duties as Triss and did something irreparable himself. Paul was driven mad by the night he found his first love. At night, he sneaked into the Black Dragon's Gate and killed their leader, as well as many of the masters who were there. Creed looked out the window to breathe and digest the news. He understood that something was wrong with the guy, but he wrote it off as temporary insanity. His words were nonsense, Creed realized, and asked where the killer was now. Alex said that Paul fled west after committing the crime, and more than 100 people rushed to pursue him. Before Paul could be caught by others, the monk asked for help in catching him so that he could deal with him himself, lock him in the monastery, and pray for repentance. Creed understood it in his own way. Alex just wanted to protect his brother from the Black Dragon's revenge. The monk confidently stated that what happens in Shaolin stays in Shaolin. Lone Wolf turned to Triss. She had previously told him that she was a soldier. Creed tossed her the heavy purse of money he had received from Paul. He asked her to take care of the girl with this money in a place that was better than this shelter for the disadvantaged. The girl agreed and said that she would wait for him at the tavern they had agreed on earlier. Creed said he would give her more when he got it, but instead of an answer, he got the money back. The girl pouted and said that she didn't need money. She had more than enough. Instead, she fanatically wished for him to return safe and sound and tell her an interesting story. The lone wolf agreed, and he and Monk Alex left the shelter. A pleased Triss patted Judith, saying that she was sure Creed had something to tell. A Shaolin monk who stole a treasure to save his beloved, the stranger who helped him, and the older brother who would carry out the punishment. Her imagination painted vivid images. Judith sighed. Once again her mistress was carried away into the distant lands of the dream world. The girl chose a master to her taste. The question was whether Creed could escape with a bunch of pursuers on his tail, Judith asked, when she saw her mistress approach Ginny and call her. The girl in front of them had lost both her parents and all her inheritance to warring factions. If Paul was to be believed, then if the Black Dragon had controlled the order properly, none of this would have happened, Triss said. She did not understand how one could live in this place where the law was established by force, and for this, people sailed across the ocean. It is unlikely that people thought that such a God-forsaken place was better than their homeland. Judith answered her that it was not like that everywhere on the new continent. There were still many good places. The people who came here were looking for their land. However, this child did not have the opportunity to choose. Perhaps she would have chosen her homeland rather than this place. Judith warned the princess to be careful with words that were close to blasphemy. The seventh princess of the empire hissed at her because someone might hear them, Creed said across the frosty field with Alex through the snowstorm. Creed read the tracks and said that the trackers wanted to cut off the fugitive from the mountains and rivers, so they split up. The Black Dragon Gate had no intention of letting go of its target, Creed said, but it was very dangerous. After all, they were chasing someone blinded by revenge, the lone wolf thought when they saw the bodies. The monk began to pray after seeing how many people the temple disciple had killed. His younger brother did the unthinkable, used Shaolin martial arts to kill. Creed was also surprised because the monk he knew couldn't even hurt a fly. And in one day he did this. Perhaps it was already too late, Creed thought, when they found the madman. The monk apologized to Creed and galloped forward when he saw the carpet of bodies. They were late again. The fugitive left a trail of blood everywhere he went. The monk folded his hands and began to pray for each slain scoundrel. It took a long time, so the lone wolf got off his horse and looked at the bodies of all the dead. After examining the dead, he realized that despite the fact that Paul was wounded, he was becoming stronger. And now he killed his opponents with one blow. And if this continues, Paul will kill faster and there will be more victims. The lone wolf asked what kind of relationship Alex and Paul had, whether they were older and younger brothers to each other. And does Alex know what kind of person Paul was? Creed surprised the monk with his question right in the midst of the battle. He told him that now was not the time to relax until Paul had harmed many other people. Although Creed had only known Paul for a couple of days, even that was enough to understand that the guy was not capable of such madness. Alex realized that Paul, instead of throwing off his suffering, was consumed by it and entered a state of deviation. He explained that suffering was twisting Paul from the inside and turning him into a monster. This was obvious because the monk had already killed many people in anger. At that moment, they saw a group of horsemen approaching them. Creed realized that they were pursuers from another group. Alex noted that their pursuit was in vain. Even if they met Paul, the dummies wouldn't be able to do anything to him, so they had to be stopped to avoid more victims. The horsemen jumped up to the monk and shouted to him that they were pursuing a villain who had attacked the Black Dragon's Gate. They immediately recognized the shapes on the bodies behind the travelers. They were the gate guards. The dummy demanded an explanation and grabbed the sword on his back. But Alex used some kind of monastic technique and told them with his voice to calm down. He filled it with power. He folded his hands in front of him and told everyone to calm down and listen to what he wanted to tell them, because this was the truth of Shaolin. Alex told them that the one they were chasing had reached the state of demonic art, and ordinary masters would not be able to cope. The lone wolf admired the monk's skill, and he demonstrated a real lion's roar. This level of skill was completely different from the one Creed used to remove the poisonous fog. After studying the monk's techniques, Creed realized that next time he would be able to use this technique correctly. The guard dummies were amazed to learn that the killer was a practicing Shaolin master. Now they understood why he was so strong. Having understood the situation, the leader of the dummies asked if they would help him catch the killer. But Alex told them to first collect the bodies of their fallen friends and also stop the still-living pursuers. The leader of the dummies was furious when Alex asked to leave the killer with him. They were thirsty for revenge for the death of the leader and a bunch of other masters. He did not believe that someone who could not be caught by 100 people would allow himself to be caught by one person, even if he was from the Shaolin temple. But at that moment, the dummy's sword, which he dared to poke at the master of their temple, shattered into pieces. Creed told the dummy that the monk would not be alone, there would be two of them, and waves of power emanated from his hand. The leader of the dummies did not immediately understand what had happened. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw something flying past at great speed. The lone wolf understood why the fools didn't want to listen to him, but he was trying to save their lives and strongly recommended that they listen to him. And that leader realized that his blade had been broken by a thrown coin even without the use of a real weapon. As far as the guard knew, few people were capable of such a trick, either a member of the Alliance or the Imperial Army. Monk Alex expressed his regret to the dummies for what his brother had done and promised to return to them later and compensate for the damage. When they got back on their horses, Alex asked Creed if he had any secret techniques, and he replied that he hadn't studied anything specifically. He said he just saw someone else do it and imitated him. Creed remembered one scoundrel throwing his knives. Alex found this statement from the lone wolf to be the height of modesty, but suggested continuing this conversation after they caught Paul. Before them was an endless plain, and the monk admired the beauty of the continent. The melted snow made everything look clean and clear, but they had been riding all night. The horses were tired and they had to dismount. Creed told him to stop. He noticed something with his keen eye, and he greatly surprised the monk when he announced that he had found Paul. He told him that they had almost caught up with him. The killer was heading northwest. There was a barely discernible dot there. The killers were so far away that Creed couldn't see their faces, but he was sure that this was their target. In this white, silent desert, there was only one man who could commit massacre with his bare hands. The lone wolf assumed that this was the last group that was chasing the killer, and Alex gritted his teeth, cursing his brother Monk. He dismounted and thanked Creed for his help making his decision. The monk rushed forward, shouting to him that it was too dangerous to stay there and that he had better leave. The lone wolf noted the similarity between the monk's skills and his own technique of movement, and he realized that he had been asked for help as an ordinary guide. It was obvious that there was no sign of a pleasant brotherly reunion. Paul had dealt with all the dummies. The last poor fellow begged for mercy and almost cried. Paul grabbed him with his bare hand, covering his mouth, and swung his other one. He was already ready to finish off the last one, but then Alex jumped on top of him. The monk took a fighting stance where he landed and began to wait. He shouted terribly at his younger brother who had dishonored the teachings of Buddha. In a crazy voice, Paul answered him that at first he thought he was just imagining things, but then he asked Alex what brought him so far away. Monk Alex blocked the last surviving dummy with his body and froze in place. He was surprised that Paul could speak calmly through the deviation, and Alex guessed that his younger brother was aware of his state of deviation and was amazed by this. Paul was no less surprised by this question. How could he not know this? As his internal energy reversed and mixed with his life force, he felt a strong ki flowing through him. Then the smell of blood became sweet to him, and an all-consuming anger and hatred flared up in his head, the madman said. And if it's not a chi deviation, what else could it be? Paul asked. He saw nothing wrong with it if he had a deviation. Thanks to this, he was able to avenge Sylvia's death. That was the only thing that really mattered, Paul said, and kicked the body under his feet. Alex demanded respect for the dead who could not have been involved in Sylvia's death. The woman poisoned and killed her own husband and paid for it, although she found herself in an unenviable position and the punishment was cruel. Alex told him that this could not justify his murders, and Paul exploded, screaming at him what other principles were needed. An image of the young and happy Sylvia he remembered appeared in Paul's mind. His Sylvia was dead, despite her scoundrel husband having mistreated her for 10 years. And the fact that she tried to protect her child from his attacks, she was still hanged like an animal, Paul shouted angrily. He could not understand where the compassion and mercy of the Buddha, which he had studied for 10 years, was, and did not know where they were. Despite his madness, Paul was grateful to Alex for treating him like a little brother. He understood that Alex considered their brotherhood and mentor as one family, and for that reason, they accepted someone like him into their fold. But he honestly admitted that he could not forget Sylvia during all these long 10 years. He continued to live only because he knew that she was happy somewhere far away. But the truth turned out to be different. Sylvia was already dead, and the man because of whom she suffered was also dead. Paul shouted again. Who was he supposed to hold accountable for this? Creed asked him if it was worth killing everyone instead of her late husband. He caught up with Alex and intervened in their dialogue. Paul, with a madman smile, suggested that Creed was involved in his discovery. Monk Alex didn't understand why the lone wolf came back since he told him to leave. Paul greeted him as if he were an old friend and asked how he was doing. The lone wolf asked contemptuously if that was all he could say after everything. After all, Paul didn't even ask about the child, Creed told him, and the monk's voice trembled. Remembering his daughter Sylvia, Paul asked how everything went and whether she had recovered from her illness, and Creed told him the results. The news that the girl was healthy and would become a master of martial arts immediately made Paul indifferent to this news, and he demanded that she get out of his way, because he had business with a couple of unfinished dummies. The lone wolf realized that the girl was no longer of interest to the madman. It was enough for him to know that she was healthy from the elixir. Alex yelled at the madman because it was Sylvia's daughter whom Paul loved so much, and she was also the daughter of the villain who tortured Sylvia. Paul thought he had done enough. The madman's words sounded reasonable, but he was still a man subject to key deviation and was killing everyone in sight, Alex decided. He suggested that Paul return to the temple together where he would be forgiven because he had done a good deed, and the wounded body and deviation could be cured. At which the madman began to laugh wildly. He was not going to return to the temple, but wanted to go to the fortress of the Black Serpent, and he promised in an angry voice to destroy all those thugs who were involved in this organization. In addition, he wanted to hang all the bodies around the area so that they would be remembered for a long time, and this would become a good lesson for their lackeys. The lone wolf understood that the actions of the Black Gate of the Serpent were vicious. Without a thorough investigation or trial, they took the life of the mother of a sick child, then took her inheritance and threw the girl out on the street. But were all these actions so cruel that they were worth the deaths of all those not involved, Creed wondered. The survivors said that they did not even know Sylvia. The lone wolf decided that it was wrong to kill innocent people. The madman's revenge had gone too far, and without the forces of order, the city would turn into ruins. Creed pulled out his sword, but Alex told him that the Shaolin would handle it himself and stepped forward. He still wanted to leave this matter as an internal matter for the temple. He assured Creed that although he didn't look strong, he was still a high-ranking monk and could handle it. But Creed didn't doubt his martial arts at all. Alex didn't respond to this and stepped forward to fight his younger brother, who had gone mad. Paul hypocritically reproached the monk for being ready to throw away their friendship for the sake of protecting miserable scoundrels, and called it a destructive ambition. Alex took a fighting stance, tired of being mocked for Buddha's teachings, and said that he would now punish him as a Shaolin monk, not a brother. Paul took a stance, another viscous and disgusting aura emanating from him. He attacked first, jumping like a predatory beast on Alex. His furious onslaught of powerful fists sent Alex flying backwards. But the stream of blows and techniques didn't end there, and Paul added more so that his hands blurred into the air. But Alex gathered all his strength into a fist, threw it out in one blow, and knocked him down with one blow. Paul stood up, coughing up blood, and asked what he was supposed to do then. Just close your eyes and endure. When Sylvia died so unfairly, he said. And Alex replied that this was not their method of punishment. The words about a fair punishment only fueled Paul's anger even more. He shouted angrily again that this could not be called a punishment. Alex once again tried to reason with the madman who had gone berserk. He might not return if he continued to fight, Alex told him, but Paul did not listen to him and attacked again. He believed that he had nowhere to return to. For a second, Alex's mind was clouded by the image of his younger brother, whom he loved very much, and the strong monk who had held up well up until then took a powerful blow. He flew back and stopped, raising his head to see where Paul was, and he had already come very close to Alex, and unlike him was not going to spare him. But Creed's blade flew past and forced the madman to dodge. Paul jumped back and asked what if that punch had hit Alex. Creed ignored Paul and told Alex that he hesitated at the end. Alex asked the lone wolf to show mercy because his brother was simply depressed. He still saw a kind, simple guy in front of him and could not raise his hand to him. But for the lone wolf, these bonds had no value. He replied that Paul had killed 50 people in 2 days. And then the monk realized the depth of his attachment and weakness. The lone wolf returned the sword to its sheath and pounded his fists. He thought again that he had received too much of an advance payment. Paul grinned madly. He knew Creed was a master, but he didn't think he would go at him with bare hands. To which the lone wolf responded with a bored look that Paul would die if he used the sword. The madman chuckled again and took a stance, amused that Creed was so dismissive of Shaolin martial arts. Creed made a few characteristic movements with his hands, as if he himself were a monk. After Paul fell into a key deviation, he started talking too much, so Creed told him to stop and start fighting. The mad monk noted his skills, and Creed was again under suspicion of connections to the Imperial Army. The lone wolf responded with a growl. Everyone suspected him of this, although he created this art himself. The mad monk was surprised by this statement that Creed created a martial art. Creed corrected himself, clarifying that he recreated it rather than invented it from scratch. The madman accepted his challenge and went on the attack to see what his fist could do. The lone wolf met his opponent standing still. The martial arts of this world were mostly straightforward, he thought. The basis of the army's martial arts was exactly this, with an emphasis on destructive power and efficiency. As this approach spread across the continent, a fight could be decided in a single exchange of blows. The Shaolin fist technique before his eyes is different, but still paints a sequence that will quickly defeat the opponent. So even for the madman Paul, this was enough to destroy someone, so there was no need for other ways. However, martial arts in Creed's memories were not something simple. From the first fencing techniques came the heavy sword or illusion sword, where the technique of the step goes beyond simple speed, as they mesmerize the enemy and crash into his gap. There were even techniques that looked like magic, like a heat or freezing palm. And there were also martial arts that allowed one to achieve something more than simple body movements. Of course, most of these techniques and martial arts were fantasies, just words written down in books. But for Creed, who found himself in the world of martial arts, these words ceased to be fiction. So he took what was fantasy in the books and began to recreate them himself. At first he doubted that it made any sense, and no one understood a loner who did strange things. He himself doubted that these fantasies could be realized, and yet he continued to practice again and again. Through many failures, he never gave up. Time passed. He started with banal things like voice transmission, trajectory strikes, until in the end, he created what was the technique of enlightenment and was able to implement more complex techniques. There were still many martial arts in Creed's mind that he had not materialized in this world, and he had yet to become even stronger. Without taking orders from anyone, he simply wanted to recreate these martial arts. As a person who was born again into a world where martial arts exist, he built a monument using his body as a foundation. Creed slid to the side of the madman's drawn-out blow and struck him. He used a strange technique, and his opponent flew into the sky as if he was being swept away by the wind. The mad killer fell onto the surface of the water. He did not understand what kind of carousel they had just arranged for him. Creed explained to him that it was the Thompson family Tai Chi fist. He froze in place for greater effect, but it only became more incomprehensible. The madman screamed again in rage, and the remains of his clothes were torn off him. The monk attacked Creed with his swift dragon claws at his weak point. Suddenly he felt himself being pulled upward, although his attack was aimed right at the target. He asked the lone wolf what the Thompson family Taiji was. Paul found her worthy of attaching the family name to this technique. But he didn't believe that Creed would be able to block his blows for eternity with such slow movements. The lone wolf did not know what to answer to this, and suggested that they find out in a duel. Calling this arrogance, the mad monk jumped on Creed again. He hit him with furious fists, but the lone wolf parried all his blows. Somehow he parried every one of the monk's blows. Therefore, no attack could reach the target. The monk did not know what was going on. Creed redirected all his movements as if he was in complete control of them. The madman couldn't understand how such technology could exist in principle. Having received a counterattack, the madman did a somersault in the air and fell again. Alex, who was watching from the side, was also amazed. He did not expect such a level of skill. He had always been convinced that the temple's martial arts were the pinnacle of technique, but his insight was insufficient, Alex thought. However, it was impossible to defeat Paul and subdue him in this way alone. Breathing heavily, with veins bulging on his face, Paul asked Creed pitifully if he thought he was wrong. He had to bring the scoundrels to justice. He had to take revenge, the monk shouted at him. But the lone wolf looked at him with complete indifference, and the monk asked why. In the clear water of the melted snow, he saw his disfigured face and found the answer. He remembered Creed's words that he was not curious to know about the girl. Everything was exactly as he had been told, the mad monk realized, and did not understand why he was not interested in finding out. Even if she was cured, he had to find out how she was feeling, and he gave in to his anger because she was the daughter of a scoundrel too. But if that was true, then was there any need to steal the valuable medicine from the temple? Just saving Sylvia would have been enough. And then Paul realized that in the end, he was not thinking about Sylvia, but was doing everything for himself. He admitted to himself his desire to cure the girl so that Sylvia would choose him. Blinded by this desire, he decided to betray his brothers and teachers and steal the holy relic. From that moment on, he was no longer a monk, but a loser who wanted to get his beloved back. What he did was not revenge for Sylvia, but only a grotesque form of escapism. An escape from himself because he had nowhere else to return to. Paul threw away Sylvia's daughter, who gave her life to save her. He asked himself who he was now. He was no longer a monk and not the same guy he was before. Deprived of the respect of his brothers, deprived of sympathy for the injured child. He is just a disgusting monster who has only murderous intentions and selfishness left. Realizing what he looks like, Paul laughed. The mad monk rushed towards the surviving guards to kill them, completely ignoring Creed. The dummies couldn't even get away from here during this time and again begged for salvation. Alex stood in his brother's way and blocked the people, demanding that he stop. The monk was about to give his life when a lone wolf stopped the mad killer with a blow of his palm. Alex was horrified and leaned over his brother monk. Paul told him it was a great hit, and there was no regret in his voice. The lone wolf felt disgusted, as if he had just been taken advantage of. Alex lifted his brother up and asked him to hold on, promising to heal him. But it was too late. The lone wolf told him this. The truth remains the truth. No matter how hard it is, admitting it doesn't make it worse. Creed realized that at the last moment the madman took back all the energy he had been throwing out. He planned to die from the start, Creed said, looking at the dying madman. The monk apologized to the lone wolf for causing him inconvenience even before his death, and Alex asked Creed why he did it. The wounded madman tried to explain to Alex that he already knew the answer. In 2 days, He killed more than 50 people and could not afford to live with this shame. He fled again. Alex bowed his head and called his brother a stupid man. Paul asked the lone wolf if he knew the name of the girl, Sylvia's daughter, but Creed did not know. While they were talking, the girl woke up and was even able to get up to go to the window. Paul revealed that her name was Ginny, and this name was not accidental for him. The word truth, as her name was translated, became deeply entangled with his life. This is the surname of her father, who tortured Sylvia, and at the same time the name with which he entered the Buddhist temple. It was exactly the word he needed to understand himself. He truly had nowhere to hide his face from them, Paul told them, and asked them to protect the child. She is a girl who lost both parents. Paul asked not to leave her alone, at least for a while. Alex promised that they would do it. Before he died, he saw Sylvia when they were still children, and she called him to follow her. Monk Alex began to pray to Buddha to take care of the soul of his brother and all the dead. A few days after the funeral, Creed stood over the grave with Alex. The lone wolf remembered their conversation and asked Alex what kind of person Paul was. The monk replied that his brother was a truly virtuous and talented man. His talent for martial arts was greater than anyone his age, and he was an outstanding genius, Alex said. It got to the point that even the abbot was sure that Paul would become his heir. And yet, he was shy, although everyone respected him. Creed was surprised to learn that the girl would be accepted into Shaolin, and Alex told him that not everyone who lives there has to shave their heads. The main temple will only protect her until she becomes an adult. They call them independent students. Luckily, Alex got some money from the Black Gate, so the girl won't live with an empty stomach. The guards who survived formalized Ginny's father's property into a cash check and handed it over to them, and the amount was 3 times higher. Whether it was out of guilt or fear, no one knew, but it was a lot of money. This did not atone for all their mistakes, but the head of the guards and half of his school died, and the future of their clan will no longer be so bright. The monk asked the lone wolf if he would be okay. He spent all the money he received from Paul on the funeral of Sylvia and her lover. Although Alex offered to solve this problem with temple money, the lone wolf refused. He said what he had to do when he was called out from the side. Triss, her handmaiden Judith, and Ginny approached them in the cemetery, so the lone wolf could look straight into the girl's eyes. Alex thanked Triss for all the trouble she had taken care of the girl. He and Creed wouldn't have had enough hands to do it. Triss replied that she was glad to help in any way. She led Ginny by the hand. The girl hadn't spoken since she came to, Creed thought. From city residents, he heard that there had been no such problems before. It was not a matter of illness, but perhaps of the shock of losing his family. The lone wolf could only hope that the girl would gain mental stability over time. Triss asked her servant if everything was ready, and she nodded affirmatively. The maid reported that they had finished with the luggage and servicing the carriages. Right now, they can go to a city on the other side of the continent. The day after Paul's death, as promised, Creed told Triss the story. At first, the girl took the book and the brush with an excited look, and when the story ended, tears appeared in her eyes. She then said that she wanted to help Ginny on her journey and be there until the ship took her home. Triss had provided them with everything for the journey, and Creed had no reason to refuse her favors, so they set off for the port. He himself rode not in a carriage, but, as befits a bodyguard, next to him on a horse. And only now, Creed decided to ask her name, which had slipped his mind. She had previously given her first name, but not her last name, and he wanted to know the full name so he could understand how to address her, since everyone called her Lady Triss. This question stunned the girl. She didn't know how to answer and became nervous. She mentioned Rabbit's last name, and Creed didn't understand what Rabbits had to do with it. Alex stood up for the girl and said that you don't choose a name just like you don't choose your parents. Judith sighed heavily, but everything worked out, and the conversation quickly moved in a different direction. The princess only slightly changed her real name and almost got caught, the maid thought. That she took the place of the coachman. The princess gave out something obvious as her nickname, but everything worked out. Ginny looked out the window thoughtfully. She remembered how she was introduced to a gloomy and unsmiling tramp, and told that he had cured her of her illness. When he reached out his hand to her, she cringed in fear more instinctively, and he stopped. Creed still stroked her and said that he could not have cured her alone. He told her that there was a man who, having heard of her trouble, rushed across the ocean and gave her the most valuable medicine in the world. And right now, he went into eternity with her mother. A few days later, at the alchemist's shop, several people asked questions about this treatment. The pharmacist told the travelers that the child who was bedridden had recovered and was able to walk, which was strange. The masked travelers wanted to know where those who had taken the child were heading, and the pharmacist asked about their motives. Having received the necessary information, they left a few coins as payment. One masked wanderer asked another if those people could really cure the 9 Incan streams in the girl. The main guy in their group suggested that those people cured her with the help of extra means, and now they want to deliver her to her homeland. The masked junior thought that the girl might have been taken by the Imperial Army, but the senior one told him that they still couldn't give up so easily. He ordered the youngest to gather everyone and contact the palace because the body of the 9 yins in which the blood of the traitor flows will belong to them. It was quiet in one deserted tavern, a couple of customers, the workers were cleaning as usual. The few people sitting there at that time turned around to see the very motley group of travelers who entered. Creed, as the most experienced vagabond, immediately demanded that the innkeeper organize overnight accommodation for 5 people, and the restless Triss wanted tea and food. The girl stretched tiredly as they waited. The crossing, although it had been as comfortable as possible, had still not been easy for her. Judith immediately teased the lady that they should be tired since they hadn't traveled the entire way in a carriage. Creed and the monk slept outside all this time, and for him it was a normal thing. The sky is his roof, he said. Triss asked Ginny, who had been silent the whole time, how she was enjoying their trip. But the girl did not say a word to smooth over the awkwardness. Triss demanded more tea for herself. And then she remembered something important because Creed promised to give her an interview, to which the lone wolf noted that he had already told her the monk's story. But she reminded him that there was another promise, to tell of the heroic stories he had experienced in his travels. Creed modestly replied that, as he had said, he was an ordinary wanderer and not a great enough warrior to get into the legendary book. Like most of the continent's inhabitants, he is an ordinary citizen of the Central Plains who left his homeland to seek his fortune in a new land. Triss was dejected. He had told her that he had been traveling for several years, and it couldn't be that he didn't have stories. Then the lone wolf offered her a story about how he hit the jackpot in a game of chance, but that wasn't what she wanted to hear. The girl remembered a story and asked Creed if he had heard about the nameless brave man. She was very eager to meet the bravest of the brave and the loneliest of the loneliest great warriors. Alex chuckled at the name, and Triss explained that it was a nickname people gave him. They give it to those who come without a reason, do good and leave without saying a name, and ask for no reward, Triss said. Alex chuckled. Such people definitely exist in novels, the monk said. Creed replied that he had already said that he had never heard of such a brave newcomer and thought that one would have to be a fool not to take the reward. Alex suggested that the story about the brave man might just be a collection of different rumors about different people. Triss began to argue furiously with the monk, but at that moment food was brought. They were served the best of the hotel's signature dishes, and Triss did not deny herself anything. Someone from the next table glanced at her, looking at this feast worthy of an aristocrat. After dinner, everyone went about their business, and Triss went to her room where she collapsed into bed. Judith warned the princess that it was time for her to return before the viceroy arrived on the Central Plains, and she should have understood how many people would suffer because of her if this happened. The girl stood up and said that she understood this, but she would think about it when they got to their destination. But she did not think that the governor would resort to the help of the speakers. He had another way of asking for help. Judith motioned for her to remain quiet when there was a knock on their door. Triss asked imperiously who was knocking on their door. It was improper on their part. The man behind the door apologized for interrupting their rest and said that they urgently needed to talk. At this time, the lone wolf was cleaning the horse and Ginny was sitting nearby. The tavern worker brought him what he asked for in a bucket, and Creed thanked him for it. He saw that the girl was interested and showed her the carrot that was brought from the kitchen. He explained to her that a few days ago he had squeezed everything out of his pet, and it had become sullen and disobedient. And he said that sometimes you have to take care of this animal like this. Creed handed him a carrot. The horse gave a bite and took the carrot along with his hand so that Creed didn't have time to pull his hand away. The lone wolf cursed loudly and tried to pull his hand out of the tenacious teeth. But the horse stubbornly refused to let go of his hand and clung to it like an alligator. Creed heard laughter and turned around to see the usually serious girl laughing for the first time. The lone wolf was glad to see her smile when several carriages and riders pulled into the inn at once. One of them reined in his horse right next to Creed, and dust and sand from his hooves rained down on them. The traveler got off his horse and apologized to them, justifying himself by saying that he was simply in a hurry to rest. Creed mistook them for traders on their way to the port, and the traveler confirmed this. They were carrying leather. The lone wolf politely praised their work, and the man replied that he did this every year. The merchant leaned towards the girl and asked if she was his daughter. He smiled at her, extended his hand, and said that she was a sweet child. But the lone wolf intercepted the stranger's hand so that he would not touch Ginny, who hid behind his back. Creed's eyes flashed, and he told the merchant that the girl was very shy. The merchant put on a polite smile and apologized. He explained that he simply had a daughter about the same age, and Creed released his hand. The merchant's workers called out to him that the cleaning was finished, and he said that it was time for him to go. He wished Creed a good journey if they saw each other again. When the lone wolf grabbed the merchant's wrist, he felt an alien energy there that no ordinary person could have. Dark and wild energy, he had encountered it often lately. In passing, Creed remembered the bastard's warning that the demon palace would hunt him. The lone wolf really expected that they might come after him, but he didn't think that they would come so soon, and right now. He stroked the girl's head and said that it was cold now and that they needed to go back into the house. Returning, Creed thoughtfully said casually that he had a lot of work ahead of him. Judith grabbed her sword. She refused to let strangers into the girls' room and demanded that they wait for them downstairs. To which the suspicious person replied that no one should know about their case, therefore they cannot leave. But when they called her princess, Triss demanded imperiously to identify herself. The man introduced himself and said that they were a squad of hidden dragons and had come for her on the orders of the viceroy. He asked her to let him see her when the door was opened. Triss looked like she was meeting a servant in the palace. Judith also looked at them angrily. The seventh princess said that they could enter, but quietly. The hidden dragons greeted her and fell to their knees. The princess asked them why the squad that was supposed to be the eyes of the imperial palace dared to pursue her. The hidden dragon expressed regret for causing her inconvenience, but the viceroy was concerned about the princess's safety. The princess remembered that she had left letters for the governor, and he had no reason to worry about her. She asked them what order the viceroy had given and whether he had told her to drag her by force. The dragon replied that the viceroy wanted to make sure she traveled comfortably and safely across the new continent. The princess chuckled. Even the viceroy didn't dare to give orders to the hidden dragons directly. If anything went wrong, the dragons could be labeled traitors, the princess said. But the warriors replied that they were simply following the captain's orders. Triss sighed in disappointment. These people couldn't have sins. The princess had escaped from the palace and had already broken many rules, and she wanted to at least meet the hero. She hoped she would get another chance, she thought, and apologized to the dragons because of her. Many had gotten into trouble. And she added that the squad of dragons should serve her father and not waste time on such things. The warrior answered her with relief that they had already prepared the ship. But Triss told him that she was not traveling alone now and would only go to the port after she had brought her fellow travelers to the right place. She promised on her name and told them to return to their business and also to give something to the viceroy. The hidden dragons asked her to at least protect the princess while being nearby. Since they persisted, although they were not particularly stubborn, she asked them if there were other reasons. And the cloak and dagger servants answered her that they had received alarming information about subversive activities near the castle. An unknown group is looking for an orphan girl and is chasing her. Hearing these words, Judith perked up. At first, the dragons also thought that they were looking for a princess, but it turned out that this was not the case. The girl they are looking for is a small child with bright blue eyes, he described the signs. The merchant studied the poster and put it in his pocket when he saw the innkeeper's servant approach him to ask about the amenities. The merchant refused a hearty dinner and ordered a hearty breakfast instead. Having let the servant go, he went into the barn where his people were hiding, packed in there like sardines in a barrel. He asked them imperiously if they had completed all the investigations he had assigned them. The demon spies reported to him that they had found the very girl with the body of the 9 yin rivers, and also that in her group there was a monk, 2 girls from rich families, and a ragged beggar. But this strange wanderer was a problem. He was always near the child, and it was impossible to establish his identity. The false merchant agreed that the tramp was unusual in his touch and said that he had received a message from the true palace. Several ships of the imperial army arrived at the new port, which meant his dogs were on the scent. This meant that the vagabond was most likely an envoy of the emperor, whose guise was to deliver the body of the 9 yins to the emperor. The second demon said to this that if the emperor's army was involved, then it would become problematic. But the merchant reassured him he received a message about reinforcements. The great master would arrive to them tomorrow. Until then, their goal is to take possession of the blood of the 9 yin, said the false merchant, and asked if they had managed to contact the support forces that were at the port. He was told that 12 agents had taken up positions near the city and were awaiting a signal. The demon chuckled. With so many people, they wouldn't have to fear a couple of imperial dogs. That night, they decided to kill everyone in the hotel except the child and set about their plan. The demon killers put on masks. Their leader ordered to start with the monk and the vagabond. He told his men when Creed called them and suggested to start with him. The killers turned around and saw his menacing figure in the shadow of the awning. The lone wolf grumbled discontentedly after so many days he stopped at the tavern, and they did not allow him to rest properly. The killer took off his mask. Creed knew who they were anyway, so there was no point, and they were going to kill everyone anyway. The lone wolf recognized them without difficulty because each one emitted a disgusting smell of demonic chi. The fake merchant became angry, called him arrogant, and ordered all the dummies to attack. But the lone wolf did not let anyone approach him and took the life of the first loser who was sent to test his strength. He moved forward a little and struck with his bare fist to eliminate the second one. Someone tried to take advantage of this and struck with the sword from behind, but Creed foresaw this too. One more slight movement and the third dummy was cut in half. That evening, Triss told him that unknown people were targeting Ginny. The princess recounted how she spoke to another client not long ago. And he told her that a group had recently appeared that was looking for a girl with blue eyes. Triss couldn't mention hidden dragons and lied. Considering the time and the situation, as well as the signs, Triss came to the conclusion that it was about Ginny. Alex agreed that the eye color was very rare and could be a side effect of the 9-yin disease. He suggested that the killers were targeting the reward that Alex had received as the girl's inheritance. The girl had no enemies and was not indebted to anyone else. Alex was very angry that someone wanted her inheritance, but Creed doubted that was the case. He immediately assumed that Ginny's pursuers were interested in her features, the body of 9 yins. In this world, the rupture of the 9 yin channels is considered a congenital disease. But in the world of martial arts that Creed knew about, this was also a very strange fate. But the question remained. Who and why is looking for a person with such a disease? Thought Creed, and immediately remembered the merchant who immediately drew attention to the girl. Creed thought that the demons were after him personally because of the greedy demons business. Then the lone wolf decided to share his guesses with others. Another assassin died from his sword right in the air without even having time to breathe. Creed quickly attacked the leader. It was time for the ancient rule, hit him in the head, and so on. The demon defended itself with its steel claws and released Bloody Kai to push back its opponent. Then all the dummies activated the demon's abilities as ordered. They shouted nonsense about how the servant of the false emperor should see their fighting power. And then a bunch of weaklings rushed forward again, expecting that the second time would definitely work. The lone wolf found this amusing, sheathed his sword, and assumed a stance for a special technique. He used Taiji to parry all the attacks of the stupid assassins, and the first one simply stuck himself in the ground looking for moles. Creed walked through them completely unharmed. Not a single blow could reach him, as if he had become a ghost. All the energy of the killer's movements was turned against them. Creed pushed 2 of them at once and swung his hand to finish them off on the ground. Despite pleas for mercy, he used some powerful technique. He continued to work until only the leader of the demons remained on his feet, who, according to the bad guy's precepts, waited until the enemy got tired. The lone wolf asked if the killer intended to continue and demanded that he tell them about their true palace. But the demonic master only giggled madly, calling Creed arrogant again. Like the last loser, the demon continued to chatter instead of finishing off completely. He admitted his misjudgment of the wandering swordsman's strength. It was obvious just by looking at the carpet of bodies. The assassin told Creed not to take the palace lightly, and he said that while they were distracting the tramp, his companions were completely alone, and the demons had already gotten the girl. Judith and Alex were breathing heavily. They were fighting off many enemies. Triss was holding Ginia and protecting her. 6 hours ago, the lone wolf told Triss about 3 encounters with demons. The fact that he kept it a secret for so long outraged her. But Creed replied that now was not the time to discuss her nonsense. Judith clarified the conclusion. Right now, the hotel is filled with killers who practice demonic arts. Creed confirmed that although he only found 1 of them, there was a high probability that the demons were walking in groups. At worst, all the merchants are demon masters, Creed said, and there could be reinforcements. Alex looked stunned. Not only was there an entire organization of demons, but they were also stalking Ginny. The lone wolf told them to take the girl and go as far away as possible. He assumed that the killers were now sitting quietly and preparing for a night attack, and they should escape quietly. Triss asked what about him. She was worried about the lone wolf. Creed replied that he would stay here and deal with all the villains. He had experience dealing with them. Judith didn't believe his words. Creed was offering her the unthinkable, to run away and leave everything to him. She wanted to challenge his intentions, but Triss stopped her, saying that she understood the intentions of a lone wolf. But I wondered if this was really the best choice. Even if they were in the guest house now, it was still the same place. The bandits could just notice them leaving. There was no certainty that it was safe outside. Creed warned her that it was still better than being ambushed while sitting still. These demons were very different from the usual cult or robbers. Alex countered that in that case fighting together was a more attractive option, but Creed replied that the monk's injuries had not yet healed. Triss noticed that this was not only about Alex, but also about her and Judith. She assured him that they would take care of Ginny and he need not worry. Therefore, she firmly stated that they would stay in order to fight together. The lone wolf chuckled. He already had a premonition that this would happen, and asked them to do it. But only now did Judith realize how complacent and careless they had been. Monk Alex also didn't look his best, because his injuries from the fight with his brother had not healed. On the other hand, Judith was an officer in the Imperial Army. She thought she could deal with even fully converted demons. But the demons she knew about had crude and poor craftsmanship, unlike these, whose aggressiveness and strength exceeded her expectations. These assassins were much stronger compared to the Chaos Sect thugs. One of the masked pursuers stepped forward, finding it strange that there were other strong masters among Ginny's escorts besides the vagabond. He brazenly demanded that the girls tell him who they were. The killer noted that their squad immediately launched a counterattack and had already killed several attackers as if they were expecting this ambush. The monk uses Shaolin martial arts and the female bodyguard uses techniques from the Imperial Palace, the killer noted. He immediately began to suspect that Ginny didn't just have a 9-stream body, but something else that they didn't know about. He ordered that the aristocrat be captured alive along with their target, and if she resisted, her legs were to be cut off. Monk Alex shouted to them that he would not allow this and would not let them commit a crime. Voni, with 2 spears in his hands, jumped on the monk, mocking him. Alex felt ashamed for not listening to Creed's warning, and it gave him strength. The monk was ready to burn all his original Kai to deal with his enemies. But at that moment, the roof of the hotel collapsed, and another warrior appeared in front of the monk. With a powerful attack of his heavy sword, he knocked down the entire onslaught of the killer and threw him back. The hidden dragon from the Emperor's unit carried out his directive and protected the princess. The second dragon bowed to the princess, apologized for being late, and asked if she was hurt. The girl smiled and replied that they were saved, thanks to them. The dragon explained that they were delayed because they first killed the 5 men who were guarding the inn. Now only those inside remained, and the first dragon entered into battle with them. The spear-wielding assassin asked who they were to interfere in the affairs of the true palace, but the warrior called this question stupid. He had no name to give to the demon, and the dead had no need to know it. The demon could not stand it, and using the jet thrust of his anger, rushed forward. The hidden dragon responded in kind, swinging his sword with a powerful attack. At this time, the lone wolf fought with the leader of the killers. They exchanged many blows, but Creed parried them all, but the demon killer did not give up. Creed noted that the demon's strength and speed were gradually decreasing. The killer jumped like a bat on Creed, promising to finish him off now. But then the lone wolf used the 3-blade technique on him, and all of them hit the target. As if sensing his death, the killer retreated a split second before Creed struck. The lone wolf praised his well-developed instincts for a demon, and he had already killed 1 demon with this technique when he was protecting a tribe in the mountains. The demon became nervous and asked Creed if he had killed the Black Serpent Than. The lone wolf thought that the scoundrel was a member of their group of freaks. He asked the demon what plan they were pursuing and why they needed the girl. The killer burst out laughing and called Creed a fool, saying that because of the illness the girl would not live to be 20. He stated that no one from the Emperor's palace would be able to understand their plan, and only their true cult could use it. And he added that the girl should consider it an honor, since the cult needed her. Creed darkened from such words. The demon loser was still talking nonsense about fate when Creed thought about the little girl who had not had an easy life. He compared the empty chatter of the demon of failure to a bucket of slop, and he menacingly declared that today he would make the demon beg for death. The hidden dragon, with a huge sword in his hands, cut the demon down with 1 swing. The wounded assassin finally recognized the sword and couldn't believe his eyes. The hidden dragon took off his mask and showed everyone his gorgeous mustache. He sighed heavily because he had not fought demons for a long time. Triss looked at the mustache and recognized it too, to great surprise. She asked the second dragon if it was indeed the same dragon in front of them, and the warrior nodded. Number 31, the best of their hidden dragon squad. Creed fought fiercely with the demon, and now he himself was suppressing it with his onslaught of blows. He barely fought back and did not understand how this was happening and why. The demon was sure that he was much stronger and faster than the wandering swordsman. Creed cut through his blades with his claws after another predictable attack, and he told the killer that he had already fully read all his movements a long time ago. The demon went crazy again and started talking nonsense about his true palace and soared into the sky like a frog. He put his hands in front of him and lit a fireball, praising his skills nonstop. The lone wolf watched indifferently as fiery snakes emerged from the ball and attacked him. The killer was already celebrating his victory when he suddenly felt his hands go numb. The fight was over faster than he realized. Creed remembered the move Paul used as well as the ones Alex used. He was inspired by the explosive transition from stillness to movement. It was not the Shaolin step technique, but close to it, or simply shadow step. While he was thinking, Triss ran up to him, asking if he was okay. He looked good and asked how the girls were. Triss told him that although it had not been easy, everything had worked out. She also said that the girl was very scared, so the monk was looking after her, but she was not hurt. The approaching mustachioed dragon was amazed by the number of enemies that Creed had killed with his own hands. The lone wolf replied that it just happened that way. They ran into his sword themselves. Triss stepped forward and told Creed not to be surprised because they were about to introduce the master. This valiant master is famous. The blade of the Stormwind is the great Valiant himself with a mustache, she introduced the proud swordsman. The girl froze on her knee, waiting for his violent reaction. Judith grabbed her head in shame, but expectedly Creed had no idea who it was. Triss began waving her hands and saying that she had already told about this master before, but Creed had not read the novels and had not heard of him. But on the other hand, he had heard rumors about a bounty hunter who used a broad straight sword. And he realized that it was the mustachioed master who greeted Creed politely and said that he had only just heard about him. Usopp admitted that he was ashamed of his fame after hearing about Creed's exploits, but he suggested leaving these pleasantries. Another warrior stepped forward and told him that they were hidden dragons, spies in the service of the Emperor. They suggested that they talk to him somewhere else. Creed looked suspiciously at Triss and was very surprised by this turn of events. The dragons told him the details of their case and how they understood who the demon's target was. Their organization had long known about a huge group of demonic martial arts practitioners on the new continent. This group operates behind the scenes and is quite skilled, so it was difficult to track them down. The lone wolf realized that the rumors that the imperial palace had eyes and ears everywhere were true. But the problem was that he was being given very important information, even though he was an outsider, an ordinary person. The hidden dragon agreed that they shouldn't be known. Not many people on the new continent knew. After all, even his partner was known as a bounty hunter, and his affiliation with the imperial service was unknown even to the Alliance. But the hidden dragon did not want to arouse suspicion and told Creed about it when a wounded demon groaned behind them. The hidden dragon asked Creed if they could take this demon, who was a mid-level officer, with them. The lone wolf asked warily what they would do with the killer. He had other plans. They told him that they would take him to headquarters and interrogate him to extract all the information, to which the demon laughed. Calling their attempts to interrogate him pathetic, he hoped to live until the evening. After all, then an expert from the demon clan will join them and save him. But until then, he just needs to hold out. The hidden dragon noted the wounded demon's resilience. There was no doubt what kind of martial arts he was practicing. Intelligence officers assured Creed that he would receive a reward for the demon. But he didn't care about the money at all. He grabbed the demon by the collar and lifted him up to remind him of his promise. After all, Creed told him that he would make the demon beg for death. After the lone wolf pressed several points on the demon's body, he began to writhe in unbearable pain. He moaned so loudly that even the spy, who had seen it all, got goosebumps and asked what was going on. Creed responded with complete indifference to the killer, saying that he had simply separated the flesh from the bones. The dragon spy was very surprised. He had never heard of such a martial art. Then Creed explained that this is a meridian strike technique that distorts the paths of chi, and judging by the look of the villain, he then gave it the correct name. The mustachioed dragon was also surprised that such an effect could be achieved by simply pressing a couple of points on the body. The lone wolf answered thoughtfully that he himself was surprised, since this was the first time he had used such a method. He walked up to the demon slayer and pressed the dots again with the sheath of his sword, and again he asked him why the demons had chosen the girl as their target. Bowing to the ground, the demon pitifully explained that he didn't know much, only that the girl's body would help them realize their great plan. He said that this was a great plan that would help save everyone who was being persecuted by the damned Han dynasty. The mustachioed man could not stand such sacrilege, so he grabbed the demon himself and began to demand that he name his master, to which the demon replied, smiling contentedly, that everything would happen according to the will of the Lord of the Snakes. At these words, the demon lost consciousness, although at first it seemed that he died. He simply lost a lot of blood, Creed reassured them. The spy warned Creed that what he had just heard must not be known. This could have a serious impact on the public, so Creed assured them that he would remain silent. He was curious to know why the demon was targeting his companions, but he didn't want to get into the matter any further. He hated unpleasant things and was not going to talk to anyone about it. The spies thanked him for his assistance and took the demon away. Just in case, they asked the wolf if he wanted to join their squad, but Creed answered categorically no. The next day they were getting ready to set out again. The monk grumbled that the night had been hard, and Creed asked how his wounds were. Alex told him not to worry because monks specialize in strengthening the body. But what he was most worried about was that the girl had been in a lot of shock the night before and her heart was already wounded. Creed glanced at the sad little girl sitting nearby. Triss apologized to them for the hassle with their things, but the lone wolf told her that they were almost done. The princess told them that it was time to move to the port city, and she was inspired. At this time, the hidden dragons went their own way and dragged the demon. The mustachioed one was worried that they revealed themselves to Creed. But his partner reassured him, saying that there was nothing they could do anyway. And besides, the princess told them that everything was fine. They decided that they could tell their captain the truth because even he would not dare to speak out against the princess. There was nothing to worry about, they thought. After all, they were delivering a live captive demon. And the partner thought that they might even be given a reward. But then they met a woman on their way, her face hidden by a veil. Before the Emperor's spy could even figure out what the lonely woman was doing there, a blade as if made of glass was pierced into his chest. Usagi also blocked several throwing knives because he was ready to attack. There was a sound of breaking glass, and he demanded that the attacker identify himself. But before he could even notice, the girl in front of him disappeared and appeared behind his back. Both renowned and skilled spies were killed within seconds. The prisoner heard the noise and came to life. He begged to be saved. The woman pulled him off his horse and asked why he didn't wait for her since she had told him to. She grabbed his head and lifted it up to face her, which turned pale with fear. The demon began to justify himself by saying that the Imperial army had intervened. He came to the conclusion that they did not have time to wait, and now he begged to spare him. The White Snake told him that since he was in command on the spot, she should respect his decisions. But he had to pay for the death of 20 precious demons of the palace. Before dying, the demon managed to shout that his opponent was the strongest, and perhaps he was created by the Imperial army, but this did not save him. Ginny was riding a horse. She had decided to learn something new for the last couple of days while they were on the road. Triss watched the girl from the carriage window and shouted at her not to run too far ahead. But the little girl couldn't be stopped. She enjoyed her freedom. Judith noted that the girl must have talent, Creed agreed, although his horse definitely helped her to ride. On the other hand, he thought that hidden talents might have already awakened in her. Time flew by very quickly because they reached the port without incident. A huge city spread out before them. The first thing the travelers did was head to the tavern to rest. Triss was surprised by how many people there were here. When she first arrived in this city, it was not so lively. Creed agreed with her and said that after the discovery of the continent, this port had been constantly developing, and most of the goods passed through it. Then a monk joined them. He was buying tickets for the ship and was delayed because there were a lot of people in the port. His ship was leaving in 3 hours, and he had already put his name on the passenger list, Alex said. Then the monk asked Triss what she intended to do next. The girl told them then by the fire that she would soon return to the island. She had collected many topics for a book, and a lot of time had passed since she had been on the road. That was great, but Triss was still upset that Creed didn't tell her his whole story. She almost revealed her origins to them when she said her clan would send a ship for her. The lone wolf said with satisfaction that when they reached the port, it would be a farewell and the end of this difficult quest. Monk Alex also clapped his hands cheerfully. Such is life, he said. People meet and part. They stopped at the pier to say goodbye, their friendly squad scattered in all directions. Judith told the girl to listen to Alex and not to forget to eat right. The lone wolf stroked the sad little girl's head and told her that everything would be fine. Monk Alex didn't know how to thank him for all his help, starting with Paul. Creed modestly replied that he worked exactly as much as he was paid. He also handed the girl a purse and a bag and said that it was a parting gift. She should open it not now, but when she was on the way. A herald appeared and began to shout that boarding was already over. The monk thanked them for everything and bowed. Ginny involuntarily began to imitate him. They said goodbye and went to the ship. The impudent princess said that it was time for them to leave too and asked if he had a parting gift for her as well. She immediately joked that she was not a child, but the lone wolf had already handed her a scroll. He wrote down there the events he experienced after arriving on the new continent, as he remembered them. Creed wrote down everything there without details, what he himself was embarrassed to tell out loud. but I tried to make it readable so that she would have something to do along the way, and that was where they said goodbye. Already looking at the pier from the side, Ginny took out the bag that the lone wolf had given her. When she looked inside, she found a figurine carved out of wood. All the memories of this journey came flooding back to her at once, and she promised to keep them carefully in her heart. The ship's captain reported to his mistress that they would soon set off for the islands. Under a ton of ceremonial makeup, Triss was unrecognizable with her new hairstyle. The princess praised him for his good work and said that he could leave. When the girls were alone, Triss plopped down in a chair tiredly. The journey had been difficult for her. She had to sleep in the open air. The vagabond life turned out to be not as fun as described in the novels, the princess noted. But she still found plenty to talk about, Judith remarked as she opened the window. And now she could sit in the palace on the island. But she never got to meet the nameless hero, Triss said disappointedly. But Judith said they still got a lot out of the trip. Creed walked thoughtfully along the pier. He noted with surprise that he had already managed to get used to the bustle of a large detachment now that he was left alone. Meetings with people, inevitable separation, and reunification of those who separated. He recalled the words of the monk. When a man called his name, Creed turned around. The man couldn't believe his eyes, but he recognized the lone wolf. It was his brother. He immediately remembered the burden he had left his family with when his mother had yelled at him and his brother had burst into their room. She threw a cup at him, causing blood to drip down Creed's face. The brother asked his mother what was going on, but the woman did not listen to him. She would like to think that her feelings were just imagination, but someone like him couldn't be her son. She called him a ghost that had come into the world clinging to her son's body, and she was right in many ways, although she did not know it. Elder brother invited Creed into the house to talk over a cup of tea. The brother was very happy to see him. He didn't think that he would meet him on a new continent, especially in this city. The heavens definitely helped them. It had been 10 years since they had separated, Dries noted, and asked if everything was okay with him. The lone wolf replied that there were no incidents and asked how Mrs. Thompson was. The brother was surprised that he called their mother that, to which Creed replied that he was not the kind of person who would want to call her that. Then the woman told him that although she had given birth to his body, he was a ghost, and therefore she did not recognize him as a son. The brother sighed heavily. He did not fully understand all these circumstances and still treated Creed like a brother. He said that the mother was fine and was busy looking for a groom for the youngest. He stunned the lone wolf with the news. He didn't expect this news at all, but his brother explained that the girl was already 25 years old, and if it weren't for her training, she would have become a wife long ago. He also said that the youngest took the test for the Imperial Army 3 times, but failed it. The girl became furious every time after a failure, declaring that the Imperial service simply did not recognize her merits. Creed chuckled. His sister's character had not changed and asked who would want to marry such a girl. The brother told him that this was why their mother had gone to great lengths to find a gentle man, and asked if he would attend the wedding. Their little sister will be happy. The brother smiled. But Creed changed the subject and asked how things were going with the family trade. Dries sighed. He understood that it wouldn't be that easy, since he immediately answered like that and said that their clan was lagging behind other groups. Initially, he tried to settle in regions where the Imperial Army was in charge, but the profit was not great. The brother was deep in a long story about his affairs when the lone wolf stood up, thanking him for the news of his sister. He asked to convey congratulations to his sister on her marriage and decided to leave. But when he opened the doors, he was dumbfounded, because he did not expect to meet this man at all. The daughter-in-law smiled as hard as she could when greeting him and said that she had missed him very much. Creed realized he was in trouble and mumbled that he was glad to see her too. He said that it was time for him to leave, but his daughter-in-law said with a sweet smile that she had already prepared dinner. The lone wolf came up with an excuse on the go that he had eaten on the way here, but at that moment his stomach emitted the song of wandering whales. The daughter-in-law looked at him again and asked in a voice that would not tolerate objections that he would eat with her. Creed stayed for dinner, deciding that he could leave after eating, but as soon as he stood up, his daughter-in-law offered them tea. And then it was time for dinner, and she asks him to stay and rest because it was already late. The lone wolf lay on a soft, rich bed and did not understand how it all came to this. Stretching out in bed, he admitted his complete surrender to this woman. 10 years have passed since he said goodbye to them and began to live as a vagabond, making ends meet with temporary work. Then he seemed to have run away from everyone, but now he decided to stay, the lone wolf thought, and decided that he would leave in the morning. That's what he thought, but now he looked at the 2 pairs of inquisitive eyes of his nephews. The lone wolf demanded an explanation, and the daughter-in-law again began to talk nonsense. They suddenly received a message that their nanny was ill and she asked him to help her out at least today if he was not busy. She was very apologetic, but she and her husband had to greet an important guest at the port. Creed still looked at it with great suspicion that there was no one in their clan who could babysit children. The brother also lied poorly and hid his face when he asked him for help. The lone wolf grabbed his head. He did not understand what was expected of him by keeping him here because he always caused friction in the family, and so he left. But under such pressure, he still agreed to look after the children for half a day. They asked if he really was their uncle because he looked like a tramp. From his nephews, he learned that his sister told them that he was a great master, which puzzled Creed. So they demanded that he immediately demonstrate his skills. Creed thought for a second before showing them, and a bamboo pole caught his eye. He told them to watch carefully and jumped onto the pole, maintaining perfect balance. Creed crossed his arms over his chest, looking important, and thought that before he left he had to earn some money. He pretended to fall, which scared the kids, but he easily caught himself upside down on a stick. Then he performed several complex figures, all the while maintaining perfect balance. The kids were delighted and clapped loudly when their uncle landed. But it turned out that there was another spectator at his performance who was laughing loudly. He found the performance to be a fine example of skill and art. The big man in front of him said in a cheerful voice that it was the first time he had seen such magnificent movements. The stranger told him that he did not look like someone who did acrobatics and suggested that Creed was a Murima man. Creed at first mistook the giant for the nanny he was waiting for and asked the stranger who he was. The giant looked stronger than even Monk Alex. But his brother appeared and called the man the director, and the giant told him that he had seen a good performance. The brother approached Creed and asked him to introduce himself to the guest. He was the director of a new trading organization, and he had come here for a short time on business. Creed ignored all his regalia. He still had no intention of developing this acquaintance and replied that he was a simple tramp. The brother immediately grabbed his head in embarrassment, and the director was very surprised. But he thought it was a good joke and started laughing loudly, saying that Creed was a unique person. Most people constantly exaggerate their fame and achievements, the director said. He really liked the guy in front of him, his calm character and outstanding skills. The director immediately inquired about Creed's plans and invited him to dinner that evening. For a merchant to become the director of a trade association is the highest position one can dream of, thought Creed. But the lone wolf was not a merchant, and new acquaintances were troublesome for him, and they could also sell him a quest. Then he said that he was leaving after lunch. But then I saw my brother's face on the verge of despair, and I understood everything. He said that his business could wait, and accepted the director's invitation, who was very happy about it. As he was leaving, the director invited Driss to dinner, which also made him happy. Creed watched them go. For his brother, this was a very important meeting. The lone wolf sighed heavily, which greatly surprised his nephews. After lunch, the children played Go while Creed looked after them in the room. Looking at them, Creed understood why his daughter-in-law took the children on a difficult and dangerous journey across the ocean. He had only seen them for half a day, but he already understood that they were talented and smart, and the elders of their clan would definitely take on the children. Initially, the family business was to be run by his brother. The eldest of the children, Creed, and his sister were to go into the army. But he left home, and his sister had already failed the test several times. The nephews became the next target of the old couple in their plans for family greatness, and the daughter-in-law would never let their greed take the children. Creed was wondering how much more the family could be expanded when the boy asked him what he was talking about. The lone wolf asked them about the game. The children really liked it. The boy even wanted to teach his nanny the game. As if she had heard their conversation, the nanny came in and asked what he would teach her. An elderly woman came in and said that she had heard about the young master from the owners and that she was a nanny for children. The boy asked if she had fully recovered from her illness. The woman stroked the boy's head and said that she could not rest until he was taken off. The girl looked strangely at the nanny, and she turned to her and asked what was the matter. Before the nanny could move, Creed appeared behind her and grabbed her shoulder with his hand. As he squeezed her hand in a death grip, she screamed in pain. The lone wolf's eyes lit up, and he asked the stranger who he was. When the false nanny asked what was wrong, Creed kicked the spy in the back. The boy grabbed Creed by the hand and asked him not to be their nanny. But at that very second, he dodged a steel dart thrown at his head. No matter how much they looked, the alien didn't look like their nanny, Creed said, and ordered the boy to move away. The nanny's voice and face changed, which made the children even more frightened. The lone wolf found this transformation a very elegant hobby. The demon was outraged that he was exposed. His change of face and voice was perfect. The use of such techniques indicated that the villain was specifically targeting children, Creed realized. He told the demon that he was not in the best mood right now because just a few days ago he had already dealt with his friends. That's why he ordered him to fall on his knees and say who he was and where he was from before he was simply killed. The demon killer rushed to the side, throwing 2 projectiles at Creed at once. Realizing that he was exposed and everything was ruined, the demon decided to escape. He was already thinking about where to lie low when his own darts pierced his leg. The demon fell to the floor and asked Creed what he did, and he replied that he simply caught the projectiles and threw them back. The killer realized that he had been caught by an incredible monster, and he said that it was useless anyway, because even Creed would not be able to defeat the master. The killer taunted Creed, saying that he would not tell him anything, but the lone wolf quickly examined the oral cavity and found what he was looking for. He figured out the demon's plan, and after the failed assassination attempt, when he was caught, he had no choice but to commit suicide. But Creed managed to get the poisoned ball which was near the molar in the demon's mouth. The lone wolf smiled at the demon and said that he felt very sorry for him,